Hello everybody, welcome back to the channel and welcome to some LFM on Assetto Corsa and also racing subscribers. It's midweek, off week, so they're running some Radical and some Clio Cup at the moment, so I thought we'd give it a bit of a bash. Hopefully it all works. Hello, Felix Lies, Tom Jones, Matt Lodge. Hey guys.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal SC. That is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1, GT mods. They're really good.
I've never driven this car. Well, I might need a circular steering wheel for this. Hello, Tom. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, Will. It's Will Ford from Australia. Struth. How's it going? How's winter? You come in. You should come over to the UK and vote. Flipping freezing. Yeah, nah. The kangaroos freezing their tails off. The possums are falling out of the trees. Oh dear God. Okay, we need some oversteer. We need some oversteer setup action here. We need a circular wheel rim. Oh dear. You know you're driving a slow car when you have to go to a circular wheel rim. That's when you know it's all gone wrong. Ching! Do you like my flag? It's the addition to the streaming setup. A £6 flag suspended from the ceiling. I think it was a good idea. It's actually a shower curtain. Yeah, we because we passed a certain number of members, so we now get foot cam included, which is nice of us. It's part of being a channel member. You made this app. What a foot fetish community. We do have one American viewer that always donates for foot cam. She normally comes on at around 2 AM and she's like, "Oh, I'm donating for foot cam." Oh dear. Ah, this car's such a tank. I prefer oversteer. We need more oversteer. I haven't watched it boosted. I haven't seen any Formula 1 stuff. This car's quite stiff. We used to drive the Clio Cup in R Factor 2 a lot, actually. I seem to remember that being more nippy than this. Oh yeah, it's Project Cars 2 had a ridiculous oversteer, but it was good fun. And it also had tons of draft. That was also fun. Good engine sound on this. Ah, the understeer, guys. Bloody hell. Oh, we need a different setup. This is terrible. We need oversteer. No, let's try this one. I'll have to do some setup stuff. Well, we've got a diff power, diff pre. It's already on the open as possible. Oh dear. We could lower. It's already lowered. Okay, let's see what this is like. Yeah, you want as much oversteer as possible, really, with front-wheel drive cars. Running what? Risk? Can I say what? It's something on the dash. Risk. Come on, risk CAS. Risk CAS motor. Oh, risk of breaking the motor. I don't know why. These cars still cost like £30,000 to race, if not more. Well, you might as well just do radical racing. Oh my goodness, the understeer. It's like wheelbarrow driving this. This is a perfect car for going to Lidl's in, to be honest. Think how much shopping you could fit in it. Yeah, we should have a Reliant Robin. Do they have Lidl's in Australia, Will? Hello, Flat Rich. Excuse me, Lidl's is the peak of civilization. If the Romans had Lidl's, the Roman Empire wouldn't have collapsed. Fact. She's got road tyres on it. Every second car's a Tesla. I thought Teslas are going out of trend. Isn't Australia like 20 years behind the rest of the world? This genuinely feels like I'm driving around Tesco's car park in my parents' car. Ah, what is this? Why would you race this? Bloody hell, why is this not Nissan Primera? What is wrong with people? This race is going to be a right convoy. Oh, hang on, we better go to it. Oh, this car's so sloppy. I mean, I think it's probably realistic, but... Oh, dear. Seems relatively similar to the real car I drove for the Toyota Celica. Same sort of thing. You bought a Tesla Model Y? Ah. Well, that's what you get for buying stuff. Never buy things is what I say. Back to Simcade titles, yeah. What is this? What's going on here? Great view. Fantastic. That's the best camera shot in all of sim racing. Wow, what can we do to increase oversteer on this car? Apparently they're slicks. It's driving like it's got road tyres. Pressures, can't change pressures. Fuel's fine. Alignment. I mean, we can reduce the camera, but then... The front's very wish-washy, I think that's the thing. Diff is already open. It's, oh dear. Car's already low enough. Yeah, not much we can do. They're supposed to be really soft slicks gone in the lab. Why? What? Oh, helicopter's crashing into the pit lane as well. What's he doing? He's way too low. He can't. He's too high. He's too low to even auto rotate. If his engine cuts out, he's going to crash into the grandstand. If I was buying a car now, it's Skoda City Go is obviously what we buy. I don't know why people bother with anything else. Why does this car feel like it's got built-in damper, or is that just because I'm parked? That's just parking damper. No, you want an open diff for oversteer. Also, I think the diff's for the front. What is that helicopter pilot doing? It's like Sachsen ring. This is a Clio Cup. So I don't think it's got many options. It's got about as many options as a bag of bourbon biscuits. They're all bourbons. The mod team's done a good job on the sound though. Like, these tyre sounds are realistic. I mean, this does seem to handle pretty similar to the Nissan Primera I drove in... not Nissan Primera, the Toyota Celica I drove in real life. So, I mean, it's not that it's unrealistic. It's just that it's a Clio Cup. It's a Clio Cup. That's the... and when it comes down to it, sometimes you just can't escape the fact that what you're driving is a Clio Cup. Who would have thought a car designed for shopping would not be the best of race cars? Mind you, the vintage Mini was designed for shopping, and that's well good. Wow, you say that, Izzy, but it's not. This is another myth. Mainstream sim racing myth that slow front wheel drive cars are good for racing, and they're not. Like a vintage Mini is, but that's also because it's nimble. There's a lot of sim racing, a lot of people in sim racing that just equate driving close to other cars with close racing, but they're not actually racing. But they think they are, so they think it is. It should be called like the I don't know. It's Sachsenring. Just go on. I think it's Sachsenring. I think that's what it's called. It's like a Swedish track. It's like GT3 in iRacing. People say, "Oh, it's great racing," but it's not. It's just a convoy of cars. You can't really do much. But oh, it's in Germany. This track. Sorry. Yeah. Don't worry. At least G-Sync's working nicely. I got I spent ages messing around with G-Sync on my computer, and then I really need to do a video about settings and OLEDs and Will, are you still there? Are you using OLEDs? Are you using LCDs? Yeah, so this thing I've, because I'm using OLEDs, there's some. That helicopter's too low. What is he doing? If his engine fails, he's killing everyone. There's some like specific stuff that for OLEDs that I've not seen anyone else talk about at all. To do with like frame timing, black frame insertion, display and hold, and all these like subtle things. Not nerd. What games is that with? This isn't flickering now. So I did loads of back-to-back testing with loads of settings and loads of different games, and ultimately I found that if you want like the absolute categorically the best image you can get from an OLED, like just smoothness, frame timing, everything, is to have a really stonkingly fast graphics card and just use traditional V-Sync at 120 Hz. And then use auto or medium or low black frame insertion, and that gets you the best quality image. You will get 8 to 12 milliseconds of input delay, but you'll get absolutely insane like smoothness, clarity, and everything. Second to that, if you want to run higher graphic settings and you've got G-Sync, running G-Sync, boost and V-Sync on at the same time, that gets a very smooth image and no real frame drops and stuff, but you don't get the absolute pixel clarity because the pixels so this is the thing that I didn't fully understand. OLED pixels refresh at 0.02 milliseconds, right? So they're much better than LCDs at refreshing. They don't ghost. However, the circuitry in an OLED still has a limit to how fast it can update the pixels. So basically, the circuitry gets a signal, it holds onto that electric charge, that signal for the pixel, and then discharges it when it's updated, so it then changes the pixel. Now, the problem with that is, because an OLED is immaculate in its timing of pixels, basically the actual physical pixel timing is irrelevant, you then notice that release, that hold and release frequency, and when it updates, you basically then get a sort of very mild form of sort of strobe motion blur on finer details, which is very subtle. On the grand scheme of things, it's a non-issue, but it's not the same as like if you have like BFI with VSync. That negates that, because black frame insertion basically halves the release, the display and hold pixel time. So black frame insertion halves the brightness. If you're doing 50% black frame inversion, you lose the brightness, but you're also doubling the pixel response time. Anyway, so turns out one of our viewers works for a graphics card company, and they linked us to they asked and they linked us to some new monitor tech, which is going to do basically effectively it's like black frame insertion but on the driver's side, so you'll effectively get all the benefits but whilst using G-Sync, and presumably without the image actually getting dimmer, because it's not actually physically dimming the image. So no, so it's not to do. So this is the mistake that people make. You've just repeated the mistake. This is the thing people don't know. Gaming door. So you say you shouldn't need black frame insertion with OLED as the pixel switching is so quick. That's the mistake that people are making. It's a misconception. The pixel switching, the physical pixel switching is quick. However, the circuitry that holds the charge that denotes what's displayed on the pixels then becomes the limiting factor. On an LCD screen, the actual blurriness that you get from the pixel taking time to turn on and off actually produces quite an analog and natural form of motion blur. Bizarrely. So you do get more ghosting, you do get more blur. So basically, the thing is, once you get probably past 144 Hz and 240 Hz, it doesn't matter anymore, regardless in either scenario, because with OLED, because once you get to that speed, the display and hold, I can't remember the technical term, but the electronic component of the monitor is refreshing the pixels so quickly, it's basically analogous to 120 Hz with medium black frame insertion. You just, rather than doing a black frame insertion, yeah, that's great awareness from him. Rather than doing black frame insertion, you're basically doing a new pixel. So yeah, a lot of people don't know this because one, they haven't tested stuff back to back. Two, it's really badly marketed and not explained clearly. Hello, SGT Cadef. Thanks for subscribing. Yeah, so there's a bizarre feature that OLEDs, ironically, can in some way, you can argue they do motion in some ways worse than LCDs. in a sense, in that the motion clarity is a kind of strobe motion clarity. A lot of people wouldn't notice it though. But if you were to put monitors side by side and look at it, you'd notice. Sample and hold is what I mean, yeah. So yeah, sample and hold. All screens do it. So sample and hold just refers to the circuitry receiving the signal and then having X amount of time that it holds onto that charge. Basically, that's all that means. because otherwise, if it was instantaneous, well, it's not gonna. There's a time frame in which stuff has to like heat up or operate or what, you know. But yeah, I mean, black frame insertion is not ideal, but most people wouldn't even need to. You could just use, for the vast majority of people, if they had an LG C1 OLED, they ran G-Sync with the game, ultimate settings, it looks better than 99% of stuff out there. So, look, you know. Personally, I mean, I have like a synesthesia for black frame insertion, so it's a little bit annoying. Like, I can feel it. I have like audible synesthesia for black frame insertion, but I can get used to it, and it does look better. And in some ways, that's less eye strain in a driving sim when you're turning through a corner. If everything is pin sharp, if you have absolute perfect motion clarity, in some ways that's better. But you know, well, we all know that GoldenEye on the N64 looked perfect, so. Also, so the other thing I noticed with a lot of games, well, everybody, a lot of games have like, especially Sims, have weird issues where they do like random frame drops. It's like AC, you know, when people join games and stuff, and that's a loaded car, or like, you know, you drive past the pit or a grandstand, or you know. There's weird situations in driving sims and flight sims where there's suddenly 90% of the time you're playing it's running at like 200 FPS, and then all of a sudden you have a drop to like 90 FPS, which then causes like a really noticeable stutter. So the G-Sync really masks that well, but weirdly, black frame insertion also masks some of those aspects of stutter. Because I think your brain notices the timing of the black frame insertion, and then that then mitigates the other aspects of those other aspects of stutter. And so there's some weird stuff. There's like weird psychological stuff with this as well. So I'm just really surprised that there's not more. Like, you know, you have all these monitor reviews and all these monitor manufacturers, and they are desperate to distinguish their monitors over other people's. And if you had a monitor manufacturer, and they're like, oh, here are the settings, and we guarantee this degree of smoothness if you use this equipment with it. I think that's like a pretty big USP that a lot of people would buy into. And this track's actually really hilly. No, gaming door. Again, that's incorrect. So that's actually wrong again. So that's what I thought it was. It's more analogous to a scrolling. It's more analogous to a percentage of the screen being so, like, imagine the screen's drawn in it, like, going down. A percentage of the screen is then black. So I always thought that actually black frame insertion was the full screen strobing, but it's not. It's a percentage of the refresh pixels effectively being black pixels, which is why you can also do that's why there's different levels of black frame insertion, because the different levels correspond to what percentage of those. Yeah, that's not what it is. That's not what it is though. So again, the naming of it is stupid. This is if it was literally a black frame insertion, you wouldn't be able to have multiple levels of black frame insertion. No, I'm talking about how black frame insertion actually operates. So it's not that high black frame insertion means that every alternate hertz of the monitor is a black frame. It's a percentage of the scan line that's going down that's like a bar of black that depends in size. You should be able to find like a really high frequency, a really high FPS camera filming of it. But this is the thing, all these naming conventions and branded stuff of all these things doesn't make any sense. So, as I say, like the actual refresh rate of a monitor isn't necessarily the most important variable. Yeah, the point is, boosted media, it's not a frame of black. Ironically. Well, not anymore, at least. Oh my goodness. These front tires, this car is so sloppy. I want more grip! My goodness! No, I'm not confused. Like, Gaming Door, go and read up on how black frame insertion works on monitors. It's not the whole screen. It's not a frame of black being inserted. Yeah, that's what you'll see in descriptions. Go and actually look at how it actually operates. You can copy and paste. You can copy and paste from various websites. Go and look at how it actually operates. But even, I would wager as well, ultimately, if you're gonna, so a frame is not placed on the screen as a whole, the whole image being a black image. It's gonna scanline scroll down the screen regardless. And so, okay, if the entire, if you're basically saying for each render of each frame you're having an entire frame of black put in, then it depends where you define it. Yeah. So I'm just saying, the word black frame insertion doesn't really describe the actual process. Even more so when you consider that it's not normally an entire frame. It would be like 50% of a frame, or like a quarter of the. So every quarter for each hertz. It's hard to explain in words, but you know what I mean. It's not. If you were being literal and you're going right, black frame insertion. If it'd be like imagine if you had like an LED strobe or an LED light. Imagine if an LED light is turned on constantly, like an LED spot, and then it's running at, let's say, 100 hertz. And then you strobe that spotlight by turning it off at X frequency. So you could then say, well, if we're strobing it it's 100 hertz, if you're then turning it off entirely every other hertz, technically that would be 50% black frame insertion. If you were not actually turning the thing off, but you were scrolling some of the LEDs on and off, but only like a line of them every like 5 hertz, What do they call it with VR? It's got another name in VR because basically for VR headsets that use LCDs, you have to do it to keep motion clarity, and also it forces the pixels to refresh faster. Anyway, the point to the crux of it is, the biggest issue is that lots of companies are using different. So they just use an overarching word to describe something, and that term and the semantics of it aren't necessarily actually fitting to what the reality of the thing is. Or it might have been when they first did it, but it isn't necessarily anymore. and then how all those things relate to what actually produces a better output is also now a bit murky and a bit disconnected at times. And then you have companies. Why was there a biplane there that just disappeared? Then you have companies that are obviously trying their best to differentiate their products from other products. Marketing things differently. It's just mental. No. Gaming OLEDs are great for gaming. But the thing is that black frame insertion actually works really well, but it depends on the underlying brightness of the monitor if you're bothered about brightness as to how much you can do and how it affects that. It also depends on the frame rate of the monitor in the first place. It also depends on the frame rates of the game. Oh yeah, well that's another thing is as well. Yeah, because you have the LED separate to LCD strobing, the pixels. You also have the backlight strobing effects that it can be used as well. Yeah. OLEDs are fantastic for gaming. You get really good contrast. You do actually get faster pixels. You just get a specific type of motion at 120 hertz, a specific type of clarity, and you get less smooth ghosting than you get with LCDs. Oh bloody hell! This car's Dora the Explorer out that corner. No, I'm just using normal, pure at the moment. We could try updating it. This car is so understeery. I'm struggling to drive it. This is another meme in sim racing. People go, "Oh, understeer is easier." It is not easier. It's the dumbest. Like, there's so many memes in sim racing that are not founded on anything actually reasonable. And people just regurgitate information without thinking about the actual components of it. So someone says something that's basically like sort of on the median of the bell curve of knowledge, and it seems like it's a reasonable thing to say, and generally it's kind of correct in a sense, but it's actually wrong. But it's enough that the vast majority of people then are like, oh yeah, no, that's it, and so they then repeat that thing over and over again, and then you get stuck on this kind of mostly true but not actually true, but the real truth is actually requires a bit more nuance. But the people that are all repeating the sort of mostly true but it's not true thing become the vast majority of people repeating the information, so you never get to the actual factual information and you get stuck. You get stuck. This happens with everything. Well, everything's another steering wheel. Brake, throttle, clutch, momentum. It's all steering. I should try the pure LCS, but it doesn't have the skyboxes added to it yet, so I might wait for that. Well, the problem with if someone's doing a race and they can't deal with oversteer, they can't countersteer oversteer, which isn't a hard skill, they shouldn't be racing in the first place. That's the thing. That's like, if you can't countersteer a very slow car or get off the throttle, you don't have the basic car control to be racing at all. So you shouldn't be racing. Like, you wouldn't let someone drive a car if they can't turn the steering wheel or they don't know where brake pedal is. Countersteer is like that. But for some reason, there's quite a high percentage of people that can't countersteer properly or can't drift at all, even though it's a completely fundamental part of driving. Understeer is not a challenge though. So what a car that's understeery, what it introduces is more preemptive driving. So it just means that you have to rote memorize more. That's basically, it just means there's less options for the driver, so. Pretty much, Claudio, yeah. That's not their fault though, because in iRacing it doesn't respond to countersteer properly, so you know, it's understandable. Like the game's tire model doesn't support some really basic fundamental driving, but so well, you know. This is like driving a canoe. Jeremiah, remember that's what you do in a rear-wheel drive car as well. So like if you're driving a rear-wheel drive car as fast as possible, you drive into the corner, optimally into a slight bit of understeer, and then you then use the throttle to balance that understeer in a neutral point to then come out of the corner with a slight bit of oversteer, holding the car in X amount of slip. So you effectively, if you're driving a rear-wheel drive car properly, you are effectively also driving it as you'd be driving a front-wheel drive car properly. There's just also the additional dynamic of on the power out of the corner. The thing that tends to happen with rear-wheel drive cars, front-wheel drive cars, is that you have a much looser rear, and so because you can just stick your foot on the accelerator to stabilise the car, you then use the throttle to just balance the rear from the oversteer. So like some kind of like mega Porsche. So you're using like the lift-off oversteer to rotate the car, or the braking oversteer. So I think front wheel drive cars can be fun, but I think they have to be really, really oversteery to start making more sense. The more tame a front wheel drive car is, the more restrictive it is to the driver. It's basically just a worse car, effectively. I don't know. I think he just went for a move up the inside. Sometimes you just got to send it into the car in front of you, you know. Fortunately, this isn't iRacing, so we can just keep going. Mind you, the TCR in iRacing is quite forgiving. Well, that's all cars, BRT. That's every car. The Nissan Primera is really good in AC, but it drives crazy. But it's good fun. No, I'm saying that's the way that you drive every car is by balancing the grip on the throttle. Front, rear wheel drive, doesn't matter. That's how you drive every car. You feel what's going on with the tyres, and you have to balance the amount of throttle that you apply to get the most out of it. So if anything, it's the opposite of what you're saying with the front wheel drive car, because if you get on the throttle in a front wheel drive car, it will draw the back of the car, straighten up the car, because the back tends to follow the front. So you actually, thanks for subscribing, you actually have to wait to get, you have to get on the throttle and wait generally longer with a front wheel drive car. Especially if you've gone into the corner with more slip, because if you get on the throttle, you're going to introduce more sliding. So again, you have to just more understeer basically. If you're already sliding and you get on the throttle more in a front wheel drive car, you're reducing the grip of the tyres. Whereas with a rear wheel drive car, if you're already sliding a bit into the corner, you get on the throttle, it will reduce the grip of the rear of the car more than the front, which allows you to then rotate into the corner more. So if anything, front wheel drive is about being much more passive on the throttle and much more like gradual in a sense. However, if you're driving any car, front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, whatever, you're driving all of them to the grip that's available to you and trying to be as smooth as possible whilst maximising as much power as possible whilst holding the grip. So, as I say, it applies to all cars. But by definition, a rear wheel drive car, you have more control as a driver. Yeah, but that's the opposite of what you were saying, BRT. That's the you say to bring it around. You're talking in opposites. A little bit of pokey there. Yeah, well, the language you used suggested the total opposite of what you're saying. You don't say get on the throttle to bring the back around. You mean just get on the throttle to bring the back in to catch the rear. Bringing the back around would suggest oversteer, not. Okay, let's read through your comment and let's see. In the context of what we were saying, it didn't make much sense. Front wheel drive, you need to get on a power to bring it around the corner. that suggests to bring around a corner. If you're driving, you bring around a corner would generally describe oversteer to push the car around the corner. Getting on the power in a front wheel drive car does not bring the car around the corner, outside of the sense that, yeah, any power would move the car forwards. So I'd like you to apologise for not being more clear in your language used whilst I'm trying to read chat and drive at the same time, whilst this helicopter pilot is flying far too low. illegal flying. I'm telling you, if his engine fails, he's killing spectators. Thanks for following there, Crook. There's two of them. There's two of those helicopters. There's two of them. They're going to fly into each other. They're drunk. Well, apparently we're doing radical. Where do we finish in this? I don't know. Yeah, the Clio could do with more oversteer. It's a bit of a sloppy car, but I mean I think that's how it is in real life. To be honest, they're very slow cars. It's just it's effectively a road car with everything taken out of it. Nice one. Rotorcraft and fixed wing aircraft have different minimum. No, I know they do. But if you're like in a helicopter and you're not got any forwards momentum, and there's a certain minimum altitude for where you can auto rotate. If you've got good forward momentum in a helicopter, I don't know what the height is. Yeah, let's see what it is. But they're hovering around at like 20 meters in the air. If something goes wrong, they're dead. Right. Oh yeah, you gotta love these chewy bars. Okay. Let's oh no, I'm not on that list. Don't let anyone know. You can, you what, in a helicopter? You can survive 30-meter drop. I mean, they do have the bottom of helicopters. The you know, like the thing that they land on, are the wheels or the actual those metal struts are designed to deform, and then the seats that people sit on, the bottom of them are designed to collapse as well to protect your spine. But I mean, there's going to be a limit, isn't there? I'm going to do the radical. Yeah, helicopter, let's see. I mean, a gyrocopter would be alright. They can fly at like 12 miles an hour. You're definitely in for a checkup. Hang on. What's the minimum height? I don't know what helicopter that was. Let's see. See if ChatGTP. Here's a guideline. So, let's see what height. Typically, a helicopter needs to be at least 500 feet above ground level to have a reasonable chance of successful auto rotation to the ground. 500 feet. What's that in meters? $152 meters. This is the thing, if it's moving forwards, it depends what speed it's moving forwards, because if you're moving forwards in a helicopter, if the engine started to fail, you can then convert that forwards momentum into like a glide, because the rotors are already spinning. You wouldn't have much time though, would you? Yeah. Here you go. Helicopters flying around racetracks or major racing events typically operate at 500 foot. There you go. There you go. That makes sense. They basically fly at the minimum auto rotation altitude so that they don't have to crash into the crowds. Oh yeah, what's the regulation? Well, have you seen that video of the guy that did skydiving and just landed in boxes? So in congested areas, helicopters need to be at least 1,000 feet above obstacles. This is supposedly the American Federal Aviation Administration. Then you can technically, as long as you're not in a built-up area, you can do what you want in the helicopter, it seems. Okay, well, hang on. What height? I don't know what you'd ask. You'd need to look at the data for the cushioning effect of the cushioning effect of the struts on the helicopter. There's some really crazy helicopter crash videos though on YouTube. People surviving them. Also, as you all know, if you've played Armour, if you land a helicopter sideways on the rotors, that actually lands safely. You can walk out of it. And I choose Armour as my simulator of choice. They could just put like a giant spring on the bottom of the helicopter. Hello, Chris Dory. A big spring. Like a 20-foot slinky. And you fly. They could put them on aeroplanes. Okay, the drag might be a bit fuel inefficient, but safety first. Put a big spring on the front of the plane. Big spring underneath it. A big, but you know, and then it could just fly into stuff. I don't know why they don't follow my ideas. They're really good ideas. Yeah, exactly. Or like the Carmageddon 2 car springs. So you're just like, oh, we're crashing. You push the spring button. My goodness! They could just come out the car out of the plane. They don't need to be out all the time. they could just pop out at the time that you needed them. I mean, you do have little small aircraft. They have what are you doing? Thanks, 07 buck. They do have parachutes that fire out of them. So the whole aircraft has a parachute. So in theory, a passenger jet could have a parachute. If you can do it for small aircraft, you could do it for large aircraft. You could have like or you could just have like 6 small parachutes. I think the difficulty is that they're traveling at such a high speed. You need to de-accelerate the aircraft. So that's the issue. They're just going so fast that if you were to launch a parachute at 500 miles an hour, you'd need such a strong structure to de-accelerate it. And then the amount of time it would take to de-accelerate it safely would be outside of the window that it's useful. Whereas an aircraft that's only travelling at probably before an accident, or most light aircraft are crashing during stalls or engine failures or something, like, you know. So they're going to be travelling at like under 200 miles an hour. Well, under 300 miles an hour at least. So parachutes could work quite well. Hello, Random Call Sign. What's this? What's the Steve Bannon approach? What's this? Have you voted? Yeah, there have been some people that have survived though. Oh, I forgot you're an immigrant. You're one of those. You're one of the people that I've been. I specifically voted against. This people like Random Call Sign taking YouTuber jobs. These are what you have to watch out for, guys. No, because he's an illegal immigrant. he's in the UK as a foreigner, taking our jobs, ruining the country, promoting piri piri chicken. You know. Typical. Do you guys like my flag? This is it's the new flag. Do you like it? It's I think it's better than any other flag. It's the finish line flag. Thought it was nice to put behind us. Looks like a shower curtain though. Oh, I didn't like it. Typical BRT. Yeah, Random, I was saying that I've voted for Reform UK to remove people like you out of the country that are taking all the jobs. It's all these immigrants that are ruining the country. So you're just nostalgic. Yeah, it's the only finished flag. It's the only finished flag I can see, so I had to buy one. I had to move the pigeon because it was blocking the new camera angle for the wheel cam. Because I attached the wheel camera to the sim rig, so I don't need a tripod. I like how in the UK we find out at 10 PM how stupid the election was. I like how people are actually optimistic, completely based on nothing. They're like, oh, I'm so happy that Labour look like they're going to win. It's like, guys, you're not put together the pieces that like 8-9 months ago, all the mainstream media basically switched to supporting Labour. Do you not think that that's a little bit suspicious? Do you not think that maybe Do you not think that maybe Labour have done some deals with the establishment, basically assuring them that they won't do anything that would potentially change wealth inequality, and thus they're allowed to be promoted as to be elected? Do you not think that Labour might just be pretty much the same as previous Tory governments? Oh dear. I mean, to be fair, the Tories lowered the bar so far that anything's better. So in that notion, in that way, I guess it is better. But like, you can't just make things worse to then move the bar slightly up to then claim it's better. This is exactly what's happened in sim racing. AC1, so good. You can't then do like ACC that's worse than AC, and then let's say AC Evo is still slightly worse than Assetto Corsa, but people have forgotten how good AC was because ACC lowered the bar. It's like people fall for that trick. It's like EA or games. They release a game that's in a completely shoddy state for full retail price, and then they do some patches, and because the bar was so low, the patches, which are patches that should have actually been in the original game when it launched, the patches and then come out, and then people are like, oh wow, they've worked really hard, they've done so good to get the game decent. It's like, but it should have been good in the first place. Just because it was shit and then they've done what they should have done, but probably worse than what they still should have done originally, doesn't mean that what they've done should be lauded. I don't know why these like really stupid tricks work. Like anchoring, isn't it? Right, we got another race happening in a minute. What's if you guys in chat, if you're in the UK and you voted, who you voted for? Well, yeah, I voted Lib Dems. I don't even like them, but I think that they're level pegging with Labour, and I think it'd be hilarious if Tories were replaced and it was Labour were effectively the right wing party. To be fair, Lib Dem are like mental; they're never left or right; they're just whatever. And if you remember the previous elections, you can't trust them for shit. But like, it would be hilarious. That would be the dream. That would be amazing if you had a centrist government. Well, ideally you would have like an actual government that cared about the population. But under the current context of politics, if you had like a centrist government, they'd still be right wing, but let's pretend they're centrist. And then you had like a quite a good left wing opposition. That would be really good. Well, it'd be really funny because that would then push the far right and the far conservatives out of the picture, which is the most important thing, to be honest. I'm willing to entertain degrees of neoliberalism to get rid of any of like the mental far right fascist stuff. They're not all the same, BRT. That's a stupid thing to say. So, yes. Why do you type something that's so stupid? Don't you feel like an idiot typing that? Like, they're obviously not all the same. Yes, they're all corrupt. Yes, they all lie, but they're not all as bad as each other. Like this. That's like saying. That narrative is created by fascists and disingenuous, like that's created as a way to try and pacify people into not engaging with things at all. Yeah, well, but that's not... What are you even saying? Like, it's the most intellectually lazy thing to say. You're not saying anything. It's like me. It's like me going. Yeah, it's just a false equivalent. It's like they're different. They might all be terrible, but they're not all the same. Well, different. No. If who, right? So we don't. UK is a failed democracy. It's a sort of weird nepotistic, sort of capital neoliberalist, sort of establishment controlled. It's not a true democracy, right? And so that's first to keep that in mind. Secondly, objectively, even even within the individual parties, there's big differences between the policies that individual people in those parties would push for. So they're categorically not the same. Also, if you didn't have a conservative government, we probably wouldn't have had the Brexit vote, whether or not you like Brexit or not. But the argument here is, are they all the same? If Labour, I'm not saying I don't like Labour, but if Labour were in power from the previous elections, you wouldn't have had someone like David Cameron going, let's do a Brexit vote to try and shut down that conversation, and then accidentally, through being a moron, making a complete political disaster. Regardless of if you like Brexit or not, the whole thing is a complete cock up, obviously. So. No, but it's not always the same, though. This is stupid. The outcome's always the same. Are you mental? Like, yeah, after the fact. So that's Oh, it's such a lazy way of looking at the world. Like, yeah, I'm not saying to be optimistic. The problem is, BRT, with what you're saying, is it undermines the reality that... So, like, yeah, you should be pessimistic. Yes, things are crap. Yes, things probably won't change. But it's not because everything is exactly the same, so don't bother at all. It's not. So the problem, the reason why saying they're all the same is so malicious, Machiavellian, and dangerous, and actually, quite frankly, it's evil, like potentially very evil, is that it basically stops people from being objectively critical about things, and it's a form of censorship. Like, you're just moronic. It's a stupid position. So what are you actually saying? So you think that every single political party it will do exactly the same thing? You honestly believe that they're all exactly the same? So you genuinely think that bin face, Count Binhead, is exactly the same as Boris Johnson, right? Yeah, I'm not saying, but so you've automatically, now you're saying both groups. There's not just two groups. But the point is, one group or one political party is less worse than another, right? Then neither of them are anything that you want. Both of them are operating under false pretenses, and both are disingenuous and lying. But if one is less worse than the other, you can't say they're both the same. It's just like an intellectually dishonest way of looking at reality. Yeah, it's the problem is, it's like an argument from like Anodyne. On the face of it, it sounds like a reasonable thing to say, to just go, oh, well, you know, the end result's probably going to be terrible. Things are rigged. They're both corrupt. So rather than thinking about the degrees to which things are corrupt and what degree of limited power you have as an individual, or what you can do, or what the differences might be, rather than wasting or rather than putting any mental capacity into it, I'm just going to create a thing in my brain that says everything's the same, so now I can just sit here and do nothing. It's intellectually lazy. Why is this not started? Here we go. Martin, yeah, the UK's a failed democracy. This is why. So this is another example that people can't cope with things that aren't binary. So the UK can be a failed democracy. Our democratic system is broken. First past the post needs to be removed. We need alternative vote or proportional representation. The press and the establishment operate as a propaganda system that dictates the direction that a lot of people are going to vote in, and then a huge 20 to 30% of the population vote based off other like racism or like bizarro propaganda or whatever, like stupid stuff. They're not critical at all. But that doesn't negate the object qualities and differences between things. So, yeah, it's nice and convenient to go, oh, they're all the same. And then feel some, like, air of superiority or something. You should, if any, the point is, if you just say all political parties are the same, it's just a really stupid thing to say. I've just explained why. And, there. There you go. But then again, life is stupid, so there. Yeah, there's other aspects to democracy as well, in terms of like the general operation of parliament, general rule following, local elections, general like debating ideas, ideally educated populace, ideally an actual free press and a regulated press to some extent. That's the ideal. Also, I wouldn't disagree entirely that there are, this is why I don't like Labour, large aspects of Labour are very similar to Tories, like economically, not the same as the Tories of the last 4 years, but the Tories of the last 8 years or so, Labour under Starmer generally are economically in parity in terms of the sort of neoliberal overarching economic policies and how they would like to do general like their general view on how an economy should work. They would still probably, they do taxing different and they do investment different, so I think they'd still be better, but they still have the same, they're still gonna economically progress down the same route that's a problematic route. So I'm not saying but they're still different. Like, what are you on about, Da Vinci Dot? Can we not have anti-Semitism in chat? Like you guys can be anti-Israel, but I don't know what you're typing. Oh, we're doing the small.
Yeah, good job, mate. Good job.
Mini layout. Well, you know, America needs to be... we need to make America Great Britain again. That's the real... That's what really needs to happen. Let's be honest. Magba. Unfortunately, random call sign. We actually need a radically left party in order to actually fix the chronic damage that's being caused. So we need I know what you're saying, but we need a party that radically taxes people with over 100 million like liquid assets. We need a party that radically invests in education and health, because it's an investment. And it's been shown that actually pays off. Like look at the finances of what happened after World War II and how many financial dividends that's paid off. It's magic that we were able to rebuild. So World War II, London, Manchester, Leeds, Portsmouth, like loads of places, loads of cities were completely destroyed. And yet, the following 30 years saw some of the biggest growth and quality of life in the UK. Well, it seems a bit weird, doesn't it? It's almost as if you put money into building healthcare, education, infrastructure, it's almost as if that in the long term actually pays off. It's like it's almost as if when the Victorians built all the railways and stuff, doesn't matter if it was done through private or public, I don't care who does it, but it's almost as if those railways are still being used now, and so within when they were built, they might have cost a lot of money, and they might not have even made direct financial sense at the time that the railways were first built. But funnily enough, you can keep using them into perpetuity, which is very valuable. Oh, I've influenced LFM. I don't think I did. I don't influence anything. Everyone just hates me. That's that. for just whinging too much. The most hated live streamer. Order. Right, we done. This was a great quali lap. Fantastic. Fantastisch. Ready to make this happen. Daniel, if you give it to the government, it gets spent. Not always wisely, but it ends up in many people's pockets. You give it to people that are already rich, they put it in the bank or buy a yacht. Yeah, it's like, yeah, how is the cash circulating, and does the cash stimulate economic activity? There's the thing is, if you give money to a lot of people, even if a lot of that money's wasted, just logistically, it's more likely that a lot of people are going to spend the money on activity. Especially if they're poorer people that have the money, they're going to spend it on lower down economic activity. If you give money to much wealthier people, they're going to spend that money higher up in the economy, not lower down in the economy. And there's also going to be a limit to what they can spend themselves. So it's not necessarily going to stimulate economic growth. It can do in certain scenarios, but...
The pace car is out of control.
I don't know what Tony Blair's ideas are. Like, some aspects of, like, education policy. But they did some pretty stupid stuff as well, so... They're all on softs, but some of us on mediums. 20-minute mediums for this race, I'd say. Let's go for this. Yeah, no, I'm not really a fan of. I'm not a fan of Labour, to be honest. But they're much better than Conservatives. So Well, the sky's flying all over the place here. Thanks for following. Welcome. Well, I think that's the other problem with government in general. You need a government that's not completely culturally disconnected from the population. So if all the people in government are people with hundreds of millions of pounds who all went to private school, they're just culturally disconnected from the people that they're representing. So they're just not gonna understand stuff at a basic level. That potentially they could do. They might still do reasonable stuff. But all their connections, all their relationships, and like humans being humans, you tend to, even subconsciously, you're going to be influenced by the people around you. So you need a government that has a good mixture. Like, you need rich people in a government and business people that have been very successful in business. You need them. You also need people that come from modest backgrounds or medium backgrounds. The government should be a representative of the population. Some people from cities, some people from the countryside, some people in tech, some people in agriculture, you know, some people in the arts. It should be a range. That's how a democracy would have to. That was going to make it work better. Everybody knows all this anyway. It's just. Oh, sorry. Oh, he caught it. They're all braking very early for that.
Unreal when you wish yourself luck and then you hit.
No, I hit him straight on and he caught it. It was a very light tap. It was a tickle. It was a little tickle. Guilty. Guilty. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see tonight. I'd say my hope, how good, it's not gonna happen. But if it was a Labour win and then Lib Dem are in the opposition, can you imagine? It'd be so good. It'd be so funny. Get rid of the absolute. Because the thing is, like, I don't like Conservatives in general, even historically, but the current Conservatives for the last 10 years. Like Boris Johnson, Truss, Sunak, like Jason Reed-Mogg, all these people are just so bad. Like they're like comic book morons. Like Dave Cameron's a complete arse, but he's not that bad. Theresa May's absolutely stupid and you know, like a total arse. But she was at least trying to do her job, like, you know. She might have been, like, basically evil, but at least she was trying to do her job. Like, she was, like, unwittingly evil, if that makes sense. Like, I think if, you know, she was like the traditional Tory that basically didn't realise that what they were doing was killing people. Accidental murder. So basically you can put Conservatives into two categories: absolute outright corrupt, you know, self-interested morons that are found a way into power, or basically accidental murderers. Like they've read Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand, and they thought, oh, that makes sense, because they're a bit dim, and they went to private school. They're well educated, but they don't really understand the full picture. Well, with Liz Truss, if she had consulted with the markets, this is the irony, Liz Truss has actually made it harder for conservatives, traditional conservatives, to actually do what they really wanted to do in terms of deregulation. Not because, like, what she did could have worked if she had actually consulted with the markets beforehand and actually worked things out properly. Like, it wouldn't have worked. Like, it would have worked in terms of shuffling more wealth to the super wealthy, and it wouldn't have made the economy better. But for the goal of stealing more wealth from the population, what Liz Truss did could have actually have worked. Really, could have worked perfectly fine as a way of stealing even more money from people. But she didn't consult and did stuff too quickly and didn't fully. She didn't have enough control of the Tory party to be able to do it as well, and she didn't have enough control of the press for the press to allow for it to happen. So. So yeah, it's a kind of a bit of a weird fail. Well, yeah, a lot of people think of themselves as normal when they're actually being crazy. How can you kind of like Boris Johnson? Yeah, I like outright lying sociopaths. Oh, he has silly hair. Oh, he's funny. Got a battle here between me and East Silver. I reckon Donald Trump is basically like a full-on Jimmy Savile type figure, but because he's got so many people supporting him, and because of a lot of America is desperate for any change at all because they've been neglected by the mainstream politics, and also there's a lot of people that aren't necessarily that educated as well, and there's a lot of people that are desperate for something to just be different. So that is how someone like Trump manages to get. Also, the Democrats are shit, don't get me wrong. But Trump is... I'm telling you, Trump is definitely Jimmy Savile, American Jimmy Savile. I'm pretty sure. I would wager money on it. He has all the same kind of... It's the same thing. Like, you could tell. You could just tell, guys. They should just call him Trump Savile. Oh, Biden's just a walking corpse. The great thing with a walking corpse is that if you're controlling them, you can get what you want and use the walking corpse. Biden's actually animatronic. He's got like the latest tech But sometimes it breaks down, so they have to go into reboot mode. That's why he stops. No, like there's a very defined difference between Trump, Republicans and Democrats. Like, don't get me wrong, they're both terrible, but in America right now and the world, you're talking about absolute full-on, total, complete meltdown, corruption, and probably fascism. And, like, you know, but versus your bog standard run-of-the-mill corruption. You know, you're talking, like, as I say, having Jimmy Savile as a president versus having a dead man with that's being controlled with strings. I think if I had to choose between Jimmy Savile and a half-dead person or a dead person that's controlled with strings, I would go with the dead person controlled by strings, to be honest. That's the choice. That's the choice you got to go for. How funny is that? Why does he strike you as a baby botherer? What? In what way? Like, it could be, but like, I mean, the documentation on Trump seems pretty substantial. like, I mean, even like his wife, even like just like the general thing, and then being friends with Epstein is probably not like a great thing. But I mean, fairness, if you're rich and famous, then you're probably going to come across people like Epstein. So you know, but I mean, you really do have to like be stretching how like positive your interpretation of a person is going to be when it comes to someone like Trump. Like the mental gymnastics of accommodating Trump versus how much you need to apply mental gymnastics to accommodate other people. It's like, well, hang on. Yeah, I have a special nonce detector radar. It's called what's the documented what's literally documented and visible. like, you know. Who's fighting the deep state? Hang on, who's fighting the deep state? You do, like, this is the funny thing with Trump. When people go, oh, he drained the swamp. It's like, Trump is the swamp. He's in Hollywood films. He has buildings with his names on it. You don't come from like that degree of wealth and be like involved with Hollywood and all these things and then get to claim that you're not part of the establishment or a component of the establishment. It's like Boris Johnson or Nigel Farage claiming to be, I'm one of the people. Oh, we're one of the people. It's like, all right, so how much money do you have? How many properties do you own? Where do you live in the UK? Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, yes. Oh, he drinks a pint. He drinks a pint, so he's not part of the establishment. It's weird. I don't know, Dave Co. That'd be interesting. No, I think Stephen Hawking's just like to be whipped and stuff. Like he was like into kinky stuff. So like, didn't he have like a nurse or something? Yeah, I didn't nurse kink. Which is fair enough. I mean, look, if you're like paralysed with like an extreme muscular condition, fair play to him. He was busy working out how black holes worked. In more ways than one. Oh dear. No, his body worked. It didn't work very well. That's just normal. That's just a normal ritual in the UK to do stuff with animals. It's basically normal entry into the government. It's actually how you get into Parliament. There's a pig's head on a pole outside the House of Parliament. You might have seen it if you're a tourist there. And yeah, you just you have to place yourself inside the pig's head, and then it weighs you. And then if you're under a certain weight, it goes, "Welcome to government," and you can walk in. Everyone knows that. Thought that was common knowledge.
My goodness!
My goodness! Ah, what's the car behind us just driven into the wall? What's that for? I'm tempted to try the pure LCS stuff. Like we could break our AC. Why not? It's working pretty well, so why not break it? That's what I say. When in doubt, when things are working, break them. I don't know. Everything in the UK involves pigs. It's just a tradition. Don't worry about it. Hello, Star Fox. No, there's no political rants here. So, who thinks? So let's have some. Let's keep this topical. Who thinks Labour's going to win the election in the UK? That's the Labour win or Labour lose. It looks like the press has decided that Labour have won. Actually, it'd be hilarious if the Conservatives won. It would be so funny. I mean, it'd be terrible, but it'd be hilarious. So, I mean, whatever. I mean, how? Can you imagine? Imagine if Boris Johnson like ran again randomly, and they're like, "Oh yeah, all right, yeah, okay. Oh, we think he's funny. All right, yeah." Britain is pretty stupid. They're just British people in general will just do what the press tells them. Where's your elections? I tell you, the biggest surprise will be if England ends up being like the one like liberal and left-leaning country in Europe whilst Germany and France and Italy and everything else turns to fascism, and then Britain's just like, oh, we were like, we beat you with Brexit, we win. We were stupid first, now we're sensible. Britain always beats the Europeans, we always have the last laugh. The amount of mockage that we've had from the Europeans going, you stupid English with your Brexit. Wow, you wait and see. It doesn't make any sense what we do. It's completely nonsensical. But, sometimes that's the way to do things. How the turntables. At the end of the day, your average French person sat in the south of France on a farm under an olive tree eating cheese. They don't even know what's going on politically. They're just having a nice time. They're the real winners. At the end of the day, sit under a tree, eating a baguette and some cheese, drinking a glass of wine. That's the win. You might as well just do that. You're going to be dead anyway, so you might as well. Whilst the world burns around you, sit under that olive tree with few goats walking around, view of the sea in the distance, leaves blowing in the wind. With your vineyard. Why not? Everything's temporary anyway, so... What's he doing? His racing lines are temporary. As an American... Well, America's alright if you're rich. I think the thing in America is... It's your fault if you're poor. You need to be earning about $300,000 a year. You need to own a sort of $400,000, $500,000 property, and you need to live in a state which is a relatively safe state, and then also have a good medical health insurance policy. Then America's fantastic. That's what you need. You just need to be part of the elites. Simple. No, we finished in 12th or something. 11th. The French know how to protest. Yeah, the French love a protest. Gotta give them credit. British people, the last time British people protested properly was the Iraq war, Afghan war, but it didn't even do a good job. Millions of people protested, but nothing happened. So it obviously was a pointless protest. Poll taxes, I think, was the last decent protest that actually worked in the UK. Virgil, you idiot. You idiot. Why do you care about people? That is a severe vulnerability. What you need to do is you should just play iRacing for a long period of time, and you'll start to not care about people. That's the genius of iRacing. Yeah, you're a fool for caring about people. Honestly, that's what drags everyone down. That always ruins your mood. If you care about people, it's always going to be a damper on good times, And then you should hate them for ruining your mood, to be honest. Sergeant Death, game related. My virtual rear view is way overexposed. There might be a setting for it, but I don't know where it is. I don't know where that setting is. I'm going to adjust some settings here because my AC does not, even with G-Sync on, it does run smooth, but it's not completely perfect. But then if I run the V-Sync setting on, if we drop any frames, then it stutters, which is really annoying. So it's like a hard compromise to choose, really. With G-Sync on, I can turn the fastest way to be called a communist. You think people should be treated with compassion and fairness. Yeah, that's a stupid thing to think. What you want to do is divide people up by like ethnicity, their sexual preference. Just divide everyone up by the wealth, by class. Divide people up as much as possible. Build walls between them all, and that's the ultimate society. That is what would equal ultimate human happiness. 50-foot walls everywhere, dividing everything constantly. Just constantly dividing every single possible permutation. Hair colour, behind a wall, mate. Eye colour, behind a wall. You're under 6 foot, behind a wall. They'd have to be. They could have small walls though, if they're short. So that's not too bad. You can save money segregating those people. Don't want to waste money on. I mean, you know, you wouldn't want to waste money on too many walls, or at least have the appropriate walls. (1984) 1984 was mental as a film and as a book. I don't know why. I think reading that or like watching the film as a teenager has ruined me. That's because it was early communist propaganda. I don't think you should expose younger people to the truth of how control works. I wasn't even allowed a few years of being naive. I was, by the age of 6, I'd already been exposed to Watership Down, Animal Farm. This is why, never-ending story with a horse dying of depression. This is why anybody that grew up in the 80s, basically, they're just chronically depressed. It's just because their childhood was filled with like misery. From basically all the kids stuff from the 80s was produced by traumatized either World War II veterans or Vietnam War veterans. So all the kids' cartoons were like PTSD-induced hallucinations, and they were all high on LSD as well. So that's what we grew up on. We're like the after effects of that disastrous period of history. I've never seen The Exorcist. My goodness. We're going to do the Clio race in a minute, but I'm just tweaking some settings here. Imagine not seeing the Terminator. I remember watching Terminator 2 as a kid, and I think that bit where he spikes the woman, sorry for the spoiler, with the spike through the yogurt pot, and then it cuts to her with the spike through her face. That I found that really disturbing when I was younger, because you don't know that she's been T1000. Did T1000 did. That was probably like the worst part of the whole film, actually. In terms of like it's probably RoboCop, Dave Coe, where the guy falls into the acid, or there's also the Who Framed Roger Rabbit. There's also that scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark. Oh, well, that's not working. My playground was the local building site, and you ended up in construction. Is that because you drowned in concrete? Yeah, that's stupid. Was that the joke? Or were you not making a joke, but it accidentally was a joke? Star Fox, you find it easier not to care than driving in 80s F1 car? It's weird how the reflex setting works with Nvidia stuff. Like, how if you use reflex or the low latency mode, when you use that with VSync, it operates in a slightly different way where it caps the frame rate slightly below actual VSync. But it's weird that that generally produces a smoother image than just doing it yourself manually. But then it's also weird that that operates different to actually running VSync. You vaguely remember it being in some sort of cave with a group of 20-somethings. That was probably Raiders of the Lost Ark where he picks it up and his face melts. And then you've from a child's perspective, everyone's really old, but they're actually really young. Yeah, it must have been Raiders of the Lost Ark. Yeah, with AC, you really don't have a choice. You have to run... if you've got G-Sync, either you run no sync at all, no kitchen sync, or you run the low latency mode on Ultra with V-Sync on. That actually seems to produce the best result. Ugh. We've got 8 minutes till the next race starts. Hang on, the skin was peeled off his arms. When was this? In like 1980s? It must have been RoboCop then, but you think it was in a cave? Was it a woman or a man? Yeah, it's still off week for LFM at the moment. Oh, I don't know what it was then. We could do what we could do is we could host our own radical races here and then do LFM. could work out. What's that? What's the keep? 7 minutes till the next race here. I'll make our own server for the Radical. Then we can get super duper fast at Silverstone. Teach all those LFM players a lesson. Hang on, they have the Exorcist head spinning in Thomas Cook. What? Electric vigilante. Some people are angry. Yeah, well, I don't know. My face is pretty divisive. Oh no, my flag's falling down. I need to stick my flag on better. The I always say with this, with comments online, it's weird because if I think something is, if I think something's crap, I'm going to assume the person that's making the crap thing is obviously stupid because they made a crap thing. So, so I'm not going to comment on the like. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is such an easier way of dealing with life as well. If someone is an idiot to you. Like, if you genuinely think someone's moronic, you just don't bother talking to them. You just don't engage with them. You're like, oh, they're an idiot, therefore I'm not going to waste any time on them. And it makes life a lot easier. You're just like, oh, okay. Like, if you don't think someone's an idiot, then you're like, oh, actually, it's worth having a conversation, or like, you know, someone can have totally different views. Or even they could still be wrong about stuff, or maybe they've made a mistake or something, but they're just they're interestingly mistaken or something. Well, you know, do you know what I mean? But if someone is absolutely a moron, why would you waste your time? Because you know you're never gonna say anything useful. There's no catharsism in typing that someone's an idiot. There's no you don't get any joy out of telling someone else they're an idiot. Like, it can be good for comedic effect of going, oh, that's stupid or that's silly or whatever, but from a one-to-one person, like, if you genuinely think someone's an absolute idiot, just like, there's no point engaging with them at all. That you just go, well, that's okay, I'm done. Star Fox could be the Curry's advert selling TVs. What is this about? What's going on in chat? Also, what I noticed, So you get, as I say, there's the interesting thing is that bell curve, that meme image where it's like people that don't know anything about something, then the people that are like on this bell curve of knowledge where they think they know the good stuff, and then the bit down here which is actually probably the more in-depth understanding of it. And so anything that's vaguely technical or vaguely complicated, the vast majority of people are in this bit here where, and a lot of them are perfectly fine. Like, it's not necessarily a problem. Like, I would be in that area for like loads of stuff, for shitloads of things. But the irony is people that are in that area, but they don't realise that they're in that area. I'm not talking about Dunning-Kruger effect or the interpretation of Dunning-Kruger. Why is this not working? Signed up here. Well, I had signed up. I've noticed it's particularly prevalent online, but the problem is, if you know more than someone that thinks that they think they know a lot, and if you happen to know the actual nuanced information, it's very hard to explain to these people here the nuanced information without you also coming across as being condescending or arrogant, or that you're dismissing the mainstream bit of knowledge. So you end up, this is why people that happen to be knowledgeable about a certain thing tend to not actually say anything at all, because it becomes massively time consuming for them to keep going through all the like media knowledge. Now, we've been through this, Star Fox. We explained that multiple times. We should, the irony of the Dunning-Kruger thing, but you know, semantically how people use it is probably the best way to just keep using it now. It's yeah, there's so many things that fall into that sort of nuanced category. But it's so hard to get people to follow, to get a lot of people to follow a certain thing or to be up to a certain knowledge level. It's really similar to that whole thing of like school, where people would learn so much stuff through school or like basic university for a given subject. And then that's all really good knowledge to have, generally speaking, and it's more about the process. And there is a lot of value to what you would learn through school and university. But then with so many things, there's the actual experience of actually being at work and actually doing stuff, and the actual way that stuff is actually done, versus 5-10 years of supposedly established knowledge. And I guess people kind of conceptually understand that when you're actually doing a job, it's different to what you're taught. But then they don't bring that conception along to other things. Oh wow. Oh well. The plight of the incurious. Yeah, no, I think it's a case of
yeah, good job, mate. Good job.
I think a large part of it arises from people learning stuff as facts, and facts from an authority, and stuff that's probably mostly true, but they haven't got to those conclusions through testing themselves or through a logical, critical evaluation of things to get to that point. So they've formed their knowledge through factual research. And so they're going to get stuck on any of the nuanced stuff that doesn't really come from what's a sort of mainstream sort of factual things. Because once you get to a point where it's like, well, okay, if you keep researching stuff to find more facts about it, it's always going to seem like it's just fringe information. So then you go, well, it's safer to stay in this area, because a lot of the time the fringe information is going to be wrong, and it is just bollocks, and it is just fringe information. So unless you are using your own critical thinking or your own research, you're not going to, you can't just use the basic learning of facts to get to that additional information. You have to be using critical thinking, which a lot of people just don't do when it comes to, they don't have enough time. So I'm not blaming them. I'm exactly the same as this. There'll be loads of stuff where I will just be like, well, this is what seems evident, but I don't know enough about the thing to actually have a more nuanced knowledge about it at all. Well, the AI thing, right, Daniel, this is what's stupid with the oh, this was really annoying me. I was watching something today. This is a game of muscle therapy session. So it was on Reddit. Someone posted a video of a guy talking about how AI basically can produce art, and because it can do it, allows anyone to make the art, and then the art loses its value because the value of art is the time and effort it takes individuals to make that art, right? And all the comments were like, oh yeah, that's so right, oh it's amazing, yeah, thousands of comments. And the thing is, his entire premise is just moronic. It's like, a lot of art is complete drivel shit. A lot of art is totally easy to make, and anyone can make it, and they enjoy it. The person making it enjoys it, and the people consuming it enjoy it. So even if you had AI infinitely producing art, it wouldn't necessarily matter. Also, they've completely assumed that you won't get people that still use AI as an additional tool to produce new art that you wouldn't have produced otherwise without AI tools. So they've just assumed that. Then they've completely ignored that you can mass produce pots, or you can mass produce printing images and painting and stuff that would traditionally have to be done by hand by highly experienced craftspeople. You can do that now, but people will still buy hand-produced pots or hand woodwork things, or stuff that's artisanal, even though they don't need to, and even though it's objectively worse than some machined piece of stuff. The reason being is that people tend to go, oh, that person spent a lot of time on it, it feels special. AI won't replace that necessarily. It just means that you can choose between something that's AI produced and something that's human produced, and then you might go, well, I like this thing, or I like that thing, or I don't, or whatever. But like the takes that people have on AI are so like not particularly thinking about stuff, and then oh dear, I shouldn't read any of the stuff. I think it's good for people to say stuff that might be obvious, but it's a bit depressing when thousands of comments and all the stuff that's upvoted on something like Reddit in an area that's a technically literate area. You're not talking about Doris down at the local community centre. The supposedly semi-educated technical people all have the moronic simplistic view on things. You're just like, oh my god. Oh well. Today's just ranting, guys. Oh dear. Yeah, we should. Well, that's it. I mean, obviously the digital watches have completely destroyed artisan watches. Yeah, but okay. So not NERB. In a sense, it can potentially remove certain types of labour for certain things. But a lot of the art that's commercial art is highly derivative and low quality art anyway, that's basically produced and designed around servicing really low common denominator base capitalism interests, like the sort of McDonald's burger of content. So it's like, okay, yeah, some voice actors are maybe out of a job or whatever, or to other departments, but then you go, but maybe there's an opportunity for other people to do more stuff or different stuff, and then maybe it's more of a question about fears of how capitalism is structured and people wanting to have jobs and needing to make money out of their art. So it automatically assumes that everything has to operate within our current capitalist framework. But the value, yeah, so in that context, people value the idea that someone spent time doing it because it's a commodity that doesn't dissipate, like the people, and it's arbitrary as well, actually. It doesn't, that people, it's irrational. You shouldn't necessarily value something more because someone spent time doing it. There's no real reason for that. Like, people do tend to, like, that is what people do, but there's no objective reason for that to be the case. That's a nice animation for the cameraman. Look at that. It's got like feet animated. There was that musician, that YouTuber musician, and he was talking about how people don't care about music as much anymore. Hello, Thomas. But then I would argue that a lot of people actually go to live events, and there's probably more people playing instruments now than there ever have been. And even if the music you're listening to is lower quality, or the mainstream stuff's crap, there's a lot more access to more independent stuff. So I think you have a lot of these sort of boomer takes on things are just different, and then you have like boomers sort of trying to apply their like historic interpretation on what's good or bad to what the new thing is. We could do Thomas, yeah. That's a good idea. Yeah, so also another boomer take is like this whole thing where they go, so the conversation on owning media, so owning CDs, owning cassettes and stuff, which is great. Like, I do think actual ownership, although you still don't really own it, but like having a physical medium, which means you can play it into the future, you're not doing a subscription service. There's a whole conversation on that, and I do think subscription services are actually terrible. But you have a lot of boomers latching onto the physicality of the discs, the cover art, and the thing, and then them saying, you know, the beauty of that is that I've got the ownership of a tangible thing, and it's the experience of that thing. And it's like, what, the experience of buying a piece of plastic that's going to pollute the environment, that's actually really not that utilitarian to access. And it's just what they're really talking about is the irrational idea of having a substance. So the illusion of ownership is sort of presented as if by default that is a positive thing. Whereas a more enlightened view is that in both scenarios of modern music and music on digital platforms versus music on a disc, in neither scenario do you actually own anything. It's just it's a question of access. Anyway. What's he ranting about now? I don't think I want CDs. So I would like digital files that you can access whenever. I don't really care how that's done, as long as you can access it whenever. It doesn't even have to be digital. I can totally understand wanting a picture to put on the wall. Yeah, no, freaking no, I agree. So I agree with that side of it. Like, if you own a, you do own something that you can sell. No, I totally agree with that. That is different, yeah. Yeah, you don't own the music, but you own a copy of it that you can sell. So that's fine. I don't disagree with that. But that's not really what people were... In the past, that wasn't really the main value of tapes and CDs. Most people never would have sold their tapes and CDs, and the resale value isn't particularly that high. It wasn't really the component it wasn't really a relevant component of buying those things. So I was thinking that actually what you need is like a digital rights system where, so someone makes music, they own the music they make and everything, and you can even have someone that licenses it, fine. But it should be that as a consumer, I can buy, if I buy Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen, if I buy one right of it, then I should own it in perpetuity until I sell that right of me owning it. So I own the ethereal intellectual property for personal playback of that song. And so it doesn't matter. Basically, it should be like an NFT of a right to be able to play that song on any device and however it's distributed. But then you get into the problem of someone's got to host those files and they need to be paid for hosting the data. But then, so you could use like some kind of NFT system that if all the songs are held, and films or any media are held on remote like storage facilities that are much better at maintaining the data than CDs and whatever, they can just check that you've got that right, and then the pricing of rights for art and stuff is factored into the hosting costs. Well, that's what I'm saying. Electric Vigilante, like in this scenario, it has to be like an independent, like the internet. Basically, it's decentralized hosting, so anybody could host the files like a torrent or something. It wouldn't really matter. The point is that there should be the opportunity for me as a customer to license. I like an artist. They've produced a song. I can buy the right to play that song for myself, not publicly, and that means that I can then access it on anything without a subscription fee. And they get money from that. It could be like £3 for a single or something, whatever. So you can still have streaming services and all these other things. But the idea would be that you can buy a actual perpetual right. And that's analogous to what a CD or a cassette is, basically. But it was limited by how long that CD would not be scratched or the cassette would actually work. Because the subscription services is terrible, and I should be able to access stuff that I like whenever I want, without having to go through like rando services all the time. But then maybe what will happen ultimately is maybe people will just pirate everything, and it'll get to a point, if your internet speed is infinite and you've got like 50 terabit, let's say your average hard drive is 100 terabit, like 5 petabytes, and that's just a given because that's where technology is. Well, you could have all Hollywood films in 4K, all audio ever produced in the highest CD quality, and you could download it all in an instant. So basically, if in 20-30 years time someone creates a torrent, well, you just be like, oh, there's the pirate of all human music ever created. Beep. Okay, I've got that now, and I can play stuff whenever I want. That's basically what's going to happen. That's already happened with books. You can pretty much download most books that have ever been written, or a lot, at least from like 10-15 years ago, and you could boop. I say I've got every single book ever written. Let's go! What a launch! Well, yeah, I mean that's that's the funny thing with the large language models, isn't it? Just skimming knowledge off the internet and going, yoink! This is ours now! That's so funny. Yeah, this is LFM, Cleo, Cop and Radical. You should join in, Thomas. This car actually has really good sound. This corner's brutal though, it's pure understeer. Car has all the understeer. Yeah, it's the off week at the moment. Yeah, the Moser wheels are really nice. Hopefully, Moser said they were interested in sending us the flight stuff to review, so hopefully when they have review versions. I should be going to Gamescom as well, which I think they'll have some on display there. They'll be able to try out that. The black car didn't even try and make the corner. This car is so understeery, it's ridiculous. It's so understeery. Even with the brake bias fully to the rear. They need to. There's nothing. I don't think there's anything you can do with this setup. Like diff is open. I don't really have a rear diff. I don't think it's front diff. You can. Don't have ARB. Yeah, that's called driving, Turge. That's just driving. You can't. The fact of the matter is, this car is just very understeering. So, It's just how it is. That locks up quite easily. Yeah. The point is that if you've got more oversteer, that gives you more options for driving the car. If you have a car that's fundamentally understeery, what the driving turns into is memorize the slow speed at which you have to go through the corner. That's why oversteer is so good, because it allows you to actively get the car turned in as opposed to waiting for the car. I think some people they actually want to be kayak rowers in race cars. It's a road car, Terj. No, that's like saying, soapboxes are amazing. It's like, well, they don't have a throttle. I mean, you can have good races with them, but you're missing the point. Like, if a car, like a tank, yeah, okay, you can race a tank, but if a tank's a tank, it's going to drive like a tank, which is going to then limit what you can and can't do. So, to have for racecraft and for better racing, you need cars that are responsive and agile. Otherwise, you've got less options for drivers, and then it just turns into who can drive the predefined line the smoothest, rather than what can you do creatively. You're basically limiting the creative capacity of what a driver can do. No, that's a real distortion of the definition of racecraft, because then you might as well just not have the word racecraft. You could just say hot lapping. So racecraft would be specifically what a driver can do in regards to how, like, the car positioning, strategy through the race, you know, overtaking, all that kind of stuff, right? And by definition, if a car limits the capacity to which racecraft can take place, it's going to be a worse car for racecraft. So modern Formula 1 cars, for example, are worse cars for racing and racecraft than F2 cars, because they're really long, they produce a lot of dirty air, they're very heavy, so they limit the ability for side-by-side driving and options and opportunities for drivers to demonstrate racecraft. So yeah, you could go, wow, all racecraft is just about getting the most out of the car. Well, it's like, well, no, that's not racecraft, is it? That's just driving whatever you're driving as fast as possible. That's a separate thing. No, Terj, I think you might just have some kind of condition. These need more oversteer. These are for people that clearly were dropped on the head. Now, the Radical, on the other hand, I mean, these cars are good for people that are boring, you know. And I give it credit. I give it credit to the mod makers. The car engine sound and the tyre sounds really good. To make this car good, what they need to do is mess it up like the Project Cars 2 one. Like the Project Cars 2 Clio had ridiculous oversteer, and then it has like 100 meters of 2 times draft. So I'd like, you know, it was just mental. I mean, Terj, look, I mean, you're just talking absolute nonsense. Nissan Primera absolutely destroys this car. Yeah, this car in real life is terrible. So it's like it's for people that I don't know. It's for people that haven't discovered radicals. No, the Primera is not realistic, but it's incredible fun to drive. So it doesn't matter. Now that's just because you're too abrupt on the controls. It is yeah, the lift-off oversteer in the Nissan Primera is absolutely insane, but it's good fun. So, because oversteer is always better. Yeah, this is for shopping, this car. You guys know I'm right. Yeah, you can use anything to your advantage, though, can't you? You could use. That's not an. That doesn't excuse a vehicle, does it? That's like me going, oh, rollerblades. Oh, use them for an advantage. It's like, well. I'm dying. Like, I could run faster than this car. Well, this is not as nimble as a Radical, is it? It doesn't have any downforce. A vintage Mini is better than this, though. There's a thing is, right. No. Right. If your goal is front-wheel drive racing, and lots of cars, and close battling, and you want to do front-wheel drive, why would you want a heavy, chunky, large car? Why would you want that? Why not vintage Mini? Like, a vintage Mini is a better car than this. Isn't it? Like, the rate you get better racing in a vintage Mini than you get in a Clio Cup, because it's a smaller, more nimble car, more responsive. Yeah, they're a billion times better than this. This is, you can't argue it. Vintage Mini is a better race car than a Clio Cup. You get more spectacular racing. It's more interesting. There's no, like, look all the shit in this cockpit. This car is like a wannabe, like a front-wheel drive pretend GT3 car. They should be driving vintage Minis, not this. This does seem like a good mod, though, to be honest. Oh, it does not. It does not hold onto the track on the downhill section. I probably should just turn the force feed back up so I can feel the tyres better. Look, Jardier should be driving real-world Formula 1 cars. Can you imagine his like head sticking out the cockpit? Yeah, I'm not saying this car's bad. I think this is a really good mod. I'm just pointing out that vintage Mini's better. Nissan Primera is better, and front-wheel drive is for dull people. Right, chat. Chat, let us know. Vintage Mini versus Clio Cup. Which is the best? Type Vintage Mini best or Clio Cup best. Let's get some market data on this. Anybody with brain cells is going to say Vintage Mini. There you go. It's decided. Drivable Sod has decided it. See? See? Look, there you go. Proven. Absolutely fact. Fact. I've done it again. I keep missing this corner. It's a stupid corner. Oh dear. I did not know this track. It's too hilly. No, the key to driving this car is that you have to like slow your brain down. You need to be like drunk. you have to like think slowly. You need a concussion for this car to make sense. Geckers Gunther, what a luxury that we can argue about. Yeah, well, look, this compared to the iRacing one, this is like the iRacing Clio Cup's an absolute joke. Like, this has detail force feedback, it sounds nice, and it was completely free. So, what cooler am I using? That one of those Cooler Master huge ones? I don't know what it's called. Is it Cooler Master? You know the big square ones? Oh my goodness, this track. Everything's so slow in this car. I need to like... No, I can't be bothered with liquid cooling. You have to brake like a billion miles before the corner. Because even... Oh my goodness. Even though you're travelling at like 4 miles an hour, you still have to brake a decade before the corner because the brakes are bad on this car as well. Vintage Mini's hooked up. This car's for people that operate slowly, in that like everything's happening slow in their brains, so they're like, oh, it makes sense to them. My brain's tuned for like F2 cars and radicals. I'm not tuned for this. Look, his car's even got a fog machine in the back of it. No, I will learn this track though, and I'll memorise this wheelbarrow, and we will destroy. This is a really nice track model, actually. Look at the graphics; it looks incredible.
And you're not.
What is wrong with you, Geronimo? How can you... Radicals are slow. I tell you what would be good as an app for AC is like a brake, a sort of... an app that puts a line across the track where you broke last time. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We went over the rears. Oh, my goodness. And as soon as the rears go over in this car, it drags the fronts with it. This car, it drives like a swimming pool. It's a children's paddling pool with wheels attached to it. Oh, dear. No, if you give it throttle, it just keeps sliding out, fast boy. It'll still understay off the track, you just won't spin. So I'll get to grips with this car. I just need to like slow my brain down. Probably tweak my force feed back a touch as well. If you're in the UK, guys, make sure you go out and vote. Reform UK. That's the party to go for. It's in the name. They're going to reform the UK. Sure, they're going to reform it into a fascist dictatorship, but that's, you know, that's reform, and I like the word reform. Yeah, we've got a radical server. Oh my goodness, this caught like the car doesn't have enough grip to maintain the corner speed through there at like, what would be a totally normal line through that corner. The car just washes out. And you can't, there's nothing you can do once you've got it at that speed. Oh dear. Bloody hell. This doesn't, it doesn't feel like a German track in terms of layout. This feels like Swedish or Norwegian. This is a mental racetrack. I think I got damage from our collision with the wall. Oh dear. There's a lot of bad driving going on here. Oh, there we go. What a terrible car. No, it is what it is. Like I can't blame the physics of the car. It's just a Clio Cup. There's no yeah, but T-Stars aren't on the LFM. T-Stars aren't too bad. They're still a bit stupid as front-wheel drive cars go. Right, we've got a radical coming up here. "21 minutes. I will start this server. There you go. We got a radical server if you want to join it. I had to fix my flag. cow. The finish line from the last race was crazy. Oh, I didn't. I just saw the cars all coming through. Woo! There's our server. The Clio doesn't have any ABS on it. I thought the Clio Cups used to have ABS. Oh yeah, no ABS. I mean, it didn't drive like it had ABS, but... Right. I need to fix my flag, guys. I thought blue tack would do the job, but apparently not. Also, I need some pizza. Let's get some food. I'm flagging. Get in the game and must practice server. Flag up. It's the extra pit boxes are in the description on YouTube. See if this. I'm going to try and Velcro the flag to the ceiling. I'm hoping the flag is this plastic stuff that the flag's made of is grippy. Oh no! I put the Velcro on the wrong side. Huge error. Oh wow! It does stick to it. Perfect. Baby's in there. Get in there. Pretty bloody hot today, guys. Are you guys? Today's like picnic weather. I should just get. We should just go out walking, do live streaming outside. Bloody hell! This is well sticky. That's what she said. Right. It's in the description on YouTube. It's Silverstone. Oh, well, it's not even Silverstone. In the description on YouTube, there's all the track links, and it's just called Extra Pit Boxes OSRW. You need to download that, and then you need to you paste them into your main directory, and it adds all the extra pit boxes to your Assetto Corsa. Oh man, I'm starving. Oh, the LFM server's up. We'll join LFM and then we'll do. I'll go back to my server afterwards. We're alternating between LFM Radical and ours. Don't tell me what to do. Oh dear. Getting a coffee as well as some food. Oh, this is not working. I want this to be more over here, but then it blocks the bloody camera. Can't win. Nothing ever works. Right, back in a second. In there. I think we can put the pigeon on the other side. I don't get out much. I've lost the plot. I've lost it. Gone insane. It would melt. Pigeon in the bloody air fryer. We're all going to be eating pigeon. So that's all that's going to be left to eat. London pigeon. Hang on, it's not America Day, it's Britain Day, it's Britain Election Day. How dare you try and steal the day? Day theft. Just pizza. How do you know if it's proper wood pigeon as opposed to city vomit eating pigeon? How would you be able to tell? There's one smell of London tube. Cheers, everyone. You had one race this morning at 5 with the Radical VR. Yeah, Radicals are great in VR. AC fun. You're so happy they got rid of it. That Ferrari, yeah. It's a bit weird, that Ferrari. Will it be full of worms? Okay. How hungry would you have to be to eat a pigeon? Right. Let's say 10 is you need to eat, otherwise you're going to die. Like 10 is you haven't eaten for 2 weeks. 1 is you've just had a meal. So, what you're saying, Novotny, is you would eat a vomit-filled London pigeon. It's a bit of an admission. Got him. Got him. Novotny confirmed London pigeon eater. In Romania, we eat them as delicacies. Have you noticed how food that's supposedly really advanced food is normally like not? Oh, these sea creatures, the disturbing underwater gangly sea creatures. Yes, they're a delicacy. Oh, yes, it might look like some kind of bizarre spider thing, but no, it's a delicacy. Ah, this sea creature that looks like some kind of lump of phlegm. Yes, delicacy. Absolutely amazing. What about this thing that looks like no, that's not a delicacy. That thing that looks tasty, not a delicacy. It has to look terrible. Yeah, someone's like, guys, we have all these bloody creepy crawlies in the ocean, and there's too many of them, and they're really easy to catch, but no one wants to eat them because they look terrible and they've got bones on the outside of their body, so they're a right pain in the arse to eat. How on earth can we get idiots to buy them? I know, we'll call them a delicacy, but won't people know that they were fed to slaves and even pass laws to stop feeding them to slaves? Won't people know? No, don't worry, they forget the past. Does that mean that I'm a luxury item, Lorenzo? I don't think it will, AC Fun. You're naive there. Also, personally, I wouldn't want it to. I like that there's different simulators, and I would like iRacing to have realistic handling, because I like there being other sims. There's aspects of iRacing I like. It's really entertaining. So, hopefully it would make people go, oh, iRacing needs to really do its tire model better. That'd be good. But HC1 has existed for a long time and has always driven better than iRacing, and it's not made any difference, so... I'm not sure if we're going to use... Oh, we're starting at the back here anyway. Yeah, we got our own server running, so we'll do this race and then we'll go back to our server. Hello, Icarus. How's it going? Oh, 24 litres for the race. Thank you. Nice. Get in there. $50 seconds. Might. Oh yeah, let's put the other rim on. Get in there. Our flag's kind of waving around. I do think it looks better, the flag behind us. I think I need a light behind my chair. That's like illuminating the flag. I think that'll look good. Maybe I'll do that. I don't do chess. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Such an idiot. Yeah, I'm really passionate about chess. It's a dumb joke. Such a dumb joke. It's actually a checkers board. It's a Finnish flag. It looks good. I thought it was £7 off Amazon. I was like, because it was just like black noise behind us. And I thought, oh, it didn't look very good. And I think having a flag behind us is nice. Yeah, well, that's a bit too advanced. We could have it change colour, but then I'd need to buy like a if this then that light. Could use a spare flag box on it though. We already have flags wafting it. It is already wafting. Oh, here we go. Well, but then it would be blown all over the place. It is. You see, it's wobbling. There you go. You can directly support us on Patreon, guys, or just watch. Well, it's not very windy, is it? It's more like a gale force wind in here. I've got a fan in front and a fan behind. Yeah, it's like me barely moving. It's a game of muscle flag. Incapacitated. Well, this is the Great Election Party. Exit polls are at 10 PM. That's when we find out what's happening. Hello, Inhale the Whale. That'd be nice, won't it? What time will we find that out? You'd have to wait till like midnight or something. Yeah, BRT, we already know that you're just a git. I don't want to come up there. Hello, Stormart. So we've got our own server, and then we're doing hours and then alternating between hours in the LFM. hit by someone there. Someone knocked us from the side. It was a good send. And we're to the back. We were alright. Yeah. I may have thought we were doing the other layout in my head. Don't worry about that. I need to move the brake bars further back. Oh, what are you doing? That's not what you do. It's all fine. Nice and easy. We're coming back, guys. We're charging back. Watch it back for good. Where's he going? What was that? What's the command to turn off the Assetto Corsa built-in flags? Oh, thanks, Novotny. That was really, really good help there. Wow, I can always count on you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wow, that sounds good. P. Espana's in first place here. It is. I always get the best answers from chat. Nice and easy. It depends. Different keyboards have different keyboards do it differently. So radical, radicals are sliding. Probably got a little bit of damage from the contact we had. Oh, we're coming. We're slowly moving up. Slowly but surely. The Norton recovery drive. Chasing after Mr. R. Garcia here. Yeah, it's a nice car, yeah. Yeah, if you become a Patreon member to LFM, you can see the schedule. This is the URD Radical. Side by side, I do. Oh, look at that! Nice racing. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? You can have side by side driving. Thanks for subscribing, Sunday the Sniper. Imagine that. Imagine being able to have a little bit of side by side without the cars exploding. Must be Simcade. Stuttering Sniper. I nearly got it right. Definitely. It's full on Forza this. He's mowing the lawn. Oh, we're getting faster. Speed. What our best lap time is round here. 55.8. Yeah, but BRT, you have to remember that Forza was built from the ground up, i.e. they ground up the previous versions of Forza and then stuck it back together so it was exactly the same. Is it hard to drive? No, it shouldn't be. It's this is one of the easier cars to drive. Very progressive. quite hard to drive very quickly, but it's a bit downforce, controllable slip. Beautiful. Yeah, it's a weird thing to say, isn't it? Why would you say it if it wasn't the implication of a new game anyway? It was very weird. 48 times Kowalski, 48 times more realistic. Oh wow, BRT, you're really helpful. You really, I don't see you driving. I think BRT should get into a server and race us. Whoa, in the sandwich! What a fine sandwich that was. Pure radical sandwich. I was the butter. Hello, VR Hot Laps. We might have a touch of damage here. Doing good, thanks. How are you doing? How you doing? Quest 3 lights coming out this year. I'll just wait and get one of them. If you're on a budget. I don't know how much they do the Quest 3 lights for, but they should be really reasonably cheap or reasonably affordable. Yeah, it's not necessarily garbage though, in the sense that if you were going to use, if you wanted a cheaper headset but gave you the features of the Quest 3, generally speaking, it's not going to be the same as the Quest 3, is it? But if you're on a budget and you wanted something with support, oh yeah, the Vive Pro's alright, but you need lighthouses and stuff. Just save up and get a Quest 3, it's good. Nice and easy. Slidey, slidey. Yeah, you don't necessarily need 120 hertz. Thanks for subscribing, Teddy. You don't necessarily need 120 hertz for games in VR. Like 120 hertz is really nice, but it's much easier to consistently run 90 hertz in the vast majority of PC VR stuff. So like it is good if you can have 120 hertz, but you have to sort of think, would I rather have the graphics be slightly better or frame timing to be more consistent, or do I want to force myself into having to get like a really fast 3080 or 4090 or so it's kind of like, actually on balance, especially for a lot of games, 90 hertz is totally fine. But yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, 120 and higher is nice. We've got loads of videos on the channel if you want to watch them about the difference between the headsets. I got some like through the lens footage I filmed with the DJI Pocket 3. Want to see comparison videos. It totally depends what games you're playing as well. Hello, Robert Mitchell. Robert Mitchell. Depends what games you're playing. Like driving sims and flight sims are really demanding, but there's loads of PC VR games that run really well, like Half-Life Alyx, VTOL, Onwards, Pavlov. All those games run really well because they were sort of designed to work with 1080 or sort of 2070 sort of spec. It's been a nice cruise. Theus, I reviewed a link cable on YouTube that you can plug like a power cable into the cable and then plug it into the headset, and that way you can do like 30-40 watt charging through the cable whilst you're using it. They're about £25 or something for the in Tech, I think it is. I can't remember, but I've got a link to it. It's worked for me. It's a little bit finicky. You have to plug the power cable in before you plug it into the VR headset, but does the job. I think BRT's drunk. I don't know what he's on. BRT, go and listen to some rock music for a bit and come back, have a smoke or something. Have a drink, have more drink, I don't know. Oh dear. Now we go back to our server. Yeah, because it's the link cable should charge the Quest 2, but a lot of people don't have enough power through the USB ports for it to work properly, so I just assumed that's what he meant. So that's why using the link cable that I recommend is a good one, because a lot of people that have link port issues, even though, I don't know, just it doesn't matter, BRT. Like, apply your political philosophy to other stuff. Oddly, you don't care. You don't care about the one thing that probably matters, but then the stuff that doesn't matter, you're like, hang on a minute. But you just have a drink, man. Have a drink. Get your bloody PC sorted in your wheel and stuff so you can race with us. Jesus Christ. Go and buy your Assetto DD stuff. I can't get this battery thing off without pushing buttons on my monitor. It's probably broken, studded sniper. I wonder how much. I'll have a look. Oh, fuck this. If I push the controller while I was trying to take this the battery off, it pushes a button. There's no way. LG were drunk when they designed this. Right, we'll get on our server. That was a successful race, and by that I mean it wasn't at all. Yeah, there are some like quest trees with dead pixels, and there have been some weird issues with them, so you have to be careful. Oh my goodness! My hands are slidey. Who designs battery? Oh, there we go. Finally. So this remote works perfectly fine, but every time I use it, it goes, battery's low, change batteries, but it works. So I don't need to be told. I don't need to be told that the batteries are low when it works. Right, we'll join our server, and then we can get some lap times up. We can get into pro level lap time in here. The next race is in an hour and 16 minutes, so sign up to that next one, and then we'll do our server. It's an invite to our server if you want to join it. You bought a pair of trainers from a dealer. Don't know what they were laced with. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's a terrible joke. Stupid. What? Look, this is from Lidl's. They've put a security alarm on the batteries. On the back. This is where we've got to, where AA batteries have a security tag on them. I mean, how much were these batteries? Like £2? Why would people shoplift batteries? What's the best item to shoplift? Welcome to Shoplift Talk. If you had to shoplift something, I guess a battery's a commodity, so it's probably easier to sell to people. Right. Shoplift. Now that's. Is there a bigger crime for stealing money than there is from shoplifting? Yeah, it gives you a pat, exactly. That's why they do it. Yeah, great. Right, get on the server, guys. What is an actual good lap time around here? There's in 56s. What's my lap time? What's my PB? I don't know what it is. Oh yeah, maybe we got the wrong layout. I don't know. Got the wrong layout. No, this is right. Maybe it's not. Hang on, what layout are they running? Ah, no. Oh, God. Guys, let me change the track over quickly. Let's just change the track on the server. What are they running? International or national? Ah, national. There we go. Okay, server's back. Go! Yeah, we keep pasting it over and over again. There we go. You could just tell us what pedals they are. We'll probably know them. I've told you a million times before, BRT. You've been in these streams. You know this is the bloody URD radical, and you know that we use the OSRW pit boxes. It's all you've been watching this stream when we've told 3 other people. I mean, bloody hell. Captain Speed Venom pedals, yeah, they're nice. They're good pedals. Well, I don't know, given that other people are getting in the server perfectly fine, I'm sure you should be able to do it as well. Captain Speedy, the only place you can get them from in the UK is Trek Racer. Yeah, I think they're a French company. Right. 56.8 from Alan there. Pure speed, pure power. Let's go. I'm using a 3080 Ti. No, BRT, it's you. Christ almighty! Are you just trying to be annoying today? I mean, bloody hell. There's a UK site. Yeah, but I think Venom, a French company, knows what I'm saying. But I mean, I'm not saying that they don't ship from the UK, unless I'm mixing them up with another company. Well, work it out for yourself, BRT, because I just. I can't hold the hands of like everybody unless they're like new to sim racing. Then I'll help them through it. You have been sim racing for like 15 years, and so you got no excuse. I you know. You need to, rather than typing shit in chat constantly, just try different things out yourself. You know? I don't care! Just work it out yourself. I don't know what you're doing. Get the URD car, get the extra pit boxes, install the extra pit boxes in a normal way. There you go, done. Everyone else is getting in just fine. But I don't know what you've done to your AC. I don't need to hear that Content Manager is too difficult for you. I don't know what you've done with your computer. I mean, I don't need to hear that all political parties are the same. I you know, Jesus Christ. At least with iRacing we can just complain about the tyre model. My goodness! I need a brick to pummel my forehead in. I don't need to know, BRT. I'm gonna ban you from chat for like wasting internet bandwidth. Yeah, I might have 1 terabit internet. That doesn't mean I want to spend it reading these comments. Jesus. I need to. You're going to drive me to alcoholism. $56.3 from Alan the Alien. Yeah, it's alright. It's a bit weak, the R9. But the Moser wheels are pretty good. The quick release is nice. The wheel rims are really nice. They're a good bit of equipment. It's worth checking out if you're in the market for that sort of a wheel. Like the lower end Acertech stuff, Simagic. Fanatec stuff's really nice as well. Can't really go wrong. I personally, there's some brands I wouldn't necessarily get involved with, but you know, the nice thing with the Moser quick release is that if you upgraded the wheelbase in the future, it still works with other wheels, and it's a quick release that a couple of companies use as well. So I have petabit internet. Look, now you... Oh, I honestly, BRT. Yeah, you know what I meant. Gigabit. Jesus Christ. Honestly, guys, why never become a live streamer? I'm telling you. Never do live streaming. I'm quitting live streaming, going back to making stupid YouTube videos. All you do is you just go, oh, here's a product, here's how it works. Oh, there you go, here's some money for it. All you do is say what people want to hear in a video, and it's nice and easy. Whereas live streaming, unless you've created a cult-like following by negging your audience, you know, if you treat your audience with respect by being honest with them, it's in your detriment. Never. Basically, you should be like an arrogant arse of a live streamer, but do the arrogance in the format of being like overly anodyne and basically like fake positivity. That's what you need to do. Then it's easy mode. Then you can sit in a live stream and everyone's patting you on the back and everyone's hyping you up because they're worried that you're going to be depressed. And then that's what you should do. Bloody hell. What happened to H3? Game of Muscle. Well, they did like videos, but then they just started doing podcasts. I understand why they did it. I mean, they've got a good audience, haven't they? I don't watch it though. I get why they did the podcast. I think the thing with a podcast is it's more fun to make, but the end result is less good. I think that's why people make podcasts. They're not really podcasts though, are they? They're more like interviews. Like good podcasts are basically the same as like a video but audio, like a radio program that's well formatted. Those are like good podcasts. But a lot of podcasts are just people talking to each other. Yeah, I mean, some long format interviews are good though, but in which case it's not really a podcast, is it? It's more like so it's good when you have like an actual in-depth conversation with someone that's actually a unique conversation, but a lot of the time that's not what happens. The thing is, to be generally successful on the internet, you have to cater to the lowest common denominator. So that's why stuff like Joe Rogan ends up working out. It's basically content for like people with the mental age of 12. That's really what seems to be the direction. I don't know. It's just a format, isn't it? And it's a job for them. So I mean, I like watching, if I'm watching content, I like documentaries. I think they're pretty good. It's hard to find good documentaries nowadays. I really like some of these sort of 80s and 90s style documentaries where basically you get a guy a guy with a camera would just basically hang around a place and then give like a really in-depth view of it, if that makes sense, with a bit of research, maybe a bit of narration, but sort of kind of fly on the wall, I guess, sort of documentary. You know, when they do it for like coal mines, or they do it for specific areas. So it's like not loads of music, not overproduced. Or even stuff like, you know, like the Fred Dibner stuff, like that kind of format. Thanks for following.
The pace car is out of control.
Marcel, thank you, welcome. Yeah, that 80s, 90s style of sort of dry documentary, I like that. I'm quite tempted to make some of that myself. This is why you're looking forward to Outsiders. That's like the one positive, yeah. You can watch all of Red Dwarf again every day. That'd be well good. Smeekheed. Yeah, I could do with some content here, for sure. What am I on? 56.7. How are you doing 55s? 55. What? I need to follow him around the track. The whooshing? I'll just replace the car sound. I replaced the radical car sound with another car. You still got that brightness issue? I'm not sure. It's probably a shader patch, fix the mirror option or something. Yes, it's CMRT. CMRT user interface. We did a video about it. Well, when you're replacing car sounds, you have to replace them with stuff that revs at the same rate. This is a Radical SL3 XXR. Slightly different one in R Factor 2, but they're pretty similar. Radical cockpits vary quite a lot in terms of different steering wheels. The different sort of somewhat dash stuff is slightly different on them. Some of them have displays, some don't. There's been like SR3 came out in like 2015, 2014, and then they've done different versions of it. Like the very first ones I think were sequential. Well, a lot of them were sequential for a while, I think it was like 2018 or something. They made it sequential on the hands. Relative leaderboard. Well, what do you mean? We've got the... That's what's on the top left-hand corner, isn't it? That's a relative leaderboard. Or is it not? I didn't show the exact time. Well, you could just use the AC for one for that. I see what you're saying. You want like a real-time relative. Yeah, I've been in a Radical SR3 in real life as well, and in real life your head filters out a lot of the bumps. So onboard cameras that you see in videos will make it look much more bumpy than it actually feels like in real life. It does depend on the track though. Some real world tracks are crazy bumpy, and but a lot of real world tracks are super smooth. So, funnily enough, I've actually been around Silverstone in real life as well. It's a very smooth racetrack. So, actually, in terms of how you would perceive the view in real life, generally it would be quite smooth. But yeah, if you have a head-mounted camera on a video, it will look really bumpy and really active. And I'm not saying that in real life things can be very bumpy and can be hard to see, but then the other thing is in real life you have G-forces that correspond with those bumps, which further helps your brain process in many ways, process that into a smoother experience. Sometimes, not always. Some track bumps and things make it really bumpy and make it hard to see. So. Also, this is a video game, it's not real life, so... No, I just had passenger laps in the Radical. I've only driven an aerial Atom, a Toyota Sleeker, collection of road cars, some random shit, and a bunch of go-karts. Basically, racetracks that are surfaced for MotoGP or motorbike racing, a lot of them are surfaced very smoothly. Yannick Kowalski, paid FFB. I've not heard of that. I know that'd be interesting to try, but the issue with iRacing isn't its force feedback, it's its tire model. So you can't fix that with force feedback. You can already use an AccuForce wheel, and you can always use IR FFB to change its force feedback. So I'm not quite sure what the paid force feedback mod is doing. FZK, you probably need to download the extra pit boxes for the track. It's in the description on YouTube. Well, I don't know. A bunch of other people have gotten in. We have 52 minutes till the next race, and we've got 7 minutes till we'll do a race on our server. We are getting faster. Oh, I'm locking the rear. Yeah, I think it would really surprise some people how smooth some racetracks are, and then how bumpy others are. Like, the contrast is huge. Like, Donington is like glass. Donington is basically glass smooth in real life, and especially if you've got a car with suspension on it, like but even with a race car suspension, Donington is very smooth. But then you've got tracks like Sebring is mental. Yeah, it depends from track to track. Generally speaking, though, they're reasonably smooth normally, because you don't want a track to be like throwing cars all over the place. Yeah, I don't know how bumpy it is, Geronimo. So it is in some sims, but yeah, I don't know. I've had some real world drivers say it's quite bumpy, and some say it's quite smooth. So I've never been round it myself. I imagine it's much more bumpy than Donington and Silverstone, though. Spa's really smooth, actually, but I've not been around that in a race car, so. Maybe in a race car it's quite bumpy. Yeah, IRFFB is free. That's you don't need to pay for that. That just adds in extra filtering and an effect for rotation of the vehicle. It's good. I use IRFFB. It is good, but you don't necessarily have to use it. As I say, it doesn't. iRacing's problem is its tyre model, so force feedback can help you drive it easier, but fundamentally you have to always drive under the limit or roll into the limit on iRacing. It doesn't make you feel the tyres better, it makes you feel the rotation of the car better. So if the back is coming out, it will tug on the wheel for rotation of the vehicle. So the more slip angle you have, the more it's tugging. So it helps you know how much, how much you're pushing the rear of the car. It also has an understeer effect, which for oval works quite well for oval. So if you're pushing through the corner too fast, the force feedback gets lighter for understeer, but it doesn't really work properly on road cars. And also because the tyres are so drawn out in iRacing, and because they stay over the limit, you can't actually drive into understeer naturally in iRacing like you can in R Factor 2, AC, AMS1. So you need to not drive into understeer, because as soon as the tyres get warm in iRacing, they just stay slopped, like on each corner. So you need to you really have to avoid warming up the tyres through the corner in iRacing. So the thing is, having more detailed force feedback can lure you into a sense of being able to drive harder than you actually can. So it can be somewhat counterproductive to actually trying to go faster. But then again, most people in iRacing are shit, so it doesn't really matter. whatever makes it fun, to be honest. I'm an appalling driver, but when I practice, I'm like in the top 10 in the top split for a lot of the like Formula cars and stuff. So it goes to show you how terrible iRacers are. Like, so it doesn't really matter, just, actual decent esports drivers absolutely rinse the top splits in most of the series in iRacing, because it's a lot of it's just down to raw pace, hot lap pace. Well, you could argue if it's better force feedback or not. So there's a debate with sims with realistic force feedback versus informative force feedback, and so it is more informative, that mod, or using IFFB, but it's not necessarily, you know, you could argue the default force feedback's alright. As I say, the iRacing's issues is physics, not its force feedback. I think the iRacing's force feedback generally reflects its physics. Let's go racing. Everyone's doing about the same times. I need to know how we get 55s here. It's not a default setup, BRT. It's just a fixed setup. Yeah, I don't know what the default setup is. It's not this one. This is a fixed setup that I it says generic default, but it should be a fixed setup. Or maybe it is a default setup. Maybe I loaded the wrong thing. Antoine Jacket potatoes in here. Bourbon biscuits. Get in there. We're going to do the next LFM radical, so but we're like getting faster here. It's in 40 minutes. Yeah, but the Geronimo it's all irrelevant. Like, if everyone's driving the same thing, it doesn't matter. And it's not like the AC1 is not as like bizarrely sensitive to tyre pressures as ACC, for example. And the cars still drive like cars. Like, yeah, sure, if you're in absolute optimal tyres, you do get better performance from them. But oh no, it's mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Hello, I'm an American female. What is this content? It's not content, it's an optical illusion. Can you review my flag behind me? What, do you like it? Do you like the flag? It's the Great British flag. Who are you voting for, mayonnaise, in the British election? You got to say correctly. I'm testing your knowledge. Great British Election Knowledge Test 2.0. What? I need to change service settings here. It's probably to do with I'll change service settings. It's probably to do with LFMs. They've probably done something with their pit box settings, so I can change it on mine. The sad boys that got all wet. He was the current Prime Minister. He's the current moronic Prime Minister. I hate to break it to you, Mayonnaise. I hate to break it to you that bloody they're the evil people. Mayonnaise. They're the bad guys. They're losing. They're going to lose. The establishment has decided to kick them out. Who's the milkshake man? What British politics are you watching? Is this what you get from Fox News? Oh, Farage. Yeah, the milkshake, 'cause he keeps getting milkshaked. Okay, I see where you're coming from now. Bloody hell. I wish I was on the same substances that you're on. Right, well, after this race, we'll redo my server with different server settings. Sign up to the LFM race. We're getting pro, guys. We're training up Game of Muscle viewers. I hope, May, since you last were in the live stream... Oh, she's got ads. Give her some sign language. Don't know if she understands that. That was probably not American Sign Language. Right, here we go. Complete a clean lap. Ah, we'll never get a time. Here we go. Go. You vote for T, you vote for Chris, you vote for Wet Boys. Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but the two people that you're yeah, we got foot cam, don't worry. The two people that you vote for are the bad guys. So you picked the wrong ones. Where's he? Whoa! Nice drift. Here we go. Look, here you go, just for you. There you go. Oh, I'll move my camera. Oh, I almost missed the break point. See, you get feet here. Feeto vision. Why is it not pointing at the correct stuff? Oh. There we go. Amazing. What a place to be. What a legendary channel. Wow, it's Antoine coming at us. Antoine attack. The potato. Revenge of the potato. Absolute potato revenge. Potato mastery. Top potato. 3 wide in front. That's not the racing line.
The pace car is out of control.
Kangabear, hello, welcome. Appreciate the follow. Look at that drift. That's the new way of doing that corner. Top notch. Best line. BRT, you're very close to getting banned. Like, backseat driving with bollocks, talking shit all day, being a pain in the arse and not voting. You're gonna get a timeout. The not voting is at the top. All political parties are the same. I mean, that's timeout territory. All corners are the same. weird how that works. I mean, I imagine being able to out-qualify someone that's live streaming whilst talking. Funny that. Wow. Like, and by like 2/10 or something, it's like, well, okay, you're still slow as shit. The pace for this track is like a second faster. So, like, I'm sorry, but yeah, but I've explained before, when we drive, we gradually get faster. We'll naturally start, you know. Yeah, funny, different people have different ways of driving. I don't think you've 100% completed AC, so I don't think you can talk until you've got every single Steam achievement. Hang on, May's changed name now. This is very confusing.
I'm hot, and you're not.
Yeah, I think BRT needs to go to the gulag. Ah, no, the other May's back. It's Mayception. May disaster. Get ready for Antoine to be potatoed. Everywhere. I don't see. I've not seen BRT driving. I've not seen your 5KI rating. Like, what is it with backseat drivers that are like? It's like, just let the live streamer stream and do what they're doing. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, Jesus Christ. Also, the idea that if you do like you do a slightly faster lap, or even if you were like faster, it doesn't like. It's not. I think this is what a lot of people do with sim racing, is they use it as like a. They're insecure in a sense, and they like the idea of having a metric of like, oh, they've got a better time or something in one context. And then it's like used as an ego positioning thing to then go, I've got a better time, so now I'm going to give advice to other people, and it's like, do you know what I mean? It's really weird. I've noticed this happen a lot in sim racing. You'll have one person, like in iRacing especially, they will be in like the top 3 or something in a server, and then they start like giving advice to the other drivers in the session, and it's like, but you're actually shit. Like, you're not an esports driver, and the other people haven't maybe done that car and track or whatever.
The pace car is out of control.
It's really weird. It's like a weird sim racing behaviour. It's like if you have it's not just sim racing actually. People do it in loads of stuff. They do it in like they'll be good at their local tennis centre, and they keep going to their local tennis place. They're like act as if they're like the king of tennis, but they just happen to be good at their shitty local club, which is fine. And I'm not saying they can't impart information to other people, but you know what I mean. You have like weird people that use it as a weird egotistical status type thing. It's really weird. Yeah, I only listen to Bitchy Hoyer. They do it, yeah, and also people don't understand. Even though I've explained it a million times before, the way I drive, I have to do lots of repetition and I gradually get up to speed. So telling me, anyone saying, this is the apex, this is the gear, you need to do this. It's like, it doesn't matter because it takes me time, like subconsciously, I will get there eventually. Even if I consciously tell myself, oh, let's drive this gear, or this is the brake point, or this is the line. If I consciously tell myself that, I don't get there any faster than just repeating myself and gradually getting faster. That's just how I learn. I learn through repetition. So it's completely pointless saying. Also, this is another thing. Oh my God, it's so dumb. In motorsport as well. No, you're getting a timeout. You're so stupid. I can't take it. The stuff you're saying, you're not stupid, but the stuff you're saying is so dumb. Right, it's a timeout. You get a 5-minute timeout. I get a break. Nobody is saying that giving advice is a bad thing. That's what people then say because it's so stupid. That's not what's being said at all. Woo! Yeah. Oh dear. Oh yeah. So in motorsport, right? In like driver training centres, this is really dumb. They'll have like a driver coach, and he'll sit in the car and he'll go. Oh, left here, brake. Oh, accelerate. Right, it's right. Apex here. And it's so dumb. It's so stupid because if someone is newly driving a car and it's their first time driving a reasonably fast car, they're going to be overwhelmed by the basic G-forces, the basic nature of the car, and just taking it in, right? So, like, doing the whole, like, brake, accelerate or whatever, and, do this, it's pointless. It's like they just need to get a basic feel for the vehicle. It's so stupid. Oh, dear. And then also, if you are currently doing something, you are focused on the activity that you're doing. You're not in a mindset to be receptive to new information. Because ideally, if you are currently doing something, you are applying maximum attentivity, I just invented that word, attentiveness, to the action that you're doing. You're not applying attentiveness to someone talking in your ear telling you what you're doing right or wrong. You are focused on the thing that you're doing. That's what you should be doing. And then after you've finished doing the thing you're doing, then you can analyse through with telemetry, with video, and then go through it when you're in a mental space to be able to absorb the new information, and then you can go and apply that and then do it with it in mind. Like, it's so stupid that in motorsports especially, this the idea that you talk to someone whilst they're actually doing the activities, somehow it will be productive, is so dumb. It might work for a small number of people and maybe for like small adjustments, but yeah, attentivity, attentuality. Oh dear, bloody hell. It's Can you like imagine you're trying to learn how to ride a unicycle, and then someone keeps going, oh no, you need to go forwards, you need to go backwards, oh no, you need to go forwards, now you need to go backwards. It's like, no, they need to sit on the unicycle with it pummeling their gooch repeatedly, trying to work out how to balance it. It's just stupid stuff, Freaky Leak. Attentivism. It's just dumb stuff that's so dumb, and yet people do it over and over. They don't question it. People just are not critical about stuff. It's so stupid, and they just go along with it. Is it a real word? Winner. Well, I thought I'd come up with it. But also, right, in motorsport, it's one of the few things that has full telemetry inherent to the activity. The steering wheel telemetry, the pedals, and Everything else is all the speed. There's so much data that's very precise. It's like many other sports didn't have that until really later on, when you could do like in-depth video analysis or generate telemetry from video or accelerometers and stuff. So it's so stupid that motorsport kind of skirts around the use of telemetry as to tell you what you're doing right or wrong. Less so now. This is more in the past. Like real pro drivers always use telemetry, but I think because the reason why what happens is because a lot of people that are paying to do driver coaching are shit drivers and they're never going to be good drivers, and so it's just to give them it's just to make them feel like they're doing something and getting better rather than them actually getting better. So it's all sort of a role playing. Can you race Cybertruck? I don't know what they would. You could. Someone's probably made a mod for it. According to Wiktionary, what was the word? What was the word on Wiki? I mean, if I use it and everyone starts using it, it's a real word. Attentivity. Does it actually mean being attentive? Or how attentive you are? Well, F1 cars drive like go-karts rather than road cars, so it's a different different process in some ways. How would a Cybertruck handle an Apex? I don't know actually. The biggest issue I've seen with it is that it seems to have quite delayed steering, quite slow power steering. Change your name to Attentivity. Attentivity's right. I'm googling it as well. Let's see what it says. ChatGTP, does it know? It says here, attentivity is not a standard English word. The correct term you're looking for is attentiveness, which refers to the quality of paying close attention or being alert and observant. So, yeah, I don't think it's particularly formal. I think they probably were trying to say attentiveness. It's a good word though, attentivity. It's a satisfying sounding word. Also, attentivity is easier to say than attentiveness. Yeah, attentivity racing. Gonna take you to another dimension. Pay attentivity. How many people did we have whilst when we were playing AC single player and hot lapping and doing all the achievements? How many people did we get in chat that were like, "Oh, you need to do this here, you need to do that here, you need to do that there," and then I'd be driving there like, "Oh, you've not improved," and I would just repeatedly say, "Yeah, it takes time. We're gradually getting faster. It'll just click at times." How many people would like repeatedly come in chat and then yeah, eventually we actually get faster consistently. It's funny that. But you know, you're always gonna have people that will just keep bloody being the same and that can't ironically, they want to try and tell you what to do, but they can't actually change their understanding of how information can be conveyed to people. See the irony. Oh guys, I'm going to reset the server here. I'm just going to reset the server, so it should be easier to get in. Well, yeah, we had one. Someone kept saying, "Oh, you're overdriving," and then someone was saying, "Oh, you're underdriving." Oh dear. You know. Is it National? Silverstone National. Okay, here we go. This should work. Right, servers up, guys. So I actually think what's caused some of this is the bizarre thing with sim racing as well, where everything has to be taken in the context of it's all about just getting faster. Like, you are trying to drive as fast as possible and you're trying to do better, but it's weirdly like a singular framed context of doing it. It's like if you're playing Counter-Strike, you're trying to win the game, but you're not necessarily always doing the most optimal thing at all times, or like absolutely pwning it, or really heavily focused on it, you know, at all times. So it's kind of weird for people to be like always talking about stuff as if the single purpose is always like raw, but like performance at all times. It's weird. Hello, Craigree. Well, Maze, a lot of people don't realise this is a foot fetish channel. You know, one of the top, one of the best. 3 hours till the polls close in the UK. Right, try joining the server now, guys, if you want to. You should be able to get in. Should be able to get in easily. We can do some other tracks as well, but ironically, we're getting better at this track. Oh, I should have changed the setup actually. Another big irony is when people give advice in stream chat, but they're not actually specific, and they don't seem to realise that there's a delay between the stream chat and when it comes up on the screen. So often you get comments of someone going, that's this line, this is the break point that you should have broke. It's like, well, I'm already a corner ahead, matey, so you're kind of missing the point there. Maze, have you ever been to the UK? You need to get yourself over to the UK. Have some crisps. Oh, have I got any crisps? I've got some potato wedges. I might have some potato wedges. Turn the corner before that pole. By the braking after that thing. I haven't watched Formula 1, so I don't know. I don't know. UK doesn't equal London. Ah, why have you not been to the UK? Oh, we need to get 55s here. You say you'd like to, but you'd regret it as soon as you landed. As soon as the plane doors opened, they would open and you'd be like, what's that? Is that fog? Why is it so cold? Oh, I'm so moist. And you'd be like, oh, I could have had this experience by sitting in a bathroom shower. I know, I'm sorry, Yami. I keep... Is it 15 metres before the crane? I need to brake underneath the cloud. Well, the mistake you made was getting married in the first place, noob. This is why I never get married. I'm only getting married if I had children, just to protect the children, so that they get a, you know, that'd be the only reason. I think the problem is I have like I hate authority. Yeah, who doesn't want to be moist? I have like an absolute hatred of authority generally. Not really. No, I'm really skeptical of any authority on anything, for the most part. I think everything should be perceived generally flat structured. Wouldn't you have guessed? If someone's going to make a statement that's an authoritative statement, then it should be like self-quantifiable. So like, if someone is an authority, the reason they're an authority is because they can back up what they're saying with evidence. So it's not a problem with authority. It's a problem with, as I say, like assumed authority. That's the problem. Get what out of the way? I'll get one out of the way. One marriage out of the way. Do Americans generally get married rather than not being married? Well, there's so many situations where also it's so commonly demonstrated that the authority is actually completely arbitrarily authority. Like it's not an earned authority, and what they're saying is completely stupid. Like anybody that's ever worked in a large business should immediately be like, hang on a minute, all these structures and processes are largely a load of bollocks. Oh, too many people get married because they are just bored. Yeah. Well, you also have that thing where people don't feel like they're not secure in their relationship, so they get married because they're like, oh, that means that the relationship's locked down and I don't have to worry about my partner leaving me or something. Like, And it's like, well, hang on. If you're in a relationship, well, first of all, if you don't have dependents on you, it shouldn't matter. Like, if you really like someone, if it's better for them to not be with you, you'd be happy for them to not be with you. So that's a weird thing, anyway. But also, it's not like, and no like paper agreement is magically entraps someone. Well, historically it probably did, because the cultural pressure to be in a marriage would be so high. But, you know, yeah, it'll just take longer to get to the inevitability with more cost. So yeah, the only reason, as I say, for me, if I was to get married to someone, maybe to get a passport, like if I wanted a different passport, or if I got with someone from another country and they wanted a British passport, so that would work. But generally, for if you have children, there's various legal protections, and like if you die, they're obviously next to kin legally and all that stuff. What's a depressing take on marriage? No, what I'm saying is, if your marriage is completely beside the fact of if you're actually in a decent partnership, the marriage part is just a mundane legal piece of paperwork. You're already basically married to someone. If you're in a really good long-term relationship, you are effectively already married to them. It's just because you don't have a piece of paper saying that you're married doesn't really mean anything. Like, your intentions and the other person's intentions are worth more than some legal document. But again, this is probably to do with like argument from authority. Like, people buy into like documents and stuff and trinkets and bollocks, and they fall for it, because at the end of the day, as I say, a piece of paper saying that you're married to someone is no more valuable than that person, them saying themselves, oh, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. The piece of paper doesn't mean more than them just saying it. I get the whole ceremony thing for family and all that stuff, and I say it's just a legal document. No, I know there's benefits to piece of paper, so just explain there's the legal benefits to it. But I'm explaining the pitfalls of marriage and the mistake that people make. You want a cute foreign hottie to marry me? Well, look, I'm sorry, Mayor Mays. I'm looking for a German wife, not American. So I'm sorry. cute foreign hottie. Hello. Ah, random call sign. Oh, he's married. Shit. Random call sign's a cute foreign hottie. He's got like a proper Mediterranean vibe. Dreamy call sign. Ah, well, that's halfway there. I mean, I don't speak German, so you could be speaking German or not speaking it, and and if you've got a very good accent, I wouldn't know. So, yummy. To me, it feels like insurance and like creating a company with a partner and to protect sharing of resources. Yeah. No, but that's it. That's exactly what it is. It's the same as like having a business, legal documents for a business. But that's separate to the romantic component of the reality of spending your life with someone. Yeah, like, so basically it should be that you're already psychologically willing to ruin your life. Psychologically, you and some other idiot have both decided that you've become chemically and emotionally attached because you're stupid people that are irrational. But it's fine. It can work out. It's great. So you're two idiots who've got used to each other, and then you spent so much time with each other that you realise you've ruined your independence and you can no longer function properly as an individual. So you're then like, shit, I can't really live without this other person because I'm emotionally and probably financially and logistically attached to them. And then you're like, well, given that that's already the case, we might as well just legally connect the dots so that, you know, so that there's a legal framework that represents the reality that's already taking place. There you go. There's nothing more romantic than paperwork, to be honest. Well, like implied, there might be countries with implied marriage. I mean, so the thing is, in the past, if you don't have birth control and you also have rampant STDs and no medical treatment, it can you could see how it could make perfect sense to be like, oh right, before you sleep with each other, you need to be married so that the inevitable pregnancy isn't going to be a disaster, leaving a woman on their own within the bizarre chauvinistic framework that exists in many societies or historical societies. So you can understand why you would have marriage in that context. Yeah, well, the type of women that I generally like, I wouldn't be interested in getting married. So it's fine. I like crazy women. Like, it's fine. They have to have really severe brain issues to like me, so it's fine. I don't mind. I've already had a long-term relationship, so I don't feel like I need to do it again. I'm pretty happy. I'm really quite comfortable with how things are. I mean, I'm open to a long-term relationship, but I don't really care either way. You know, I feel like I've experienced a good relationship. I'm still friends with previous partner and partners, so I don't have, you know. But yeah, if I had children, I'd get married, as I say. Or if I like adopted or something, I don't know. That's crazy. No, actually, I just like, it's not crazy. It's the opposite of crazy, but culturally, it's defined as being crazy. But actually, I like people that are just really really matter of fact and to the point. So, you know. Oh, 2 minutes 60 till the race here. Wow. What is the foot worship thing about? Like, it's a bit weird. It's a little bit weird, the whole foot thing. I mean, it's fine. There's worse things to be obsessed with, but like the foot thing is a little bit strange. Like, of all things, I'm not like a big foot person. I kind of see. I would put feet in the same place as like other body parts, generally speaking. Like, it's just another body part. Yeah, no, like, feet is tame on the grand scheme of things, but I just think it's a weird obsession. It's a strange one. Yeah, do you think, would foot fetishists really like Bigfoot? Is that what that's about? They're like, oh, they're like, I've got to find Bigfoot, and everyone's thinking it's because they want to find like an unknown species, but actually they just really got a really strong foot fetish, and they want a biggest. They really like big feet, and they're like, oh, imagine if there's a Bigfoot out there, and then Bigfoot's roaming around the jungle or the forest, and then there's like this human that's just trying to rub their feet all the time, and Bigfoot's like,
oh, why are you? Oh, what are you doing? I just want to walk around the forest as I do, but you keep looking at my feet. I don't understand. Ooh.
That's the true origin of Bigfoot. It was actually created by a foot fetishist. It makes sense, really, but I don't know why the hairy big feet. I mean, whatever works. I'm happy for them. Don't judge people. I mean, to be honest, foot people are less worse than furries. Guys, we got the race on LFM. Let's go to that. Shaved Bigfoot. Oh dear. Shaved Bigfoot. How do goggles work? Well, these are prop ones. I do have real ones. These are fake ones. They're just to look cool, you know. They're just a fashion accessory. Hello, 7 buck. Yeah, well, great stuff today. I don't know what you like. This is great stuff. 07 Buck was categorically not just dropped on the head, he was like thrown off a mountainside. Water with dead skin cells? Oh, what, like the stream of bath water? It's weird, isn't it? What people do is so weird. Why would you want... Right, so let's...
Good job, mate. Good job.
Good job, mate. Let's say you watch a streamer and you're like, oh, they're really fit. You fancy them or something. First of all, why would you continue watching them? Because they're not going to get with you. So why lust over someone that you can't have? Like, what a waste of time. I don't understand why people do that. Like, if I fancied a streamer, I'd stay away from them. I'd be like, it's not going to happen, so no, I'm not bothering. I certainly wouldn't like sit there in their chat and stuff. And then, if you're like, fine, okay, you find them attractive, you just have one in the background, whatever. Fine, okay. But then they do bathwater. Just because you have their bathwater doesn't mean that you're even closer to them. Like, so I understand it from a, you know, like, let's say you like watching a film and it's got a fit actor in it and you like their character and it's a complete fiction, so it's a bizarre fantasy thing, but it's staying as like a complete fantasy. So I think that's fine. I mean, I don't like it. Like, if I find a character in a film really fit and I'm like, it puts me off the film. So it kind of ruins the film because I'd rather just watch the plot. Like, if I fancy someone, I'd just go up to them and be like, oh, hello. And it's just terrible. If you really fancy someone and you can't actually talk to them, that's awful. That's not enjoyable. That's like having a cup of tea made in front of you, right? And it's like the perfect cup of tea, and you're not allowed to drink it. You just look at the cup of tea slowly getting cold. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. So I wouldn't buy bathwater because I wouldn't feel like it would get... Oh, we're disconnected. All the talk of bathwater disconnected the OBS there. Yummy, you can even take it further when she asks, Gamer Master of what? And you can be like, no, I'm not Game Master. I don't even know what you're typing. Is bathwater not human tea? In a sense, it is, isn't it? That's disgusting. Human tea. Human tea. Hang on, this guy did a 44, it says. Let's go for it. Well, that is on soft, so... How do I feel about buying streamer merch? Now, I think merch is alright. Like, if you like their logo or, you know, you watch it. Like, I've bought a random call sign shirt and, yeah, generally speaking, if their shirt's like a nice design or something, or... Oh, yeah, it's a way to support the streamer. It's not a very efficient way to support a streamer. I totally get if you... So, like... If you like a streamer, like subscribe to them and stuff, I do that. Like, why not? It's just like if you like a book or a podcast or something, pay for it. That's different. That's a different thing. I think pointless merch is stupid though. Like merch that has no utility. So like at least a t-shirt you can wear, mug you can drink from. I guess you could argue the utility for that, for pointless stuff, is that you enjoy it, so it doesn't need to have direct utility. But yeah, it just shows up and tortures us. I mean, I appreciate people watching. I just think the parasocial aspect of the thing is, it makes sense for a streamer to manipulate their audience, and even like Twitch and YouTube will encourage streamers, and capitalism encourages streamers to actually leverage the parasocial aspect of it. As I say, like negging your audience, being somewhat emotionally aloof, making the audience feel responsible for you. All these they're basically manipulation tactics, and streamers do it unintentionally a lot of the time. The most successful ones do it unintentionally, but it's basically manipulation, but that's what's most profitable, generally speaking. Not always. Like being an attractive man or attractive woman streamer, and then like sort of flaunting that, but not actually making a thing out of it, but still effectively leveraging that. like a pole dancer, but pretending you're not a pole dancer. Oh, I'm well rich. I do all right. I make a normal income. I've got 5 Ferraris. You know. I'm happy. I get to travel around Europe when I want to and do what I want to do. That's good enough for me. You were watching Naysay streaming a few weeks ago and some dude gave her 200. Oh, it seemed to make her uncomfortable. Yet, I bet they didn't change anything that they do. No. I did want to make my own tea, yeah. The problem is it's quite expensive to do white label tea, and they're not necessarily good quality, so. I'm doing a partnership with Iron 8 water bottles. They're really good. They do drinks bottles as well. That's more just that I like them. So it's, you know, I like what they do. Yeah, let's make some human tea. Oh, guys, 3 hours until the exit polls. Technically, oh dear, it's too easy. There's a mum joke in there. Jared Paul, yeah, I think Moser might send us one to review. Either way, they're going to have them at Gamescom as well. Be good? Yeah, I'm pretty excited for that. I love a bit of force feedback. Also, it looks like it's nice and strong. The current force feedback joystick I have is not that strong. Oh, not the Moser one. Which one? There's a couple. There's like 3 of them. Oh, no, Yami, don't be excited. Oh, yeah, no, I know about them, yeah. The problem with those types of solutions is it's not doing the force feedback device, it's the software and how it interacts with the games, and having something that's more integrated is going to require there to be multiple force feedback joysticks on the market, to then basically for Microsoft to do integrated force feedback and DCS to improve their force feedback. Unbelievable greatness. Where are they getting that from? No, but so the problem is, Yami, is that it uses telemetry. Yeah, I don't think it's bad, don't get me wrong, but it's basically like how the AccuForce wheel delivers force feedback. Say, like, as I say, ultimately, you really need the games themselves to output specific force feedback. But I need to try the Open FFB board. I have seen those. So a lot of people are using that with DCS. So I think it can also emulate direct input. Well, the Le Pen thing's a bit weird in France because it's not. You've got like a what's it called? Like a president, and then their equivalent of a prime minister. So it's a bit strange how it operates. I think people are doing 54 ones. It's almost 54s. I think there's still some people on the sim racing system, but it's not the most active of things. Alright, let's go for this. Hang on, why is this Sky not loaded? Yeah, LFM's quite popular, yeah. Yeah, the French political system is crazy. Like, good luck trying to understand it. It's absolutely mad. Well, I think the thing is as well that France has its different regions are really quite different culturally, and France is quite a big country, and then there's a lot of really rural places in France, and then the cities are really different. So yeah. UK, I think, is in some ways a lot. It's complex in that there's multiple countries in the United Kingdom, but London dictates a lot of stuff. It's really UK is really weird as well. I mean, I think all countries are, to be honest. When you look into it, things just get so complicated. Whoa! Yeah, I think we had the wrong setup for quality. Good clean racing in this. Hello, Flat Rich. I was not sure what the car on the outside was doing. I think he thought I was going to drive into him. Good close racing. Bit too close there, but saved by the net code. Just drove into me. Alright though. It's not really Heli Corsa. Like, Heli Corsa helps. It's mostly to do with like car contacts netcode and how the tyre model operates that makes the racing cleaner. But in iRacing, if you have the gentlest of contacts, the cars go super, like, flying all over the place, and then it pushes the tyres over the limit, so you then lose control of the car from very light contacts. Whereas in AC, the tyres are controllable over the limit to some extent. The racing in this is so much better than iRacing. It's actually ridiculous. I finally hit the pole. Mate, I'm on the inside. See, that would have been in iRacing. That would have been dead. What? Let's go for the suicide move. Radical extremism. We need to get a setup so that we're in the top, so at the top of the grid. Setup and driving better. No, this is this car's existed for a while. I mean, I've been saying since LFM first came to AC they should have done the Radical because it's good for racing. They do right and left-hand versions of this car. The current one, there's a version with a halo on it as well. .54.3 is the fastest lap time. That's what we need. We need to be getting. I'm on 56, 2 seconds off the pace. So probably a bit of setup involved in that. No, this is a SR3 XXR. Yeah, the SR3 still has the motorbike engine, I think. Yeah, I think a lot of people prefer the old Silverstone layout, but it's new layout's all right. I think the big shame is that they half concreted over and then walled off the old layout. Like the track is still there. It's just obviously they've never resurfaced it. It would have been nice if they had the old layout still available, so that they could do like historic. All they need to do is open up the barrier and keep that bit of tarmac in order. But I guess they just were like, well, it's quite hard to run tracks profitably anyway. You also have like all the logistics of like flags, access to the circuit, how that blocks off other cars and other access. So it gets quite complicated. But yeah, I haven't played Old Hockenheimring for a long time. Through the forest. It was in some older simulators. Godless, I think it might depend on the type of cars that you're driving though as well. So new Silverstone's I think really nice in faster cars like GT3, Radicals, Formula cars. But maybe the older one was nice with the vintage cars. I don't know. It's just another layout, isn't it? I think ultimately, when you play a track a lot, whatever the layout is, you generally just get used to it. I like going. I quite like simple tracks. Yeah, a lot. So a lot of the really, really good tracks in the UK were like sort of 1950s, 60s tracks, like Brands Hatch, Alton Park, Cadwell. You know, they're really good with like 70s cars. But they're not. They don't really work for like modern GT3 and Formula. They work with smaller cars, actual race cars. The problem is, with modern motorsport, the big issue is that a lot of the modern cars are actually just worse race cars. They've moved away from the point of being a race car, and they've just got bigger and bigger. And it's a bit weird. Yeah, simple and effective. That's what you need. You're right. Like you know, just a basic, simple layout. You don't even need lots of corners. Bit of flow to it, and then it's nice. It's like they put too many pointless corners on modern Formula tracks to slow the cars down. Corners where you can't overtake. They're not continued corners, and they're basically just like awkward. Trucks are crazy if you see them in real life. There was last time I was at Donington, they were testing a truck, and it's crazy the amount of wind that air it displaces as it goes down the pit lane. It's mad. I think if I had like a 9 to sort of 12-year-old children and I was going to take them to a race, I think they would love truck racing way more than other car racing. But yeah, F1 cars are just they're too long, too heavy, too wide. We will be watching some of the election stuff later. Yeah, we're on. They're adding Radical to LFM, so that's what we're racing on LFM. Doing 55.6s. I need to be doing 54s. I think part of this is set up. I'm definitely not carrying enough speed through the long for the fast right-handers. Oh, they're on soft tyres and they're making them last. That would explain it. How come the softs are lasting for 20 minutes? I thought the softs only didn't last that long in this. Well, there you go. We need the soft tyres. How come you're saying the softs don't last, but they're on the softs and they're in front. I thought you could only get like 6 laps out of the softs on the full size track, so that'd be like 10 laps around here. I'm starving, guys. I need some potato. We need to potato ourselves. .55.5 is my best so far. Let's do better than this. Final lap. Finish on a PB. Woo! Okay, we finished in 14th there. Record lap time was 53s, I think. Jesus Christ. Oh, this cycles too quickly. We've got our own server if you guys want to join it. I could put the oh, we need a setup. We need to develop a pro setup for this, and I need to carry more speed through the corners. That's good. That was really good racing though for the start of that race. Had some good battling for like a good sort of 10 minutes there. Thanks for clicking the like button on YouTube, guys. You didn't vote. How are Reform UK meant to get into power? I mean, what are you playing at? What are you guys arguing about in chat? Why do we have like the most weird pedantic chat talk on the internet? Like Oh no, Shumi. So you were forced by our great democratic system to completely not vote for what you wanted to. That's the beautiful thing about British democracy. Like I had to vote Lib Dem because basically they've got the same odds of getting into power as Labour, so might as well vote Lib Dem because then you would have two left-wing parties potentially. Lib Dem as an opposition to Labour if they had enough seats, as unlikely as it is. So, you know, no, that's what people that have eaten too many sausages say. Can we finish this great truck speed limit debate? You're buying beer? I mean the exit polls, guys. Okay, I'm excited. I'm excited for my flag and my drunk pigeon. Oh, my pigeon is well drunk. I think this election is probably the most exciting election we've had in years. Like the chance, I'm telling you guys, there is a small chance that Conservatives are no longer even the opposition party, which has a downside that they would have to reform, but then they would have to reform as a totally different party, so they'd have to rebrand anyway, wouldn't they? Because so let's say Conservatives get completely like removed, then you couldn't. Let's say in 4 years. Let's say Starmer doesn't do anything to actually address wealth inequality, so the country's still screwed. 4 years, and then people would go, Labour's done a terrible job. We need something different. And then if someone was like, oh yeah, I'm Conservative, they would go, yeah, but you were basically the same as Labour and worse. So yeah, like if Conservatives are removed as the opposition party, that is it for the Tories basically. they would have to call themselves something totally different. They would have to be like I don't know, and you'd end up with Lib Dem. Like most of the less mental Tories have gone to Lib Dem, so that's probably the most likely thing, is that you'd end up with a Lib Dem, effectively a Conservative government, but there would be Lib Dem Conservative. And the thing is, Lib Dem are well, how would you define them? Yeah, I know, Shumi, but look, let me just enjoy these thoughts. Lib Dem are financially, traditionally, like neoliberal. They're socially conservative, or they're socially liberal. They're weird, aren't they? Like you can't really define them because they always keep changing their mind of what they do. Yeah, well that's it. I don't like Lib Dem either. I don't like any of the parties, to be honest. Well, Richard B, that's based on what they were previously. Like they don't really represent anything. Lib Dem represents Labour and Conservative politicians that are like, oh, I don't know, let's go to Lib Dems. So it's the party of like odds and ends. Right, imagine if instead of forming a coalition with the Conservatives, if Lib Dems joined with the Labour Party, then we probably wouldn't have had Brexit. We probably wouldn't have had the degree of austerity that we had for 14 years. Student fees wouldn't have been mental. Can you imagine? COVID would have been managed a lot better, and yeah, you wouldn't have had Brexit, so you'd have had less inflation. So purely, if the Lib Dems hadn't been arses and gone with the Tories, and you had a Lib Dem Labour coalition, we would all in the UK probably be like between £2,000 and £8,000 a year richer. That's the cost. Yeah, that's the cost of people being idiots and voting Tory based off a sandwich picture. That one picture of Ed Miliband eating a sandwich has cost all of us £6,000. Well, no, probably like £20,000. That was that Ed Miliband, the entertainment of Ed Miliband eating a sandwich badly, was that worth like £5 trillion? I don't know. I would argue probably not. Yeah, every person, but on an individual level. Exactly, with Labour, every citizen would be £1 billion better off. With the Game of Muscle Party, I'm telling you guys, Lord Buckethead, right? Imagine if he wins Northallerton and what's it called? Like, imagine that. How good would that be? Imagine Buckethead does Count Binface. Imagine Count Binface as a party, like in the House of Parliament and in every meeting. Imagine that. That. Honestly, if I was in Northallerton, I would vote for him 100%. He would do better, but he would be really good. Yeah, that was. I don't know why did they go with Ed Miliband instead of his brother? Like, why did they decide to do that? It was really strange. Because surely they would know that the electorate are complete morons and base everything on superficiality. So this is why Starmer can work. Is that he looks like he just has a straight face, talks in a boring way. That is what the electorate, that's what you need. It's an argument from authority. Either you have someone that's like Boris Johnson and has the press and like people clapping him on, so he looks like a tit, but ironically that actually magnifies the authority position, because it's like, oh, he's a tit but he's in power, all these people that look serious support him, oh, so he must be serious but also funny. Either you have that scenario, or you have to be like a really sort of bland-faced, sort of authoritarian-looking person in and of yourself. Like you have to talk like how Barack Obama presented himself, or how yeah, you have to fit into that template of like a generic serious businessman or something. VR Hot Laps, you had a unionised job at the time, and the unions were advising voting for Ed as he had more of a chance of getting what they wanted. Oh dear. Yeah, to be fair, Barack Obama had obviously done lots of lecturing and stuff, so he's very good at communicating. That's what you need, is if someone's had a background of lecturing for like 10-15 years. Kelly Gabrowski, thanks for the sub, really appreciate that. Thanks for supporting us. Sure, but this is what I don't get with the American politics. Now I'm going to put the server back up, guys.
Take my prime and greets from Germany.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Surely the Democrats in America have people in the Democrat Party that look like they would look competent, rather than a sort of animated corpse. Alright, servers up, guys. Oh, hang on. So I'm just going to reset the server. I need to change the password, the setup on it. Alright, here we go. Yeah, no, I get Richard. I totally get that. 100%. I get psychopath vibes from him. He looks like someone that could murder people. 100%. This is the thing I've always said about Starmer. He comes across to me. I can imagine him being like some kind of like evil leader or something. Just there's like a devoid. There's like a deadness to him. 100%. I was saying this to my family. They don't seem to get it. If the press hasn't really pushed that or talked about that, but he comes across that way. He could definitely murder people, and he wouldn't feel bad about it. Server's up, guys. If you want to join it. We need to work this out. This mega lap. Did you know 1 out of 3 Trump supporters are as stupid as the other 2? I mean, you're stuck in America because you have to pick between 2 terrible candidates. I'm quite happy with how my pedal camera looks, actually. I think that looks pretty good. Shiny pedal cam. What you really need is the camera to be more vertical, but I can't really get the angle on that. Everybody likes a pedal cam. Right. No, we've had enough of them today. I'm going to create an invite link for the server. Here you go. Woo! I'm going to get some... How long do potato wedges take? Potato squares take to cook in an air fryer? how long to air fry potato square? What are they called? Potato waffles. Potato waffle. 8 to 10 minutes. Not too bad. Waffle life. Oh, thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Mahamu, thank you very much. Yeah, I voted for reform. That was a good idea. Imagine if they became the opposition party. Every time I hear Nigel Farage talk, I want to put my face in a blender. Like, how do people listen to that and then go, oh, he seems like a down-to-earth person? How do you look at someone like that and go, oh yeah, he's not disingenuous at all? 100%! 100% he's totally legit. Oh yeah, he's... Oh dear. He's totally not grifting. 100% legit politician for sure. I was just thinking, with a radical SR3, in real life, there's not a huge number of positions that you can put the rear wing in. And presumably, there's people that have been driving radical SR3s for a long time around the various tracks. So in real life, they must actually have really good baseline setups in terms of downforce and things. Like this, they must know, generally speaking, what the competitive setup is. Because SR3, like, although it has changed a little bit, although in real life, I guess maybe the track is more variable and stuff. So maybe, yeah. Hello, Spitfire. How's it going? So I just wonder how much car setups in real life, when you've had the same car for a long time, I wonder how much if there's a somewhat defined setup. So the point being, if you had the real car yourself, rather than having to work it all out, you could maybe find out what this setup is that other people are using. This like generally good. Although maybe real life is so variable, it doesn't really matter in that same way. I'm gonna get potato wedges on here, guys. Absolute potato excitement. I need some energy. Oh no, VR Hot Laps, you got it wrong. You're thinking about it wrong. You vote for the Green Party, and they do policies that make things greener, which then allows you to pollute more and not feel bad. That's my thinking. Genius. That's why you buy an electric car, so you can go and burn plastic bags and rubber. outside your house. That's how it works, right? I think Guy Fawkes was set up. I think it was a conspiracy. I think it was a conspiracy. Hello, Mamu! How's it going? I'm just going to put some food in the oven. I'll be back in a second. I'm going to make a cup of tea as well. Oh, I've still got coffee in here. Hello. Jared Paul. LFM's on off season. Yeah, no, I totally agree. They should always just run 2 cars, Radical and an F3, or I don't know. The thing is, LFM wants to both be like a league thing and a ranked server thing, and it's like, well, there's already plenty of league services out there, so it would make more sense to use it for what it does. You know, but you know, maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I'm just a lunatic. It's possible. We could do some custom stuff after this. Yeah, I know, Jared. I don't know either. I've given up trying to understand what other people do, to be honest. I've given up. Cheers, guys. All I've got is this Yorkshire tea. Game of Muscle merch mug. All I've got is this Yorkshire tea that's got biscuit flavoured Yorkshire tea. That's all I've got left, so that's what I'm drinking. And I'm going to get through it all. It doesn't taste terrible, but it's weird. It's like shortbread flavoured tea. It's really strange. Yeah, LFM's just a bit weird, like the choices they make. I think LFN was basically saved by the fact that ACC only did GT3 cars, and so it forced LFM to not be creative with car track choices. And also, it's not really LFM's fault directly, in a sense. They kind of do stuff based off what the community wants. But as we've established, most sim racers are pretty moronic when it comes to picking car track combos and stuff. So you really don't want a community to choose, because they don't know what they like. They don't know what is actually conducive to producing a good result. The most active people on forums are not the most active people at actually driving. The iRacing has the same problem as well. So, also, you'll have a lot of people that will be like, "Oh, I'm bored of the same car and track." You know, we've talked about this before, but like, it's like, yeah, but it doesn't matter, because the point of ranked stuff is the racing. So, F3, Radical, whatever, deal with it. Even if it's Donington, Brands Hatch, whatever's at Spa, it doesn't matter, deal with it. That's why GT3 works with ACC, because it's a car, the same car, and same tracks. We could do some random mods in a bit. We were just sort of getting faster at this before. But you know, it is what it is. Like this, it's fun complaining about stuff. To be honest, if I wasn't live streaming, I wouldn't even comment on it at all. I wouldn't do. Yeah, more cars, more. Yeah, exactly. I know, it's all novelty. It's basically novelty chasing. Oh, here we go. Oh, I've accidentally put fixed setup on again. It shouldn't be a fixed setup. It's weird. Jared, what time zone are you in? No, New Zealand, yeah. Because New Zealand is like 4 a.m. till like 9 a.m. UK time, which is definitely the worst time for sim racing. Oh, what did I do with my phone? I need to charge it. So, that's a video idea. I think because there's not much sim racing in China, is there, or India? If sim racing took off in China and India, then you would have a lot of people racing in New Zealand time zones. So, oh, hang on. China is, 4 hours. So China would be in between. China is UTC plus 8. You need, what you need is sim racing to be bigger in India and China. Well, China especially. And Japan.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? I guess because China's... What you need in China is for their cities to have, like, sim centres. Thanks for following Akabung. Ingenious Navi, I'm new to this stream, but every time I have come here, all you're doing is sitting around. Because we're waiting for the race to start. You have gaps in between racing and qualifying. Oh yeah, well, that's a problem. Are you a free person, Cat Debate? I don't think you're a free person. There's not that much communication in driving sims, though. I don't know VR hot laps. You could click on the people driving around the track. Yeah, could do. I don't want to make it too entertaining for you guys. I don't want to like make it too exciting. We have a lot of elderly viewers here, and they've got to keep their heart rates low. You know, it's a bit dangerous if things get too intense. That's. I'm really thinking about my elderly viewers. That's who I've got it in mind. The old people's home has to be entertained somehow.
My goodness!
My goodness! I mean, we do iRacing races as well, and we've just done like 3 LFM radical races. They're 20 minutes long each, so yeah, we do driving as well. I guess the ideal live streaming situation would be if we did like 3-hour mini endurance races. People like that. We need to do it. We're going to do a different car, different track next. YouTube is so weird, you know. Like Twitch is a streaming platform. Makes sense. Like when you go live, it sends out the stream to people that normally watch you, and they're all notified, and they know what you're doing, and you can change the title, and occasionally some other people see it. Fine. YouTube is mental. Like, if you don't title it correctly or thumbnail it correctly, it doesn't even send it out to your viewers that otherwise would want to take part. Don't know why YouTube is like that. It treats live streams like a video, but a live stream isn't a video, so it's like they still don't understand. Videos and stuff works great on YouTube. Oh, I wonder if the the fastest laps people were getting was with draft. It's possible. Antoine's on pole. This is unacceptable. Ban the French. How has he got so good? Since when was Antoine? It's because it's a radical. Antoine is like... Oh, nice one, Matt. Get in there. Antoine is like just a full radical. He must live in a radical. Coming for you, Antoine. Oh, nice. Which wheel are you using? Don't Fanatec give you like DD plus? I'm quite excited to put the DD plus on this rig. Still got some more Moses stuff to get through. I've enjoyed using this R12 though. Chill warning. The sky looks nice in this. Yeah.
The pace car is out of control.
Hello, Jorga. Thanks for following. Welcome. Another victim. Imagine. I always think this is really weird. From your perspective, you're on Twitch and you've loaded it up, and then you're like, oh, I wonder who's playing Assetto Corsa. What's going on? And then you load it up, and there's me. Sat in a sim rig, probably talking some bollocks or ranting about something, and you're like, oh yeah, alright, yeah, I'll follow that. Like, what is going on in your head? What is wrong with you guys? Why would, if I came across me on the internet, I would go, shit, I need to go outside. I would genuinely go, what? I'd be like, ah, not another sim racing streamer. Do you know what I mean? I'd be like, ah, no. Like, if I sim raced on my own, like, but not live streaming, I wouldn't watch live streamers because I'd be sim racing. If I was going to waste my time watching a live streamer, first of all, I wouldn't. I don't know why people watch live streamers. I don't know what's wrong with you guys. I would, you probably have a job and you do stuff. So why are you wasting your life watching live streamers? You should be watching documentaries or films, or, I don't know, sleeping with hot women, I don't know. Filming your girlfriend's bottom and then uploading it in 3D to the internet. That you could do that. You'd have to be a real degenerate to do that. You know what I mean? Like, you could, there's stuff you could be doing with your life rather than watching live streamers. Preparing yourself to buy AC Ultimate. I'm the, forget AC Ultimate. I'm the ultimate disappointment. That is true. This is an art production. Oh, we're on the final. Oh, bloody hell! I've been Frenched. I've been toasted. I'm in my own practice server. I've been beaten by the French embassy. What did we do? A 56-2. Hang on. 56-1? 56-2. Okay, why are we so slow compared to the best lap time? Oh, because we're not on softs, are we? We're doing another set. Well, we got 23 minutes of the next race. I was just gonna change the track. We'll do a fun race on some other track. Good racing, guys. I'll let the other guys finish. Well, can you not do polls? Yeah, Antoine's at the picket line in his yellow jersey while sim racing. Oh, Canavot now. I don't have a button to insta poll. Yeah. I mean, I know the feeling. I'm normally in some form of annoying, stupid pain, but right, good racing, guys. What should we do? What track? Let's do a Nürburgring, a GP circuit. Hello, Donut. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's our election day today in the UK. I say our, as if it belongs to me. It's UK election day. We need a cracking setup. Wallet. Grommet. Wallet. Wallace. Server's back up here. Oh, I need to get a screenshot from the cockpit for the YouTube thumbnail. This is the trickery. Hang on. Let's get a screenshot here. What's incoming ad break things? What do you mean? No, that's because you're a mod, Novotny. It's so you can see that there's an ad break happening. Yeah, because you're a mod, so whenever there's an ad break. Dear God. This wasn't the server. It's not the right. Why is it not saving the? It's not saving the number of cars. What's this about? Oh, the replay's not worked. Oh well, let's just try. We have 20 minutes until the race. Yeah, iRacing's got a really good replay system. I'm just going to get my potato, guys. Thomas Schmidt's in here. Is Antoine Jacket Potato? Antoine Jacket Potato. Paul Cox. Look at this. Get in there. Get in there, guys.
Get in there.
Hello. X Pickle, thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Heinz make tomato barbecue ketchup mayonnaise mix sauce. Well good. Jared, you should just lie on the floor. Just lie on the floor. That's it. So that's like German beds. Just completely rock hard. Yeah, just or you get a hammock. Why'd you sleep on your side? I have to sleep on my back. It's obviously the superior sleeping position on your back. All legends sleep on their back. All the cool people. How realistic is it for you to get 5,000? I don't know how ELO works on LFM. With AC, I don't know. We could probably do all right in AC. Where's the ranking? How does this work? My account. Where do you see Assetto Corsa? Oh, here we go. I have 2,200. I don't know what it goes up to. I don't know how it works. If I sleep on my side, I get really bad back pain, so I don't have a choice. I have to sleep on my back. Terra's in the server. Instead of a rating number, they should have a position number. So instead of being told you're like, this is your rating is, you know, like I rating, it should actually say what position you're in. Like, out of 20,000 iRacers, it should say you're 20th, 50th, 100th. So people would then fight over being the number one. Why doesn't Rensport do that? Or like a ranking system should be ordered by who is the best driver. Like, I know it wouldn't be perfect, but how, like, people would go, oh, what's your rating? And you would go, oh, I'm 100th in this game, or 200th out of everybody, and people would understand exactly what it meant. That would absolutely, categorically, people would love that. It's a terrible idea, so people would love it. Isn't that the most obvious thing to do? You could even have an I rating and then, like, based off the metrics you have, some calculations done that positions you as as like the best, or gives you a place. And they could say, well, it's not perfect, but it's a general indication. This is where we've put you based off this math. Deal with it. Let's go driving here. So we have the LFM races in 13 minutes. So we might as well just go to a race here. You ready? Straight to the race. Let's go. Hang on, why is there smoke stuck on the track? It's weird. I'm 9,999th of this game. Seems like Twitch chat is a priority. No, it might be a little bit faster, but it's not a priority. It's just a stream delay. YouTube has more delay than Twitch because of the quality. You have to do a donation to have ultimate priority. That's I can't find a ways to get more people to donate in a way that's not manipulative. Every way of trying to like get money off people ends up being manipulative. There is no non-manipulative way of making money. This is the problem. Every conceivable way to make money involves manipulation of some form. Affiliate links, every adverts, it's all manipulation. It's manipulation all the way down.
My goodness!
See, 07 Buck is manipulated through sound alerts. Oh, look at this. This is nice. Whoa! A little bit aggressive there, sorry. Yeah, good job, mate. Good job. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm the worst driver in the world. Sorry. Go back in front. I ploughed him. Up. I was trying to help you. See, even if I'm nice to people, they just kill themselves. Might as well just be. You might as well not bother. Why do we even bother? That was like a visual. That was a radical SR3 representation of the British economy. There was some quantitative easing, and then it still drove into a wall. I quantitatively eased myself into your mum. Right, let's keep going. Thomas Schmidt is winning. We can't have that. Absolute what a crin. Whoa. What's going on there? Jolly's just had a jolly bad time. Yeah, this is LM Assetto Corsa me. This is LM me. We need to take over the LFM servers with Game of Muscle subs. So it's just us. On the whole of LFM is just filled with Game of Muscle viewers. I know, but that's not hard. Like, nobody nobody else plays AC on Twitch. It's just me. Everyone else is doing drifting. Do you still have to get the LFM license with ACC? I don't know. I don't know how all that works, Tim. You might have to, I'm not sure. Oh, thanks for subscribing. Welcome, Stephen Oka. Welcome. Welcome to YouTube. I'm not very good in this Radical. It's because it's quite slidey. I'm normally better with more responsive cars. Now you should be able to just join into AC on LFM, I think. I don't know how it works. Thomas with a 201. Get a ban on Thomas here. Absolute joke. Oh, guys, we're only an hour and 10 minutes away from bollocks from exit polls. From Great British election polls. Rich Racer. Hello, Mr. Windy Bob. seen how many people lurk on Twitch? It's a bit disturbing. Guys, if you're on Twitch lurking, can you type lurk in chat and just show, you know, unlurk. Just come out of your stone for a second. It really is honestly quite weird, the number of Twitch lurkers. I think they're just all unconscious. Well, you don't really get the election results till like 4 in the morning, so. But the exit polls are normally pretty good. A pretty good indication. They're polls on the exit. They poll people as they exit. But they could be wrong because they still have to ask people. They go, oh, who did you vote for? And they go, oh, you know. And they could be lying. Oh dear. Been jollied. Security office could vote on it. On vote on what? Yeah, but that's why they don't do the exit poll until after the election. They don't do the exit poll results until after the election's finished, like after at 10 PM when you can no longer vote. I'll bet on it. Yeah. Oh, I should have bet on the election. No, actually, betting's bad. Yeah, it's not that kind of debate. It's if it's Labour with Lib Dem as opposition. That would be it's not going to happen, but that'd be really funny. I'm all for the comedic democracy. I don't care about anything else. It's the comedic value of the democracy. If Reform UK get like no votes, and then Tories get completely removed, and then it's Labour and Lib Dem, that'd be like the ultimate. Well, it'd just be funny. Hang on, what colour is Labour? Is Labour yellow? Lib Dem's orange. Tories are blue. Oh no, Labour's red, aren't they? So it'll be red and yellow instead of red and blue. If I had to pick a colour for my political party, it would be pearlescent green. And people would be like, I don't like this party, but they've got a good colour. You should have a party called Don't Vote for This Party. Or you could call your party the Political Party. The Party. Ah, everyone would vote for that because they'd be like, oh, who doesn't like a party? You could call your party the Birthday Party. That's a well good idea. I think I'm pretty good at when it comes to democracy. Pretty good at politics.
Yeah, good job, mate. Good job.
Yeah, good job, mate. See? Oh, dear. But why am I so slow? We've got final lap here. Oh, the LFM server's going up in a minute. Hopefully we'll get to race Matt Ollikers. That'll be good. Welcome to all the Twitch lurkers. Feel free to follow if you want to.
Okay, let's go.
Best place to follow this. I don't know why you wouldn't follow this. Top-notch stuff here. High quality despair. Do any of you guys go through like needing yogurts all the time? I'm not gonna constant yogurt craving recently. Don't know why. I think this is cold. It's like so warm and humid. I just want to eat cold things constantly. Oh, bloody Thomas won it. Get a ban on him. Ban this guy. Maybe we should try and program that app that does the result tracking using ChatGTP. Oh, the server's up on LFM, guys. Well done, Thomas. Congratulations. Thomas with the win. Moto Rosso second, Jolly third, myself fourth, Paul Cox fifth, Rizza sixth. Well done, guys. Good job in there. Right, here we go. Grapes. Yeah, but grapes upset my stomach. I am nice, but I've had 10 years of like abusive comments. I'm not gonna. Yeah, well, I've had 10 years of like abuse. 10 years. Oranges from the fridge are good. Actually, I have some oranges. That's a good idea. Oh, Matt Ollikers is in our server. Here we go. I need a setup, guys. We've got this set, but I don't think it's a laser beamer. Oh, this supposedly 44.2 race aggressive, 43.9. Okay, let's try this. I don't believe it myself. We should do a vintage car next with subscribers. For some reason, there's not many people joining in our server today. I don't know why. Is it because we've been playing iRacing? So we have to do AC for like a week, and then people know that we're live streaming AC. I mean, no, Thomas, it should be fine. Have you got the right version of the car and track? I don't know. Should tell you. You can keep joining the practice one to see if it works. I don't know why it wouldn't. Yeah, LFM knows that you're a sub, and it goes, "Sub of gamer muscle detected." There we go. Well, this is a Kunos track, so. Or maybe it's the OSRW track boxes are different with LFM. Don't encourage him, Novotny. He will think he's the best. Don't let him get ahead of himself. No, Thomas! What is this? Bloody hell. It's not a compliment if it comes from Novotny. He's so silver. We are going to become the champion of LFM Radical. Fact. This is what we're talking about. Can't park there. I've overcooked it a little bit there. Yeah, these tyres think they're only going to last 5 laps in optimal condition. So how are people driving on them? For the whole race? Hang on, it's did 54.7 and I was miles off, so it's a soft tyre. How do we make this bloody soft tyre last? Yeah, it's open setup. I am using the softs. That's why I'm in 8th place. What information at the top? Or the top left? Get your binoculars out. Yeah, but we'll have a look at like 9 or so. Alright. So we're doing all right. We did all right in quali here. 7/10 off the top time is fine. No one's doing 53s though. But, oh, they're pretty close. So that's not too bad because I'm driving badly, so I'm happy with that. Hello! How's it going, man? Nah, we sawed off the halo's being taken off this because I'm dangerous. Have you driven at Silverstone? You've not done any UK driving? Let me know. Message me if you go to like Brands Hatch or Silverstone, because it's pretty close to me. So yeah, give me a message if you're. Alton Park's not near me, but yeah, if you're near London, if you're London, Silverstone. Where's ADAC? What isn't that in Germany? I'm going to Gamescom. Dortmund. What race is that? Oh, the simple. You're talking about that? Yeah. When people call it Sim Race Expo, they don't call it ADAC. Yeah, I'm going next year. I'm going to Gamescom as well, and then we'll do Sim Racing Expo. Yeah, Sim Racing Expo works out well for me. Like videos and stuff do really well, and it's fun. It's nice to meet people. It's really weird, because I've been going to Sim Racing Expo since like 2018. It's nice to see how it's picked up. Like when we first went, like 2018, I think 2017, 2018, there was like hardly anybody there. There was like a few, like they had an esports thing on, so I think Paul Smith was there. There's only like 2 or 3 YouTubers, but sim racing has grown so much since 2020. There's like way more YouTuber people, what have you. We did not want to do that many laps. They're on softs. They're going to do the racing softs. How's that work? Do they pit? Oh,
another month of regret.
Smash. Thanks for subscribing. Yeah, no, Sim Racing Expo should be good though. How are they staying on softs without needing to pit? Or are they doing softs and pitting? Well, we'll do softs then. I don't know how they're doing it. Because these softs are dead. Well, everyone's soft. Takoyaki's going on mediums. Soft should only last 5 laps. maybe they hold on when they're medium though. They're 5 really fast laps, but then maybe they actually hold on. Yeah, I would follow everyone off the cliff if it's a race and everyone's on the same. Everyone's on softs. Well, we're doing it. We're going in soft. We're going in soft, guys. No, you want to be this radical. You drive it around like a beast. Thomas isn't here. He's in 10th. Where am I? Oh, he's just behind me. Thomas Smith's right behind me. Oh dear. I know. I paid for the tyres and the slip angle. What's that? Ah! What is going on? Okay, just let me through, that's fine, yeah. Okay, I'll accept that. Not quite sure what happened there, but we gained places, so it's all good. I don't know what they were all doing. How did Thomas get into 4th out of all that? Absolute joke. Ah! Trying to find a way up the inside. Whoa! Car in the bum. Give me the draft! Oh, how did Thomas end up in 4th after that? It's ridiculous. Absolute scammage from the Schmidt. I need the draft, I'm too slow. Oh. Bit of slip there, it's all good. Not sure why he gave up the inside. He could have defended that. CMRT. Good battling. I'm so slow through that corner. See, the key with your braking is to make it look like a mountain landscape, because it really confuses the car behind you. Filth. I'm alright, we're in glorious 7th. Where's Thomas? Thomas is in 4th. Absolutely disgusting. Disgusting. For the occasional, it's more just that my brake pedal's really sensitive to save my knee, but it means that trail braking's very hard. Oh, that's much better. Look at this. This is good. This is a better lap time for me. .54.7, that's better. I need to turn the tyre skid sound up on this. So they're doing, P1's doing 54.4s. So 54.7's fantastic, so I haven't even got any draft. Go me! Go me, we're driving at pace. Only took 3 races. And they forced me back to be turned up. Nice bit of lift off oversteer through that corner. Thomas is still in bloody 4th. What's the gap? Whoa! Hold the grip there. 1.5 seconds to car in front. You say that, but everyone's on softs, AC front, so if everyone's on softs, if all the top 10 cars are on soft, I think I'll go with softs. Whoa, that's better. Yeah, no, I generally prefer how the mediums handle in AC. Because the softs are really good for like 2 laps and feel super nice. But the grip fall off over the limit with the softs is really sort of harsh. Which might be realistic, I don't know. But I prefer the handling characteristics of the mediums. Especially like the F2004 is a good example of that. I mean, the softs are still great, don't get me wrong. Yeah, we're always fully erect. Let's go. Well, that wasn't a good line, was it? Ah, Elden Ring. That's what she didn't say. Thomas has got a car in his tail. Them battling will only play into my hands. Ah, someone got a DQ for not taking a stop and go. Naughty, naughty. We're still basically on the same pace here as our record lap time, so pretty happy. Man, we really need to be in the draft. That's why we're losing out on these. But you can see on the top right how long where the tyres are at and what. Yeah, we're using the Husband Ultimates. See how if the tyres are optimal. It's a really nice tyre app on this CMRT app. The thing with this Radical that catches me out is you can really lean on the fronts in it with it much more than I have been. I tend to brake too much. Oh, yellow flag, what's this for? It's a back marker. Wow, see, Calvert has dropped back. I think we're still outside of his draft though, unfortunately. Whoa, we're getting in there, guys. I think he's cooked his tyres. Oh, his tyres must be noodled. I need to make my brake pedal less sensitive with AC. It's so sensitive. I like tickling it and it's going from like 0 to 100 with like half a gram of pressure. I definitely have it set up in the AC wrong. Because I put an ice pack on it. Oh, be baloney! Got to defend against the baloney man. Trying to deprive me of glorious seventh. Should be the top split. Maybe not. I mean, the fastest laps were 54, low 54s. I think 53s is like the normal fastest time, so might be the second split. Sure. The softs definitely last. We're in the medium zone of them. They're not optimal, but they're holding out. Thomas is under pressure still. Where's he going? Ah! Caught it. iRacing safe. Bloody hell. Rear tyres are going now. The rears are gone. They're gone. We're driving on dinner trays. It's alright, yeah, they just lasted just enough. Ah, wow. 9th place. It's good racing. Thomas got 5th. Absolutely liddled. Why do you need a track guide? Just watch the race. Just watch the race. Good driving there. That was good fun. Oh, you just tuned in? Well, you could. There's a rewind button on the stream. That was nice. Like the racing you get in with AC, so much better quality than the racing in iRacing. Like side by side, little contacts. Good. We need to see the election results. Right. Sellout Party is ahead of Sellout Party 2. Wow, you know, still voting, yeah, but the exit polls can be announced in the exit polls can be displayed at 10 p.m. Tory apocalypse. Tory apocalypse. Right. Let's put I'll put another server up, guys. We can do something different though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 10 p.m. we should get exit polls. What should we put on the server? What's an exit poll? It's polls for the exit. Basically, at polling stations, they ask some people how they voted, and then those people go because they're exiting the poll and they're polling the exit. And then they just assume that they're not lying, and they go okay, and then they add up all those from all over the place and go, oh, that's what we get. That's what the exit polls show. No, because they're not allowed to. They have to read the results. But that takes time. What's the fastest amount of time? The quickest. Hang on. There's always every year. There's like a race on who can do the fastest counting because we're sad. What was the fastest election result counting UK? The fastest election result counting in the UK was during the 1992 general election. The constituency of Sunderland South became renowned for its speedy count and announcement of the results. Tom Elliott pioneered efficient counting methods, enabling Sunderland South to consistently declare its results first. 48 minutes after the polls closed. This feat set a benchmark for rapid counting and declaration of results in the UK elections. Since then, Sunderland constituencies they don't have anything to do in Sunderland. They don't have anything to do. They just spend all year training to count ballot results. That's it. That's why the North East is deprived, because they spend all their spare time training ballot counting. It's the ultimate form of coal miners' strike. Matt. Oh yeah, nice one. When did you finish? I was a total carnage race. It was good fun. Sunderland constituencies, particularly Sunderland South, have maintained the reputation. Okay, let's see, what's the surely like postal votes have already been counted, or do they not count them at all? So typically the first results are an hour or two after polls close at 10 PM. Majority results between midnight and 6 AM. Final results. I'm well excited. It's an election, guys. I get to pretend that we live in a democratic country. I love being deluded. Oh, Matt had a few moments. Why is YouTube deleting your comments? It's probably because you're typing deeply offensive stuff like iRacing has a functioning tire model. I did vote. I voted for Lib Dem. Troll vote. It's the polling stations right next. The polling station's right next to my house. It's like the most lazy vote. It's like. I should do postal voting, but I like to walk into a ballot, and I like the process. I like to feel like I'm taking part in democracy. It's I just like the idea. Like, I like to pretend that I'm in a democracy, you know. If I can't have a real democracy, I might as well have the illusion of one. That's all I can get. You're trying to be positive for your kids. It's all a panto. Well, it is a panto. We're in a false democracy, but like it's better than a full-on dictatorship. And we're not quite as bad as America, but we're pretty bad. Like, hang on. Compare how democratic is UK compared to other countries as a percent, and what type of democracy is it? Oh yeah, well thanks for counter debate for buying me a kebab. I really appreciate it. I don't actually want a kebab. I don't know what I want. So here we go. The United Kingdom is considered highly democratic. Well, you know. Right, what's the percentage? Countries like Norway, Sweden, and Denmark score higher than the UK for democracy. So, I think ChatGPT's been too optimistic, because the thing is, okay, you do have different parties you can vote for, but you can't vote for the thing you actually want. So that's a bit of a flaw, isn't it? That's a bit of a problem. If it's not, my goodness, if it's not some kind of alternative vote, or like a, you know, if it's just first past the post, it doesn't really work. And then you have the press basically brainwashing everyone. So, you know, I think the UK is a flawed democracy. It's not as bad as America, but it's pretty bad. Hybrid regime, an authoritarian regime. That's pretty much the UK. Motor Russo, took your daughter to Elder Hay Children's Hospital and they were collecting for new beds. That's ridiculous, isn't it? Although weirdly, I went to a hospital yesterday and it was really nice. It was really good and they were awesome. so like, but he was in a well-off area, so you know. So that was pretty good. So it's not all bad. It depends where it is. Like the quality of hospitals and the resources they have is like massively variable. Yeah, too much gaming. So like Leicester, is it Leicester Royal Infirmary? That hospital's a total shithole. The hospital in Burton-on-Trent is a shithole. A lot of the London ones are really bad. It really depends. Some are quite nice though. No, so whenever I go to the doctors for like stuff and they're like, what's your job or what do you do? And I'm like, oh no, I just say I do marketing or whatever. So the worst thing is, if you have a doctor that's like checking you over, you don't want them to like there's a you know, it's just weird, isn't it? Like you don't want them to be like they could be watching and you're like, ah. Imagine if you're like actually legit like well known and then your doctor's like, hello. It's a bit weird. It's a bit weird. If you don't know them and they don't know you, it's less weird for some reason. Don't know why it works like that. It's strange, isn't it? Right, what should we put on the server whilst we wait for... should we do a vintage? Yeah, let's do a vintage car on like... hang on. What... yeah, let's do a vintage car. What do you mean the DRS question? I don't know what a DRS question is. I missed that. I'm looking for a track. We should do Donington in a vintage car. That's a good idea. I'm full of great ideas. Shelby Cobra. What's the truthful answer? You just say, you do like YouTube videos and stuff, but then you have to explain. It's not that part. It's that if you have like physical issues relating to what you do as work, then if you say, you do lots of driving, then they're like, oh, so you must be a lorry driver or something. You're like, no, it's playing video games. And so then they think, we're using the hand controller. And then you have to like go, no, it's sim racing. And then you have to explain sim racing. And you never want to explain sim racing. Like, you just don't... Trying to explain sim racing to someone that doesn't know anything about sim racing is pointless. Because the fact of the matter is, it's not real driving. but it's also not like gaming with a gamepad, and you are using similar muscles, and it is similar to real driving in terms of the what you're doing generally, but it's not real driving. So yeah, it's just one of those awkward conversations where you go, oh well, it's kind of like it's kind of like driving, but it's not, and then you can just see that they don't even know what you're talking about. so then you go, oh well, you know those you know, like fancy arcade machines or something, or like you go, oh you know, have you seen the simulators that race drivers use to train on? And most people haven't. So then you're like, well, hang on, what is the closest thing to it? And you go, maybe like go-karting. You go, oh, it's like go-karting, but on a PC. So that's the thing with conversation. If you're trying to explain something to someone that doesn't know about that thing at all, you have to find what's the closest thing that they actually know, for them to relate it to, basically. So the problem is, a lot of people don't even know what like go-karting is or race driving is. They know what driving a road car is, but they don't. Do you know what I mean? It's weird. It's the same with like a lot of stuff's like that. Unless you've actually done the similar activity. I mean, like trying to explain VR to people as well is ridiculous. Because you're like, yeah, no, it feels like you're in the game, but you're not really in the game. But it's 3D. You can look around you. You use your hands. But it's not real, obviously. And you know it's virtual. But it does feel quite realistic. Like it looks more real than a 3D screen. And they're just like, there's no way that a person can understand in any useful way what most people can't. Like I can, because I'm not, I'm creative, but like if the creative people, I think, can understand hypothetical stuff that they've never experienced. But there's a huge number of people that just can't conceptualize stuff without doing it directly. Yeah, like I mean, I've ridden bicycles, so I can have a loose idea of what riding a motor. I have been on a motorbike and crashed, but like I've never been on a motorbike on a racetrack. I think I can have a reasonably educated guess as to what the G-forces would feel like on my body, what I'd generally be doing not to drive around really well, but But even then, that would be. I know that I really don't. I don't get the. So, like in a race car, there's a specific, or go-kart, there's a specific feeling of the car at the limit that equals your driving successfully. It's a defined rotational G-load feeling, right? That there will be a feeling like that for motorbikes, but I don't know what that feeling is. I can have a guess. I could be like, oh well, I'm sure we'll be leaned like this. I'm sure the acceleration out the corner and there'll be that slip feel, but I can't really envision it in a sort of sensory way. I can imagine what the acceleration would be like, the loading up through the corner and everything, and suspension compression and the vibrations and everything else. But, so without doing something, it's just very hard, especially very rich sensory things. Like skiing would be very hard to... If you've never been skiing, even if you've rollerbladed, and ice skating's kind of close to skiing, but... it's hard to. It's really hard to understand what it actually feels like to do without doing it. You used to race motorcycles, yeah. I just read that twice because I've gone mental. I thought the chat moved up and it hadn't. Right. How are we doing? 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes till we find out. Are you excited? I can't show anything on the screen for this, because otherwise I'll get copyrighted. That's how good the internet is these days. Hang on, what's this? General election, UK awaits exit poll, Theresa May given peerage in surprise dissolution honours list. Hang on. Full list of people getting peerage. Is this because the Tories know they're getting pushed out, so they're like, oh, here's some peerage for you? They're all like the terrible Tories. Guys, we're gonna lose power in 10 minutes. They're peers. They're peers. Give them money. Corruption. Oh dear. Oh, 5 minutes. Oh, you ready, guys? If Lib Dem, they're projecting. Is that fake? That's CGI. They've got a fake CGI projection of a countdown on 10 Downing Street. They should just. If I was Tory, I'd launch all the nuclear warheads at like the northeast, because they're not going to get another chance for a long time. What's that counter debate? What's this? In the teapot. Ah, no. He's got a kebab. What a kebabber. What a kebabus. I can't show it. It's illegal. It'd be a copy kebab. Big Brother eviction, yeah. But they pretend it's serious. You know the digital sets that like news channels have? They're kind of a bit weird, aren't they? Because they're all the crew are sat in this room that's just a green room. I guess they use LCD screens actually, so the people in there can actually see it. Oh, 3 minutes, guys! 3 minutes, come on! What's the... well, let's do a Twitch poll. Here we go. Twitch, start a prediction.
Okay, let's go.
Start a prediction. Top 5. No, will...
Okay, let's go.
Right. What are the options? What are the options for the poll?
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go.
Right, here you go. 2 minute. Start prediction. is the prediction. Will Lib Dem... How many Tory seats? How many seats will they lose? Oh, exit poll imminent! Exit poll imminent! Imminent! it's like the country's about to explode. Oh, this is the exit poll. Poll's closing in 13 seconds. Imagine me like you're waiting over the box. Who does the last vote? Are you ready for the exit polls? This is well exciting. Bong! Why are they presenting it? Oh no! Conservatives still 131 seats. Labour landslide. Ah, no, but the Conservatives are still hanging around. Oh, but Reformer got nothing, supposedly. Oh, yeah, but back to 90s. Green with 2 seats. Oh, no. So what was that for the... So basically, Labour have like full control of the government. Because didn't they say that the Tories would still get like 200 seats? So basically, it's a full-on Labour have sucked in the Tories. What were they predicting for reform? Didn't they think they would get like 30 or something? Pensions of a big vote share. Yeah, there'll be a lot of people that go, "Oh, always vote Tory," and Labour will increase taxes, so they'll be like, "Oh, you know," they'll be like, "Yeah, gotta vote Conservative, otherwise my house will disappear." Basically, British politics is about who can look the most like sort of John Major type. the more you can come across like a John Major or so maybe a bit Theresa May, a bit like a little bit Blairy. Like you have to be suitably dull, and that's how you get voted in. Yeah, why is SNP only got to... Oh, because they've been replaced by Labour then, basically. Yeah, the greyer the better. The more that the politician looks like British weather, the more that you... the more that you're likely to win, yeah. I know, you can't trust bold people. Why are they did a shot of the experts, right? And the experts are like, "Oh, wow," as if it's a good thing. It's not like it... Right, the naivety of people thinking that Labour will... you know, suddenly magically fixed 14 years of Conservative government. It's like, it should be like, oh well, yeah, okay. Why did it take how many years of like repeated ridiculous? Yeah, they're not even going to do anything, are they? They're just going to continue the status quo. Well, we need Count Bin Face to win. that'll make up for Lib Dem not being in opposition. Well, basically Freaky League. Yeah, slightly less worse, but still terrible. Well, counter debate. That's because any of them that represented potentially doing anything beneficial. any of the Labour MPs that represent any mild threat to establishment are like, no, we don't want you. you potentially will actually do something that could change the status quo of the power structures. Get out. You're not welcome here. The king does not support this. Yeah, that's the only big difference is that, yeah, so Conservative Party is categorically full of outright mental people. There are mental people in the Labour Party, but they're like, so Conservative Party has like completely outright totally mental people, and then a bunch of people that are just misguided and weird or whatever. Fine. Labour has misguided weird people and might not do anything that really solves stuff, but I don't. Who would you pick in the Labour Party that's a complete mental case? Like, I don't think you can. Whereas you can look at the Tories and there's like 10 of them, probably more. Full on like. No, I don't think Tony Blair also, he's not in the Labour Party now, is he? It's not. That is from like. Yeah, you got to go back in time a bit there. Yeah, you're stuck in the 90s. That was like 80 years ago. that was like 300 years ago, mate. What do you mean it only got worse? Not necessarily. I would say aspects of today's Labour are actually more similar in some ways to New Labour in many ways, but not. They obviously they have different people, but you could probably draw parallels. But I wouldn't say. Yeah, we should have. We'll have a war. Yeah. So Labour might do some positive stuff, and then they're going to start. Then America will say, "Guys, we need to have a war here. We've been building all these planes and boats. We need a war." And then Britain will be like, "Oh, but we don't really want to." But America will be like, "Guys, are you our ally or not?" and then the British government will go, "Oh, okay, yeah, all right. We'll do your pointless war with you." Is it going to kill loads of innocent people? Yeah. Is it a waste of money? Yeah. Is it a waste of time? Yeah. But America told us to do it, so yeah. Americans are all it's a butter revolution. All right, guys, it's time to go to war with Iran with the butter revolution. Yeah, well, there you go, guys. Who wants to drive some vintage cars? So much has changed right there. A moment of history. When do they... Oh, we have to wait till tomorrow before they kick the Tories out of the house, the 10 Downing Street, and they go, "Oh, you got to leave your home now." Evicted. Like a council flat tenant They've been evicted, ironically. Evicted like a tenant in a rental property. Right, I'm putting Donington up, guys. If you want to join the server. I don't think anyone will join it. People get confused when I don't title the live stream Racing with Subscribers. It's too hard for them. Why do we need a debate about the gold standard? There's nothing to debate. I'm not necessarily against having, it doesn't have to be gold. I'm not necessarily against having a currency that's backed behind an asset, but it doesn't really matter because the reason why you don't need a gold standard is because a currency, the dollar for example, is backed by the fact that the American government, military, and just the fact that American controls its own currency. So it's irrelevant having a directly tied physical asset to your printed asset. So it's not really. Let's say for every dollar you have a X amount of gold. Well, I mean, you could argue that it could be used to stop. You could say that the limitations of gold mining would then reduce the speed at which you can issue new currency, but then why would you arbitrarily do that? And you could still issue new currency. You're just going to issue currency, and the gold is worth less, or the currency can buy less gold. So it doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't really. No, it's not worthless. The point is, it's worth the country. Like, the value of a dollar is the fact that that America is the only people that can print it. Well, whoever they license to print it, but like they basically control who's allowed to print it. And America has a government, a military. You know, they control the money and the military. So that's the value of the dollar. The value of the dollar isn't one specific asset that it's tied to. The value of the dollar is like, how strong is the military? How many material assets does the country have? What's the GDP of the workforce? Is there growth in the country? What's the actual tangible assets? The rail systems, the industry, the roads, everything that everybody owns, the houses, everything. That is what the value of the dollar is. It's backed by the entirety of the country. So it's a bit weird to arbitrarily go, oh, it's tied to gold. It's like, basically by forcing yourself to have a gold standard, or it could be like a potato standard, it doesn't matter. By limiting yourself to that, you're basically just making it. You're just reducing the liquid utility of money, or you're reducing the tool set available to the government in what they can do to manage the dollar. So there's no why bother? I think the reason why people like the gold standard is because they think of dollars as a tangible asset.
Okay.
It's a misunderstanding of what money is. Well, the dollar's not a dead currency, is it? The dollar is literally just a... it's backed by the... Like, why do people not understand what money is? It doesn't... There's like a fundamental misunderstanding of what money is. It is money is literally money is a contractual exchange mechanism. It is a token. It is a variable token. It's a contractual exchange mechanism. It's not a thing in and of itself. That is what money is. I think that's the mistake, that people don't get it. People think of money as if it was gold, or as if it was a commodity in and of itself. To be fair, there are like old coins and there are collector coins and stuff, and you can in some ways define it as a collectible thing in and of itself, but the majority of how money's used, especially now with most money being digital, the majority of how it's used is it's a contractual exchange mechanism. That is it. Yeah, it's a choice. It's a contractual exchange mechanism. I think I defined it really well. It's a really good definition of what money is. I deserve a pat on my back. There you go. Money serves as an intermediary in the exchange of goods and services, allowing individuals to trade without complications of barter. This function inherently involves a contractual agreement where money is exchanged for goods or services. But yeah, exactly, 100%. I'm actually not as stupid as I thought I was.
Yeah, good job, mate. Good job.
Yeah, good job, mate. Say that again. So I just asked ChatGTP, I said, could money be defined as a contractual exchange mechanism? And it said, yes, money can indeed be defined as a contractual exchange mechanism. This perspective aligns with several economic and legal theories about the nature of function of money. Here's an elaboration. Medium exchange. Money serves as an intermediary of exchange of goods, allowing for individuals to trade without the complications of barter. This function inherently involves contractual agreement where the money is exchanged for goods or services under mutually agreed terms. And I would also argue that money itself is an inherent contractual agreement, obviously between a bank. It's given multiple examples. Units of account. Money provides a standard measure of value, making it easier to compare the worth of different goods and services. This standardization facilitates contracts and agreements. Store of value. Money allows individuals to store purchasing power for future use. This function of money involves implicit contract of trust in the stability of acceptability of currency over time. Legal tender. Money is often established by law as an acceptable form of payment for debts. This legal status underscores its role in formal contractual agreements, ensuring that the money can be used to settle obligations. Economics theories. Under classic economics, money is seen as a medium for facilitating voluntary exchanges in markets. Each transaction involving money representative of contractual agreement between buyer and seller. Under MMT, modern monetary theory, emphasises money role in the economy as created by the state, often involving contractual obligations between the state and its citizens. So I think it pretty much covers it. I mean, it's a pretty vague definition, to be honest.
My goodness!
Come on, goodness! My goodness! Join the server, guys. It's just you got to join the server. I don't what with the Britain's fixed, yeah. So, but money originally. So people would have used their own versions of money during times of barter. So if you have a commodity, before like government issued money, before you had government issued money, people would have created, would have used other stuff as a form of money. Well, no. What about that time where your mother said to me, she said, "Look, if you I can't. I'm too tired to think of a good mum joke out of that." I bartered with your mum. Are you telling me that wasn't bartering? What was that? Provided a free service. Provided a free service. Yeah, if there was no money exchanged, just physical activity, then I bartered with your mum. Your mum loves to be bartered. Oh, she likes a good barter. Show me your barter, love. Let's barter this car. Barter. Oh, who doesn't like a barter? You barter. What a barter. What about a bartender? A barter tender? A bart. Fiat a bart. Fiat a bartender. I don't even know where this is going. Hello, Chad. You getting in the server here for some driving? We got some vintage action. Oh yeah. What was the poll result? Choose prediction outcome. Labour win, Tory second. Labour win, Lib Dem. Oh, there was so much optimism for Lib Dem coming second. Labour win, Tory was second. There we go. Choose outcome. Labour win, Tory second. Complete prediction. Well done. Well done, guys. What a time to be alive. Oh, I need to fix my brake pedal. Like, it's so sensitive. It's so sensitive. You should be able to really easily modulate your brake. And I can't because my brake is more sensitive than a butthurt Tory is right now. They're all they're all crying. They're all crying themselves to sleep. Oh wow. Mayday. There we go. Oh, that's green. I wanted more. There we go. Emo brake pedal. Oh, I could put some music back on as well. Beach! Beach! Beach!
Beach! Beach! Beach! Beach! Beach! Beach! Beach! Beach! Beach! Beach! Beach! Saddle the beach! 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 Beach!
fan of the beach. Right, here we go. Pedal sorted. Let's get back on the server. Get in the server, guys, if you want to join. Thank you very much for that banger. Oh, that's better. That's easier. Problem is, now I have to learn to push my brake harder. Hello, Labour Britain. Does it feel like it? I will be honest. It does feel like a dark burden has been lifted. You know, I mean, I'm not saying it's optimistic. It's still gonna be terrible, but it does feel like 14 years of misery has like the you know, like it feels like a mild. It's like, you know, when you're constipated and you have a really big toilet session and finally your bowels are cleared, but there's still more to come. It's that sense of relief that at least you're not fully constipated. That's what it's reminiscent of. Well, that's it, can't debate. I appreciate that. I wonder if the real world Shelby Cobra drives like this. It seems like this car in AC does feel a bit unhinged in general. Yeah, I wouldn't think it does. I'd imagine it'd actually be more progressive in some ways. Like this car in AC has a habit of being a bit snappy at the limit. You have to be extra careful on the pedal inputs with this car. That's true, yes. So are we being optimistic? Do we have permission to feel some optimism in the UK? Is that what people are saying? Is this? Do you know what? I tell you what is good. We don't have to listen to stupid Tory shit on the news constantly. It'll be dumb Labour shit. But at least it won't be like the most moronic Tory drivel. It'll just be bog standard drivel. Be able to actually watch like news without feeling like shooting yourself in the face. That's a positive, I guess. Who's the second Prime Minister? What's it called? The Vice Prime Minister. What do we call our second Prime Minister? The Vice Prime Minister. Number 2. Because they're a bit shit. Yeah, who is it? Is it Angela Rayner still? Or did he get rid of her? Did they go, Deputy Dog? See, this car's really good on simple tracks, I think. Hang on, why is my game running at 120 FPS? Reflex and boost should be on. What's this about? Hang on, why is my game not running at... It's nice and smooth, but I don't know what's going on here. I'll have a yogurt, guys. I'm starving. So hungry today because I didn't eat anything yesterday. So like, well, I had a pizza yesterday in the afternoon, but like, didn't eat anything all day. So now I'm like absolutely starving. A day later, pure starvation. They should bring back the second best political TV show. Yeah, well, they did Spitting Image, didn't they, more recently? But it wasn't very good. Because they made it really soft. Like, the original Spitting Image was, like, really quite harsh. Ooh, hold that slide. Why is my TV thing stuck on? Get off. Yeah, I think the problem is you can't really mock Boris Johnson because he's so shit. It's like Trump. It's just so, like, obviously shit. It's like if you were to make a joke out of Jimmy Savile, it's like you can mock him, but once you know that he's once you know that they're a child molester, it's not really even funny to make jokes out of them. It's like, oh well, no, they're just shit. It's not. Do you know what I mean? There's a threshold of like, oh, these people are evil, take the piss out of them and stuff, and then it just gets to a point where the jokes are actually basically almost covering for them, if that makes sense. So that's why I think like Boris Johnson and Trump are particularly hard to make good comedy out of. I mean, all you can do is point to what they're doing and go, "Oh my god, that's ridiculous." But there's no like, there's no real like creative comedy in that, is there? It's just like, "Oh, they're incompetent." Lol. It's the same joke over and over again as well. Right, here we go. Joss on pole. Since when did Joss get good at this? Since when was Joss a filthy... Oh, this is on low latency. Why is the frame rate not cut? Weird. Why is Joss so good in this car? Is it setup? Share your setup, Joss, and if you're using default, you're banned. Yeah, it must be practicing. I'm not having this. Right, here we go. I've only got 3 laps on here for some reason. Oh, don't worry about it. Danger's the best way to play. Danger's the most exciting way to drive. The problem is, for an election night, what you really need is you need like the poles to be on the edge, the exit poles to be close, so that you then have to watch all night long to see who's going to win. I think for this election, basically, all Labour needed to do was to effectively be as Tory as possible, and then just say, "Oh, we're not going to do anything, but we're also going to be more stable than the Tories, but we're basically Tory." And that way, Labour voters are like, "Oh, well, we don't have a choice," and Tory voters are like, "Ah, oh, well, you know, we don't like these current ones, and oh, well, actually, Labour are actually Tory." Ow. Bonk. Ah, dear. I think that's what they went for. But then the downside of doing that is, after 4 years, if they've not appealed to anyone and some other party comes along, you're in a bit of a spot. But oh well, first you've got to get into government. Whee! Absolute cheek. Filth. Pure filth there. Ah! I'm sorry, I can't drop. I'm a noob. I just bopped him off the track. No, but they're not, James. Are you making a joke? Jesus Christ. you do realise? Here we go again. You do realise that this will be the Assetto Corsa Evo will be the first Assetto Corsa released under a Labour government. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. To be fair, wasn't Netcar Pro released under a Labour government? And that was like the daddy. So maybe connecting the dots here, maybe this could be good. If we look at the data, I mean, all the best video games came out in the 90s under Labour. GoldenEye, Perfect Dark, Half-Life 1, Thief, Populous. Guys, maybe this is what it takes, because people feel depressed from the Tories, so they don't produce good video games. What's Starmer's stance on iRacing physics? Starmer's too busy kicking slightly left-leaning people out of the Labour Party to know about physics. He spends every day, he's got a little AI tool in his wallet, in his pocket, and it goes, left-leaning party member detected, execute, eliminate, potential human detected in party, remove from party, danger, danger, humanity detected, incompatible with neoliberal views. And then he's like, okay, how can I accuse them of being anti-Semitic? How can we get rid of them? I don't know. Let's find something. You know. Well, that went well. Guys, we're restarting the race. That was a disaster. We're going again. It's Tom even better. Get in there. Look, Dave, just put that to one side. Hang on, when was John Major? 95? When did New Labour happen? 96? New Labour, New Danger. New Labour, New Danger. Do you remember that advert? It was constant. New Labour, New Danger. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but it was the thought of the freedom of Labour that made them, in the last year of crunch, make the games good. They had the optimism of the end of Tory rule. That's what that was. How many have we got? Any viewers that are conservatives that are feeling depressed? We must have some, because sim racing is kind of tangentially motorsport based, and a lot of people in motorsport are quite conservative. So they're crying. Oh no! Oh, might have to declare some taxes. Oh, I will only be able to buy 3 race cars this year instead of 4. Oh, I won't be able to fly in my private jet as much. That's true, Dave. Yeah, it's it was the charisma and vibrancy of his personality, definitely. Yeah. I mean, no politician has been as emotional to listen to as John Major. His speeches would bring many people to tears, or was that their eyes dissolving? I can't tell. Oh, Peter Mandelson. Oh, I'll contact. I don't know about Peter Mandelson. He seemed alright, but then also really a bit weird as well. But then they always do. Like, who's like Alistair Campbell? Oh shit, sorry. So I killed him. Sorry. Sorry, Nasty Butler. Alistair Campbell seems bloody weird. And who's the other one? Who's the one that, who's the other spin doctor? Why is he on 2 wheels? Shedhead's loose. Oh, he got naughty cut, track cut telling off. Naughty, naughty. It's at higher speeds. The rear of this car wants to pop out in some corners in a way that's quite brutal. Thank you, Track. Track came back to us there. That was very lucky. I need to put the Moser sequential shifter on this rig. I'm not really sure how to mount it though. This is a bit of a problem. Oh, I don't think he's gone. I think Dominic Cummings was always full on, you know. I think also Dominic Cummings probably wanted to be like a prime minister. Like he probably thought of himself as being some like super advanced genius, but actually he's just like a bit of an arse. I don't know. I always got the impression that he thought of himself really highly. He thought he was playing everybody like Boris Johnson and everything, and was like responsible for everything, but actually he was being played. But he's too egotistical to realise. Maybe that's what happened. You have to be so careful on the pedals in this car. Otherwise it starts going crazy. But it does, this car, woo, really rewards you for driving smooth. Oh no! I got third. Get in there. Shall we do you guys want to do another vintage car but at a different track? That was good fun driving these. Like should we drive one of these at like a Nordschleife or something flowing? How about that? Cash me outside, how about that? Hello, Capsule. On LFN, also we're sub bashing at the moment. We were playing LFN, but we just went to Next Radical on LFM. It's been good fun actually. Just sort of taking it easy, really, watching the election and stuff. Yeah, let me get the server up here. Your Sim Studio's looking extra colour. Yeah, I look really glowing. For some, I think my rear lights aren't working properly. I've put everything on. I've put everything on plugs. Maybe it's not getting enough voltage, so we're a bit. This light is a bit too bright, but that's all right, isn't it? It's okay. Let's make it a bit more yellow then. Is that better? Yeah, I've put all my lights are on connected to automated sockets, so I don't have to turn everything off manually. It looks great in OLED. Yeah, it's definitely a bit red though. I think this is better now. This is a bit more natural. But with I like the flag behind me's worked out well. I think if we illuminate the flag, I've got another light, but we could set that up. I think that'd be nice. Right, let's type join in chat if you're gonna join the server. I don't care if we only get like 5 people in it. It's hiding the sim rig, but the problem is that the sim rig behind us. Hello, them all calling. The sim rig behind us is like just like the back of a sim rig, so it's like black and bits of frame and stuff. So it just looks a bit noisy in the background. So I could have a white flag that looks like a shower curtain, but I bought the finished flag and I thought it looked alright. I think it works well. I'm happy with it for £7. I was thinking for ages of like, how can I hide the sim rig behind me in a way that looks okay? Oh yeah, we'll do Nordschleifer, but with we'll do it with a Kunos vintage car, another vintage car. We'll like. Hang on. Save this. Rename. Clone. Right, yeah, let's do a different car. Well, what about vintage? Oh, I don't know. Nord is really nice in vintage cars. Hello. 101 Predator. 6 months of Prime there. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support. Let me give you a rocket. Categories. Vintage. Here we go. What's let's see, Assetto Corsa cars. Something like this slower, like no, you know, like fat vintage cars. The Porsche Carrera RSR is nice. Should we drive that? Or there's the Porsche 718 Spider. Let's do that. You don't want to do Nordschleifer? Just 2 laps. What track? We're not doing Nordschleifer. We want something that's like flowing. Maybe Spa could be quite nice actually. Spa in a vintage. Let's do that. It's a nice easy track and it's in the game, so. Right, servers up. I'm starving. I need to eat something. Hang on, so now G-Sync's working at 15 FPS on this track. Maybe it was maybe the FPS display's broken. It's weird. Look at this car. Proper car. Oh, look at it. On the left, it's got the smoke, the engine fire extinguisher, but it's on a little cord that goes there, but that just pulls this. Again, that makes sense, because then both the driver or marshal can pull it. Yeah, these are nice looking cars, aren't they? Zandong! Zandong! Benznip! Zandong! Why has it got 2 ignition switches? The pedals are all over the place with stuttering. I don't know what causes that. It shouldn't be. Oh, hang on. Radical's just changed to Red Bull Ring. No? What? What's it on? Velolunga for the Clio Cup. Oh, Mugello. Oh, Mugello's on the LFM, guys. For the Radical, that'd be well good. This car has weird force feedback. Hey, what's going on here? Why has this car got really different force feedback? Why has this car got super dampened force feedback? What's going on? Hey, why has this car got completely different force feedback to the Shelby Cobra? No, well, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe it accidentally activated it. I mean, I use the gyro effect, but I don't know why this car would be particularly different. It feels really dampened, but it's in line with what the car's doing, so it's not really a problem. Anyone else noticing really different force feedback in this car? Very strange. Not sure what's going on with this. Oh, let's do a lap. No, I know. I had that. That's on by default. I mean, I'll put it on with the other cars. And that has a different feeling to it. Well, we'll have to wait till the next one. AC from. I know, Skywalker. It'll be pretty funny. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. It'll be hilarious. I think this car drives really nice. It's super easy to drive. This would be a really good car for noobs to drive. That's why it's good for me. I know, Lorenzo. I know. We were saying finally. Not that it's all positive, but there's a sense of like. I wouldn't say it's a sense of like positivity. What's a Tory? It's someone that goes out of the way to murder poor people and increase homelessness and then steal money from the majority of the population into the pockets of a small group of people. Yeah, I think a mild sense of slight relief is a description. Look at this grass. Looks well nice in this track. Oh, that sounds convincing, Frank. Ah, Game of Muscle on pole. You guys going to join the server, or are you just going to continue being embarrassed by the Mr. Game of Muscle on pole? One weird thing with AC1 is it doesn't seem to do AA properly. Like, 8x AA in AC1 doesn't look like 8x AA. It sort of maxes out at 4x. But even that doesn't really look like 4x AA. Like in other games, in iRacing for example, or like FPSs, if I run 4XAA, then it's super smooth. Samsoid, hello. These are the CMRT overlays. This is why I was asking you in your stream if you get performance issues, because these don't give any performance issues, and they're built into the game, so you don't have to do shit in OBS. And this then allows. My thing is I like upsetting iRacers by having me push the brake and the accelerator at the same time to catch the car when it's uncontrollable from overdriving. I just enjoy the iRacers that are sort of that middle. They're in that middle stage of sim racing knowledge where they like know what the sort of yeah, generally you want to be smooth on the brake, and you want to brake hard and come off it and trail brake. They watch like the YouTube shorts and all the training videos and everything, so they know the general stuff that's good, but they've not got past the point of, oh, maybe some people are just dicking around, or maybe you know, they're kind of lost in the sim racing is only about performing better. So it really upsets them when you just jump into stuff and you do whatever to like get the best out of it for yourself. It really winds them up. So anything that like I gotta put this camera on. Anything that does that more is great. But it's a shame that iRacing doesn't have a pedal thing built into it. You'd have thought they would. It's pretty it's handy when you're setting stuff up, actually. Just mentioned iRacing. Guys, you should check out Sam Soyd's channel. He does like driver coaching. He does a whole bunch of stuff. He does like works with esports drivers and things and teams, and just check out his channel. I was actually thinking as well, Sam Soyd, the pedal brake trace, the accelerate, like the trace, active trace on the screen, it's actually a really good way of seeing if you've got a if your pedal's too sensitive or if you've got a problem. So like obviously the brake and the accelerator, you can tell if you're accidentally pushing the brake pedal, or if the dead zone's too small, or if you're not pushing the throttle all the way down. But the brake trace, if you have like pedal issues and noise and things, you can see it in the pedal trace. So it's quite a good thing if you're for people setting up their equipment, I think. Justin Bieber, I think Justin Bieber's turned out all right, you know. Weirdly, seems like he might have actually turned out, given that he would have put up with a lot of crap. Seems like he might be okay. I don't think his songs are too bad, actually. To be fair, right, I don't like this music, don't get me wrong, but if you were to compare Justin Bieber to like Taylor Swift, I think Justin Bieber's probably better. Like Taylor Swift just is so weird. Like she has like that kind of cult kind of vibe to her. Do you know what I mean? There's just something a bit weird about Taylor Swift. She does good stuff though. Like apparently she donates to food banks and things, so she's probably not a bad person. I get the impression that she's trying her best, but it's just very weird. It's just very strange to me. Yeah, she's like so anodyne and yeah, there's just something off about her. Like I don't think she's bad, but like compare her to like Brian May or something, or like I don't know, like your average sort of British rock band singer or something, or I don't know, even like Bjork or other people that have been very popular musicians. I mean, they're not Taylor Swift popular, but even like Britney Spears, right? Oh, clearly Britney Spears is going mental, or often goes mental, but she seems like she doesn't seem ingenuine to me. She just seems like someone that's having mental breakdowns, probably due to people exploiting her. But then again, I think Taylor Swift is for like 12-year-old girls, isn't it? So, and people like her concerts, they have a good time. I'd much rather people be listening to Taylor Swift than doing other destructive things, so I don't think she's bad. Just gives me a weird feeling. I like who's that? KSI or not KSI? What's he? PSY, the South Korean pop artist. Like he seems really like, you know, does his music, puts on a really big show, loads of energy. That, yeah, I think the disconnect with Taylor Swift is that it doesn't look like she's trying. See, do you know what I mean? She looks like a 14-year-old girl that's dancing in a bedroom to music that she's playing off the radio. Which maybe that's the appeal. Maybe that's the. I mean, I don't know if that's the intention. I think she actually rehearses and practices to try and look like an actual, like in her mind. I think she wants to be a bit of a sort of Madonna, but she just comes across like a karaoke singer. No, it's not. It's not that she looks 14 physically, but her mannerisms and you know, it's like if you've got teenage girls dancing to music, that sort of thing. Which is that's why it appeals to those types of people. There's nothing wrong with that. I think if I had a daughter and she was listening to Taylor Swift, I'd be like, all right, fine. You know, I'd be like, I'm glad you enjoy it. There's lots of terrible music kids could listen to, so. No, I know a lot of them are older, but that's obviously not what the actual thing's designed for, is it? You think she's pretty? I don't know. To me, Taylor Swift, she looks like someone that needs, like, she looks like someone that has an eating disorder. So I kind of, I have sympathy for people with eating disorders because I know it's not easy. She doesn't look healthy to me. I don't. She doesn't look healthy. She looks like she'll snap. She looks like if there's a bit too much wind, she'll snap. So that'd put me on edge. I don't know. She looks super skinny and gaunt. But yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't think you should judge people for how they look necessarily. But she doesn't look healthy. Maybe she is. Some people are quite skinny. That's just how they are. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm morbidly obese, so. What, 5 minutes till the race, guys? Get in here. Britney, babe. Oh, Britney Spears is not the type of woman I go for, but she didn't look. She looked healthy, I think. I like. If I was going for women, I like sporty women, like snowboarders and stuff. I think that's it. Like, if you're gonna go for like what's the sort of most attractive type of woman? It's women that are like not like shot putters, but like women skiers, female cyclists, female rock climbers. I mean, female rock climbers. That is like. I'm sorry, that's the best looking women are rock climbers, because they have like really good. Muscles, like they're really good core strength and balance and dexterity, but they don't look like they're beefed up, which is fine if a woman wants to look beat. No, if that's some people like that, so there's nothing wrong with that, but it's not what I'm into. Yeah, so like healthily athletic women, I think is attractive. Strong German athlete, exactly. Oh yeah, their hands would be totally messed up. For sure. or like calloused and be worse than my sim racing hands. No, I like. Why would you want to be with someone that's like pathetic? You want a woman that if you break your leg, like you let's say you're hiking and you're with a woman and you break your leg, you want someone that can help you get home safely. You don't want a woman that's like useless. I don't. I want someone that can fight a bear attack off. I want a woman that can punch a shark in the face. Why is it surely that's attractive? Like a woman that's like feminine but not pathetic. What, like there's this. No, I want a woman that's like not pathetic. Like it's the same with anyone. You just don't want. Why would you want to be around pathetic people? Free piggyback ride, Dan.
The pace car is out of control.
I just don't know. I think that a lot of men are actually quite insecure, and the idea of their partner being stronger than them or like a better put together person is intimidating to them. So I think a lot of men specifically seek out what are weaker women because they want to have the ego boost of being like, oh, I'm looking after them. Now, I'm not saying that okay, so you could be in a relationship where the man is looking after the woman or the woman's looking, you know. The point I would make is it doesn't matter either way. But there's a promoted thing where that's that sort of traditionalist view of like, oh, the man has to look after the woman, and it's like, well, no, how about it's more like it doesn't matter. It could be that way around, and it could be the other way around. But I would personally generally prefer things if they were sort of aired towards equality, in that both parties were basically well put together. And I think the healthiest relationships are like that. I'll be honest, it's just I want a woman that can give a proper sports therapy massage to me. After living with a sports therapist, I need my sports therapy massages, and I've yet to meet a woman that can do a good sports therapy massage. That's all I want. Anybody that doesn't appreciate that has never had a proper sports therapy massage. Like, honestly, imagine if you could have a sports therapy massage like 3 times a week on demand. Like, seriously, that would be amazing. Like, that'd be incredible. No, you just need someone that's got good technique. Like one of my friends, she's actually tiny, like really small. She's like only barely 5 foot. No, she's shorter than that. She's really short, and she's really good at massage. She's tiny, so it's not a size thing. It's technique and arm strength, and we're back to rock climbing again. Hello, Knight. Screaming bossy jump. No, quiet people as well. Why do I have a chessboard? I read that as cheeseboard. No, I like quiet. I like quiet as well, not noisy. I don't like noisy. I don't like arguing. But like myself, I don't like arguing. Like, I'll argue on live stream. I like arguing for entertainment. But in day-to-day life, I'd rather, you know, like, can't be bothered. Like walking, perfect situation is walking in silence. All my friends are like really quite quiet people. 9, you must not have the cheese. Like, why are some people so noisy? Zandong! Like, what is that about? Like, people that are just super, super noisy all the time. Like, why? Like, oh, we've filled up the server. This is awesome. Do you guys like my menus here? Look how sprucey my AC looks. It's gorgeous. We've only got 3 laps in this one. Lorenzo, skeptical about AC, but we should be skeptical. Don't worry about it though. Woo! Thanks for clicking the like button on YouTube. You're hyped. If I was a chess piece, what would I be? I'd be a pawn. No, I'd be a bishop because I like to move. I'll be moving sideways. No, is that a bishop? Yeah, diagonal. I don't know. I don't know what I'd be. Yeah, there you go. A small, quiet German sport masseur that likes rock climbing. Has a dark sense of humour. They're also skeptical. They're interested in science. They can lap the Nordschleifer. They can lap the Nordschleifer in under 7 minutes in a fast car. Yeah, just the normal. Just the normal stuff. Like, what else would you want? Joss, are you cheating? Are you aero boying here? Or are you just driving quickly? Share the setup if you changed it. Now, the reason I'm single is every woman I get with turns out to be a lesbian. And I don't know if it's me turning them, which is quite likely, or if they were already a lesbian, you know. But this is like I'm on like a hat trick. So this is the problem with UK women that are somewhat tomboyish. So, I mean, what can you do? I know, this is the problem. It's the type, isn't it? But I've noted, this is where the German women thing comes from, is that they are more, that's what German women are more like without being lesbians. I don't mind, you know. I don't really care. Miss Trunchbull. Oh no, I'm sure there are lots of lesbians there, but the norm is more. So, I think it's because I spent a lot of time in Europe as a kid, and the genders in Europe are a lot more neutral than in the UK. UK is a lot more like America, where women are more like generically feminist, like feminine, right? Whereas in Europe, women are still feminine, but they're not like so. For example, women that don't wear a lot of makeup or are happy doing lots of sport, outdoor activities, wear trousers and stuff, like sensible women. They're more of them. I don't know. This is my experience. Maybe it's not the case.
My goodness!
My goodness. So, yeah, I don't know. But like, so I was brought up super gender neutral as well. So, I don't know. Oh, here we go. Look at this. These cars are gorgeous. Let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Good enough finding your tomboy. Oh, he's dead! He's dead. In the wall he goes. Sensible women with trousers. Well, skirts are stupid, aren't they? Let's be honest. If I was a woman, I wouldn't wear skirts. I mean, nothing wrong with them. If it's a hot climate and it's like a thinner skirt, I understand that. But like, generally speaking, skirts are pretty stupid. Such an impractical piece of clothing for a cold country. I mean, what is it with Scottish people wearing kilts? Like, I guess kilts are pretty thick. Why do Scots have kilts? What's that about? Culturally, is it? I mean, I guess it's just going to be arbitrary clothing. It was probably easy to make or something. But aren't Scottish people descendants of Danes and Vikings? You'd have thought in Scotland, of all places, you'd want... I think trousers are very hard to make, like going back like hundreds of years. So a kilt is actually... Then you've got socks still, haven't you? They wouldn't just be like barefooted. So that presumably socks are harder to make than trousers. It's beautiful. Could be a sales pitch. Days of London, you can wear trousers with a belt. I mean, old trousers people used to wear suspenders to hold them up. So, because the idea would be that you could have a pair of trousers for longer and it would be more adjustable, I guess. Oh, he's drifting it. Where you going, Valera? I think we need to bring back the cod piece myself, to be honest. I think that's where we've gone wrong. I think since we got rid of the cod piece, that's what we need, is like, life is better with a cod piece. Give me a piece of cod. It was chatting to a German recently, and they didn't know what a cod piece was, so I had to send them pictures. She didn't know what a cod piece was. Don't think they had cod pieces in old Germany. Random call sign is the cod piece. That's his nickname. The cod piece. Whoa, a little bit wide. A little bit wide. Guys, I'm starving. I don't know what to eat. Got yogurt. I could have some more yogurt. Could have some cereal. I might have a bowl of cereal. I'm absolutely starving. But I don't, Skywilk. That's bollocks. I don't at all. I have a really loose steering, and I'd run quite low force feedback, so that's just not true. Yeah, for some reason this car is really weird. For some reason this car has like mega dampened force feedback. It's alright, it's quite drivable, but I don't know why this car is like that. Normally they're a lot looser in AC. I'm only running it at like 60 in game as well. But even so, this is at like 9 Newton meters. It's just got a lot of damping on it for some reason. I really don't know why. Maybe my pit house settings have changed or something. Maybe I accidentally clicked on, when we were changing the pedal settings, we accidentally clicked on adding damper. We'll have to have a look. Final lap here, we're in 6th place. I don't know what you've done with it, Robert, to make it feel bad on the CSL DD. You probably had really bad wheel settings. Because the CSL DD is pretty loose, so you probably had really weird wheel settings. The defaults for Fanatec wheels are a bit strange. Like they don't have they put a lot of damping on. Yeah, well, it's probably damping settings. So I've got a CSL. I've got 2 CSL DDs and a CSL Elite and a Fanatec Podium, and they all feel detailed with AC. It's German for ignition.
Sendung.
Normally, I think there's an accent over the U, though. I don't know why that sticker doesn't have the accent, but... This car's nice to drive. Yeah, I mean, you can do Robert, but I mean, who knows? Maybe Ace will be shit. Who knows? Until it's actually out. Good racing, guys. It was good fun. Josh cheating, as usual, with the win. Moto Rosso second. Cheddad got a bloody third. A Valero fourth. Besties in fifth. Myself in sixth. Nasty Butler seventh. Capsule eighth. K-Dog in ninth. Nice driving. And Meetix in 10th. I don't know what he's doing. We should do that Filderberg, or what, do you know that German track? We should do that with a vintage car, if you guys are up for that. I'm going to see what's going on with my settings here. Let's have a look. Did I accidentally click damper? No. Filter? No. No. Oh, we have this on, which we don't need. We just have the... Oh, hang on. I mean, this doesn't really matter. We could... Maybe we accidentally clicked that. That was on 100. There you go. Maybe that's probably what happened. Yeah, there was weird. Something was weird with the force feedback with that. No, I don't like head physics because they're normally really unnatural. I normally filter all the head. I try and filter the head movement out as much as possible because when you drive a real car, your brain filters out the movement and your eyes focus on a single point or whatever you choose to look at in real life. Your eyes focus. It's not supposed to be off. When you look at something, is your head move? Like, put your finger in front of you. If you look at your finger, you can move your head around like this, right? And your finger will stay in focus, right? You can do this. You can always, like, if you focus on your finger, you can easily just keep looking at your finger. You don't have to concentrate. You can just look at it. All right, Motor Rosso. It's even easier if you're looking at something in the distance. Yeah, everyone's looking at the fingers. But on a computer monitor, because the camera's bouncing around, it's not following what you're looking at. So because it doesn't have eye tracking, so it doesn't know, so it doesn't filter out the bumps. Because your eyeballs can't, like your brain can't automatically track. You know, like your brain knows if you move up. Your brain knows that your eyes need to automatically move down. So it's a subconscious process. It's like a gimbal. Your eyes are basically work like a gimbal. Yeah, it's a different type of eye tracking though. Yeah, it has basic eye tracking. Oh yeah, we could do that. Where was where is that in is it in here? It's in shader patch. In general patch settings. I'm pretty sure we were already using it. I would use VR. If I didn't stream and I was just racing, I would only sim race in VR. Yeah, pretty much. That's it, graphics adjustments, yeah. I think we tried it before but I had frame rate issues, but now we're using G-Sync. It works better. Yeah, I'm already using that. You're saying to use CMAA. No, I'm not on the latest Pure. Hang on, what does CMA... Here we go. MSAA, TXAA, oh, it's CSAA. No, CMAA. SMAA is an AA mode based on post-AA blur filter of MLAA and FXAA. Closer to the detection used in MSAA. I mean, I'm not using that, so. Yeah, the pure gamma at the moment doesn't have the skyboxes, so it's not worth getting it really. But right now, but if you the LCS, sorry, the LCS one doesn't have skyboxes. The linear colour space does look slightly more photorealistic and natural in lighting, but it's very mild, like on the grand scheme of things. It's not really like, it's not like, oh my god, it's just like, oh, it's a little, you know. I don't know what does CMAA stand for? That's it. That's like a post-process AA that we're not using. It will make it look smoother, but hang on, it might be one that they've invented. Let's ask ChatGTP. Yeah, it's because it's a post-processing form of anti-aliasing. Here we go. CMAA uses morphological filtering technique to detect smooth out jagged edges. It works by identifying patterns of aliasing and then applying a smoothing filter. Okay. CMAA is typically applied as a post-processing step. So the problem is, anytime you have post-processed AA, you often get like some form of like motion blur or additional blurriness to stuff in general. Then MSAA is actually doing it whilst the scene's being rendered. Yeah, it's just a better form of FXAA. Well, I'll give it a go. I'll try it. We'll give it a go. Why not? We'll put it on ultra, extra sharp. We'll have to enable it, I think, in Assetto Corsa. But to be honest, I'm running 4x AA here. It's not too bad. We have to enable FXAA, won't we? Or will it work without it? Right, let's create the server. Oh. Yeah, it's a post-processing anti-aliasing algorithm, but it's a particularly good one. It's like temporal AA. If it wasn't for the bloody motion, if it wasn't for the ghosting artifacts, temporal AA is actually really quite good. Right, we'll do Filderbergring, guys, in a vintage car, in a different vintage car to what we just drove. We'll do it like not too fast. I mean, it'd be nice to drive that. The Porsche Carrera RSR is quite nice. Hello, Hell Knight. How's it going, man? Let's do the Porsche Carrera. It's a really nice car. Yeah, I like temporal AA is really good for a lot of games. It's not good for first-person shooters, but it's really good for. I think it's not very good for driving sims because of the ghosting, but it's really good for platform games where the camera is looking down at a character and then the motion. If it's anything that's not got a high amount of fast motion, it's really good. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome. I don't know why my sub alerts aren't working. I think the bot's broken. Random noise. Welcome. Right, Filderbergring, you can download off Race Department if you want to get that. Well, yeah, it's pretty good, Hell Knight, but I think the new government is probably still pretty terrible, but less terrible. So yeah, it's we should have a mild celebration. It only took 14 years of the government murdering the population. It only took the government breaking the law that there was a law they set up, having 5 replacement prime ministers. What else? Lying to the Queen. Outright corruption. Stealing money and increasing homelessness and basically mismanaging everything. It only took that. Good job. Well, we got there in the end, guys. It's like there's a house on fire full of children, an orphanage is on fire, and all the kids are burning. We're burning, and then people are watching. And then after the whole building is burnt down and there's like one child with burns all over their bodies but they're still twitching, and then someone goes in and rescues the child and everyone goes, "Oh, you saved the orphanage." That's the analogy of Britain. That's where we're at. Oh, hang on. Let's get the server settings right here. There we go. Server's on. Yeah, anything other than the Tories. That's where we've got to. That's where we got to. Anything other than the Tories. That's basically... yeah, we're on gas mark 2 instead of 5. It's like we're still in the air fryer, but we've turned the air fryer temperature down by like 40 degrees. So we're still cooking, but it's not as hot. Oh, look at that. It's a nice looking car. It should be on Race Department.
The pace car is out of control.
You somehow ended up on a guy on Twitch with 270,000 viewers. How do you get... That's not right. Don't you mean 27,000? All right, that's crazy. Here we go. Kai CNAT has had 662,000 peak viewers. Yeah, I mean, like Game Awards, 178,000 peak viewers. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. There seem to be like really young kids that get the large numbers. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I'm happy with 100. I'm happy with 100 viewers, to be honest. It's good enough for me. Right. Did you guys get the server? Thanks for subscribing, Alejandro. It's Filderbergring. Yeah, they'll just do stuff that appeals to like 12 to 14-year-olds, and that'll be get the most amount of views. But it's still hard. I'm not knocking it. It's doing what Mr. Beast has done. It still requires a lot of effort, and obviously, if it was easy, I think more people would do it. Right, I'm just going to grab some food whilst you guys download this track. I'll be back in a minute. pronouncing it? Is it Bilderbergring? What's it called? Bilderbergring. Where's the name of the track? Yeah, Fieldberg. Oh, just got some sandwich with just cheese sandwich. Bit steep. I'm not sure. It looks pretty much the same as before, to be honest. I can't tell. Well, I was already on 4X. I think so, but I'm playing on a 4K monitor with 4X AA already, so it didn't look bad before. It already looked pretty good. Just yeah, this track's a really nice track model. I don't know, dabble. Really nice handling car. It's super easy to drive.
Landslide!
Is the landslide happening? Where's the landslide into? I could do with making my tree shadows a bit better aliasing. That's probably to do with shadow resolution. No, I don't know. Could turn that up. Where's the shadow resolution setting? Is it in Assetto Corsa? Oh, let's go up. Huge landslide. Ah. No, still shadow aliasing. It's fine, but being nitpicky here. I haven't got any legit Yorkshire tea, that's a problem. We're drinking biscuit flavoured tea. which is bloody weird. I can't. Do you want me to change it for a red light? I don't know if this remote works. No, it doesn't work. Can't do it. Yeah. Well, there's not going to be much of an opposition to stop the government from enacting policy, though. Who's gonna replace Rishi Sunak as head of the Tory party? Is it going to be some like absolute like proper fascist? What, they're going to be like sat there? I hope the exit polls are wrong and even more people have voted Lib Dem. I mean, the thing is, I voted Lib Dem and I wasn't going to. So there's probably a lot of people like me that really don't like Labour or Lib Dem, but just hate Tories. Oh, they get... Oh, well, fair enough. Bricks are pretty useful. Oh, cherry yogurt, guys. I would have voted green, but they had no chance where I was. Did you guys have like an independent option on your ballot paper and they didn't even have a logo? I was like, surely if you're an independent candidate, at least come up with a logo. Maybe like a simplified version of your face. Hang on. If you created a party, but your logo was like a penis, but that was the party logo, and you got 200 voters, then you could get on the ballot paper, right? So you could get a penis on the paper. Maybe there's rules. What if you created a political party called Don't Vote Tory? And so on the ballot paper, there's a message saying Don't Vote Tory. See? I'm thinking out the box here. I do politics on a different level to most people. A brick is less likely to throw an election. Marlo's live. Hello, I'm alright, thanks, yeah. We're good. I've been a bit tired recently, but other than that, we're good. Oh man, pure yogurt addiction. Yogurt's supposed to be good for you though, so. I've been buying mixed seeds bags from Lidl's as well, which are good. Here we go. Look at this. These tracks look awesome. Oops, sorry. Well, that whole homeless thing though was a bit weird, because just because someone's using a homeless centre doesn't mean that they are not employed. But yeah, it was dumb. But like it's not unreasonable to ask people in a homeless centre, oh, what do you do? But yeah. Yeah, well, the mixed seat bags are like £1.30 from Lidl's. And they're fantastic. Woohoo! And that, well, if you're not born into wealth, you're obviously an idiot. Ah, it's such a good track, this feels like driving around, you know, the road that goes up Sutton Bank. This feels like that. This should be called Sutton Bank Raceway. It's in. Is it called Sutton Bank? The one in Yorkshire, where they put the gliders on. Ah! Okay, we should break a bit sooner for that.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the
normal.
But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the
best.
Probably one of the,
if not the best.
Well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1, GT mods. They're really good. It's really good.
Ah! Bounce it off the wall, guys. Oh, this would be a nice town to live in. You live on a huge, steep hillside. What more could you want? Got the drift. Are we going racing, guys? I'll skip it to the next session. Oh, it broke! We'll just skip. Does this? Okay, well, it looks like I'm starting in pole. Rigged! I rigged the election. Typical gamer muscle. I'll let you guys go past. Should come up by typing !server. The server should be linked in the YouTube. I don't know, maybe not. Oh well. Thanks again everyone that supported us with memberships and donations and stuff, appreciate it. Thanks for watching the adverts and things. There you go. I'm going to move over. This looks nice. Ah! My wheels come off! Oh no. That bump pulled my steering wheel round. Couldn't hold my wheel. Bloody hell. Oh, why's my car not to... Oh, because the brake bias is reset. Bloody hell. I was like, why is the car not turning on the brake? I've adjusted my brake sensitivity, so it's throwing me off. That was Tory Council pothole mode there, yeah. That's a classic sneeze. I elongated it for effect. Ah, can't park that. Ah, of course. Absolutely bum shackled there. Bum shackalackled. Nice and easy.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following Real Start. Whoa! Thank you for following. Textbook wall there. Oh my goodness, why am I so bad? Order! Oh my god, oh bloody hell. Too much oversteer. Oh! Bloody hell. I've forgotten how to drive. It's a vintage Porsche. Oh no, it's always rough, I think. It does. There are brake boards, yeah. You've been sarcastic. I keep braking too hard with too much turning and then spinning. Or not braking enough. Ow! Nailed it. Keep overdoing it. Keep overcooking the eggs. A large part of what I'm doing is I downshift without blipping, and then I downshift too early, which causes quite a few issues with this car. really good flowing track, this. More of a public road than a track though, isn't it? You can't go wrong with a bit of grass and trees. Deezy with the fastest lap. How is Josh so quick? He needs to be banned. Nailed it. Bonk. That's the line. Good quality fences back in the old day. They don't build them like they used to. Indestructible. They look like wood, but they're actually concrete fences. That's what they were like. That's how the Germans are good at building infrastructure. Oh, it's got these corners are fantastic. Hello Matt, how's it going? Have you finished your stream? Magello with Radical should be good. We'll have to do that tomorrow. I couldn't avoid him. We were already committed. I can never catch it. with this car once I've gone over the once I've gone past like 300 degrees of lock. I'm done. We're not last. Shedhead is finished in front of Joss. DZ third. These guys are quick. I know we often do like 10-hour live streams. It's pretty normal. The only problem is my body aches, so I probably shouldn't do it. I mean, for a lot of people, 10 hours of driving would be a lot of driving, but... Whoops! Whoops. Yeah, I think we need like some more damper. Oh no, I never... Ah! I never listen to my body. Don't be silly. I'm finishing the race, even if it's with a broken car. There we go. Good driving. Yeah, I wonder why... The thing is, one of the difficulties of... if you increase damper to make the steering more natural in faster rotation, the problem you end up with is you often remove that often removes detail. So yeah. That was good driving, guys. Well done to Cheddar with the win. Josh second, DZ third, K-Dog fourth, myself fifth, Steph Bow sixth, Leo Mendoza seventh, Rizzler eighth. Nice driving, guys. Just want to try something quickly with my wheel settings. See how it affects this. It's a hard track to learn, but it's a good fun track. Where's my teacup gone? Oh. Yeah, it's just the problem is that, as I say, damper removes detail often. Really, you don't want damper on the initial rotation. But you want it when the just to settle the car. The problem is all of them, like inertia, damper, even active ones, minimum rotation speed. Hello, Authentic Donnelly. This tea's alright, but it's like biscuit flavoured tea, so it's a bit weird. All of the damper options all like remove detail. And then if you run higher force feedback, it's not a problem. But if you tend to run weaker force feedback, then it becomes a problem. But then are you using the CSL DD Plus, Matt? So that's the nice thing with those with lower resistance DD wheels, like the Assetto CSL DD Plus, Simu Cubes and things. Like the lower the mechanical resistance and the faster the slew rate, the more detail, the more dynamic range they have, especially at the lower end, or in terms of acceleration and stuff. So you can add damper and they're still pretty good. Ah, yeah, see, it probably is worth turning up the gyro effect. It does calm it down a bit. Brake bias is too far forwards. I think the problem really is that driving sims should do force feedback by telling a wheel to go to a specific position, but that's not how it works. Like, force feedback in a sim works by giving a thrust, I think, in X direction. It's not that the in-game wheel is in X position. That's where your sim wheel should be, and then some calculation as to the force to get it there. It's so if you add that, then a sim would not have the oscillation issues, I don't think. This is such a good track. Oh, I think the force feedback's better with the gyro effect on. Makes quite a big difference. Well, yeah, the thing is, AC has the fundamental detail there. So, oh, this is so good, guys. This is the reason why people will just drive around. I think full force is bullshit. I also think true force is, but people fall for it. full force. Like, I get that full force. I don't think all of it's BS. But its high frequency vibrations are largely pointless, and but people that don't know anything about force feedback are like, oh, I can feel everything. It's like, guys, you can add those effects into games for free without companies having to bloody license chips and shit. You know, the stuff that's baked into AC1 or GTR Evolution is great for feeling the ABS or understeer, but then the underlying force feedback is what you need for, like, a range of force for the slip and the grip. But people fall for, like, vibrations. It's really weird. No, it's not even about... the thing is, full force and true force are actually not immersive. Once you know what force feedback is useful to drive from, you actually find, like, high frequency vibrations, you actually find them annoying. You're like, why is that in my wheel? Why does my wheel feel like an electric toothbrush? But people buy onto it. It's like, it's just really weird. It's like, those types of vibrations feel great from from tactile transducers, fantastic. And to be fair, the in-game AC's like understeer vibration and slip vibration effect is actually quite good, but ironically they're quite low frequency. So yeah, it is weird. It's really weird what people latch onto. Like, oh jeez, every time, guys. It's when I first got GTR Evolution with a Momo black wheel, for like 2 hours I was like, oh, this is incredible, I can feel the engine RPMs, and oh, the curbing's really clear, and oh, that's really awesome, and the ABS, and for like 2 hours I was like, oh, this is mind-blowing. And then after like playing GTR Evolution for like 10 hours or so, I was like, oh, I'll turn all that off. But yeah, exactly, Matt. No, the low frequency forces are what are useful to drive from, and what a wheel does well. But I guess it does sell the devices. As I say, yeah, a lot of people will latch onto it and think that it's really good force feedback. And so from a business perspective, it makes a lot of sense to do it. No, I played GTR 2 with the gamepad, and then I got the Momo Black, and then I was playing GTR Evolution with that, and Netcar and stuff. Press exclamation mark server, and you should get the server. Oh, this is so good for just driving. Should have had I've had my brake pedal set up terribly in AC for ages. I think I made it sensitive because I had knee issues. I made it too sensitive. Just search for Gamer Muscle, it should come up. I don't know what else I can do to make the server, because it's really annoying having to repeatedly copy and paste it. Oh, hang on. See if this works. See if that works. It's not a shit track. Are you dumb? Are you dumb? This track is... Look at all the grass and the trees. What kind of moron describes this as a shit track? The corners are great. There you go. I'm tempted to move this up here. I think that's worse though. Can I make this smaller? Where are they? There's a bloody CMRT settings. Oh, here we go. Ah, there we go. Well, they're wondering now I've got a holographic display, even though it's like 1970s. What's this bloody called? Telemetry. Ah, here we go, pedals. Oh, that's good. It's good that it's got shows of force feedback. Yeah, but the bottom right, I can't see it, can I? He's written it's all in the past. Oh, don't worry about it. Everything's in the past. All right, Matt. Have a good night. Sleep well. Actually, this could be bigger. Shut up! I'm playing with my telemetry. I'm allowed to play with my telemetry. Just because you're jealous of my telemetry. There you go, that's better. That's cleaner, isn't it? Yeah, everyone's jealous of my telemetry. They call me Mr. Telemetry. Ah! Caught it. That's good position there. And bigger. Makes it nice and clean. It's nice having the little RPM gauge. Big enough that you can glance down at it, see the fuel and the details. Why has it crashed into a building? So in a real car, the problem is I've only ever driven a real car like a rear on a skid pan in terms of drifting, and it was so stupendously easy to slide around and so controllable. This is at low speed, so you know it's not proper drifting. It seems like AC's a little bit sort of finicky with drifting, with these cars at least. But it is in the dry, so I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong, but I just wonder about the stability. So you know when you're in this sort of situation, like a four-wheel combined, see that slide and then using the throttle. I wonder. It'd be interesting to actually drive a car like this. No, I know, of course it does. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it would be interesting to drive a vintage car on a bit of road and actually just see how it holds slide. Or drive like a vintage car on one of those test tracks with the like a centrifugal circuit, so you could really just see what, get a feel for it. See how long the tyres hold the slide for. If the car generally stays balanced, neutrally balanced, or if you have to keep making little corrections. Do you know what I mean? It'd just be interesting. Every car I've ever been in real life seems to somewhat be neutrally balanced when in a slide. Like, you have to counter steer obviously, but like I don't know what causes that balance. It seems like even skateboards do it, even motorbikes do it. I don't know. You would think, why would they be balanced? Why if you were going to like expect a behaviour, you wouldn't expect a sort of neutral balance to be the default when sliding. I guess it's because of momentum. Everything wants to go the same direction, so the whole vehicle acts as a whole. So then, if the force is pushing in one direction, the whole thing wants to go in that direction. So it doesn't really matter what else you do. Ultimately, if the car has force pushing one way, the whole vehicle will want to go that one way. So that will inevitably apply the force to all four wheels. All four wheels. So it doesn't matter, skateboard or whatever you're doing. Yeah, no, I know. I'm not like I'm dumb, but like. Really? Is it because of the car? Really? Ah! The point is, a skateboard does it, and that's just bloody semi-solid plastic on two solid arms. So I think it's more to do with it just being the momentum. The mass wants to continue conservation of momentum, and so that is going to have a stable, somewhat stable nature to it. That is what is going to pull the whole thing in a unified way. Whereas the problem with driving sims seems to be that either the front wants to go or the back wants to go, not the whole thing. Like driving sims tend to go in the direction of unstable. Generally speaking, they're not. It's the same with aircraft in flight sims. When they stall, they seem to want to stall in like a really or the front suddenly tips or the back suddenly does whatever. Like, yeah, I get, like, planes do stall by, like, the nose will fall down or they'll topple over because they've got no lift. But they tend to, like, move in a coherent way. I don't know why would simulators... You would think that was the more simple thing. So reality, the end result in reality is a surprisingly stable and surprisingly simplistic, cohesive end result. Whereas what you tend to get in simulators is a surprisingly erratic, unstable result. Which is the opposite way round to what you would expect. You'd expect sims to be simplistically stable and reality to be unexpectedly, complexly erratic. That's what I'm struggling with. No, it's more fun when it's balanced. It's less fun that it's unstable. Yeah, that's the thing. It's weird, isn't it? With gliders and planes, even RC planes, even though they're snappy and responsive, yeah, it's quick, and the stuff happens fast, and they do like complex movements. It makes sense intuitively. There's something about real-world physics at the human scale that's oddly predictable. And I've seen videos of that, Jared. Yeah, that'd be well good fun. Yeah, I think that's what it could be, Josh, is that you don't... The code gets to, like, smaller and smaller levels, and so it can't... Maybe it can't multiply one number with another number in a way that makes sense. Like well, I don't know, but you could always simplify that. Yeah, it's interesting though. It's an interesting. I need to talk. If I talked with a bunch of physics programmers and also did some experimenting and spent some time with it, then I'd be able to explain it, or I'd be able to understand it and explain it in a way that was non-technical. It's like that, like we said before, it's like the whole thing with water, like simulated water, just a video of water, like special effects water. It always... Either it looks too snappy and like as if it's some kind of hyperactive weird material, like I don't know, like some animated paper or something, or it looks like jelly. And getting the in between so that you've got high frequency waves and low frequency waves and they all interact and it all moves. I think that's a similar aspect of like the math on. So that'd be interesting. Looking at the math for how realistic water actually executes, or like What visually specifically makes it look right as well? It's strange that humans can identify it very easily. It's like faces. You can tell if a face is messed up, you know, like Uncanny Valley and stuff. But then humans can't identify certain other patterns. They don't notice it as being totally wrong. Like certain like shadows, perspective, color consistency, scale. There's loads of stuff that people are absolutely terrible at noticing if it's correct or not. Yeah, exactly. See, Jared, you're on the same page. I think it's just parts of the human brain, so that they're parts of the brain that are developed more for survival. So motion and motion planning will be very useful for like throwing a weapon at food, or like identifying animals and where an animal's going or what's happening. That's going to be very useful for survival, isn't it? Like, from like a mammalian level, like from like when you were a tree monkey or something, or some like mammal, like some low level mammal, you would need to be able to movement is going to be very important. Maybe the shadow thing is because humans mostly evolved on somewhat open land or forests where there's maybe not the same degree of shadows. Maybe that's what that's about. But it is weird. Like, what I find funny is perspective can be so wrong, and you wouldn't particularly notice unless you'd done like drawing. This is why. Going back a long way, you look at like old art, perspective and stuff is completely off because it requires the artist to understand perspective in a literal way, but also in an abstract way to then convey perspective in a 2D form that makes sense consistently. So I think perspective in drawings is only like, in most cultures, only like a few, like 1,000 years old or something. Then again, they have statues. It's just perspective in 2D drawings, or why are you in the pits? Because you're not sexy enough. You didn't bring a model with a stopwatch. Yeah, maybe they were just shit artists. That's true. Right, we do these laps. This will be nice. This is just fun to drive, to be honest. I'm slowly turning into Red Eye Warrior. I'm going to start growing hair. I'll start having long hair. I need to get a Red Eye Warrior wig. That'd be really funny. Red Eye muscle. Nothing wrong with my perspective. Hello, Daniel. Oh, this is so good. Like, as long as you're not going too far over the limit with this car, it handles well nice. This is Filderberg.
The pace car is out of control.
Whee! Whoa! That's because I cleaned the gauges with some steel wool, which is a mistake. It was a car on loan as well. Oh, it's so good. Oh, I didn't quite hold the slide there. Yeah, well, you need to replace the glass after you've done that. Swap the button. Wait, did you see the thing about Ferraris? They got like a Manatino switch on the dash, which cost like £1,000 to replace. And it's just a plastic. It's just a plastic button cap cover. And dealers would get, people were stealing them. They would rent the Ferrari and then they'd steal the switch as like a souvenir. And then the dealer would be like, only notice it at a later date. Ice cream's so good. That was so stupid, that whole thing. Are there still NPC streamers, or is that over? Whoa! Well, good build quality. Might have missed the brake point a touch there. Oh, I can't get it to turn. Oh, brace. Tonight on Car Crash Investigation. Yeah, I forgot to brake. They built this car really well, so it could take it. It was into hay bales, so it's fine. These cars look really nice. Woo! first gear is not a good idea. Oh. Yeah, it looks really nice, doesn't it? Bit of trees and grassy. We have viewers that appreciate trees and grass. We're all old. We're all old people. Oh, I do like a tree and grass. Forget neon lights in the city. We're bored of that. Give me some countryside, and we're happy. Oh, imagine sitting in that grass and having a picnic with a nice cup of tea and a barbecue. Oh, that'd be nice.
The pace car is out of control.
This car is would tempt me to have one of these in real life and drive around Germany. It'd be nice if there was no speed limit. Thanks for following, welcome. Oh yeah, Old Spa's nice. We'll have to drive that. It's a bit simple, Old Spa. Has anyone made the old Nordschleife for AC? I know there's the one for Automobilista 2's nice, but AMS2 doesn't drive very well, so it's kind of a bit wasted. I think the AC looks fantastic though, like this, with all the but the cars don't drive like cars in MS2, which is a bit of a problem. The next update will be game changing though, so don't worry. Don't worry. Next update will be game changing. Everyone's already hyping it. And then they'll play it for like an hour and then say it's amazing and never play it again. Alright, night. Have a good night, night. Night, 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 night. It's like Südschleifer, isn't it? Car behind drove into the wall. It's always going to be game changing. I don't know why anyone ever argues. The game is always changed. EA Games. We changed the game. Yeah, well, you get a much better sense of speed and car position and rotation in VR. So when you've got a sloppy sim like Automobilista 2, VR makes it feel sharper. But then AC and other sims feel 10 times sharper as well, so... Ooh! Bit too much of the old slip to slop through that. Ah! Walled it. hoverboard. A hovercraft, yeah. It's pretty amazing that this is a mod track. You know, not like included in the sim originally. Woo! That was close. Really is a shame that there's no sims don't do braking forces. Like you can have tugs on the wheel and stuff, but it's a shame that like seatbelt tensioners and things aren't that good. I do have an idea for like a G-Force simulator myself, but for it to be good, it'd have to be quite dangerous. Well, AI can generate tracks. It's just not going to do a very good job of it at the moment. Bonk! That was awesome. Oh, great fun. Oh man, I need a break, guys. We've been streaming for 12 hours. That was really good fun driving that though. What a time. Well done, Capzor, Jay Jones, Rizzler. They're just finishing. That was nice driving. I think I'll get some rest. We can raid someone here. Let's have a look. But fun streaming. Thanks for joining us, guys. Who's Lara Lambert? She's speaking English?
Aí a Mila, ó. Fred, ela também corre. A Mila corre de Super Fórmula Light.
No.
Ah, eu preciso aprender muito no F4, Mila.
Portuguese?
Ele é mais lentinho, né, do que o Super Fórmula Light.
Let's send it to Random Call Sign's cousin.
Aqui, antes de pegar carro desse.
Maybe she's Brazilian. Portugal. I'm sending you to Portugal. Let's send you to this Portuguese streamer. I've never seen him before.
Ele é o mais difícil. O Light.
Foda. Obrigado. Right. Brazilian. Yeah. Thanks for watching, guys. Off we go to Brazil. Brazil. Have a good night, everyone.
Errado. Opa.
Bye!
O Light aceita mais erros, será? Muito obrigado por seguir, Sueli Almeida. Seja bem-vindo.